Welcome to the Mike Graham Show. I'm Mike Graham. It's 7 o'clock. It is, of course, Wednesday, the 26th of August, and we are here at the Mike Graham Show. We are on time, as you can see from the sign behind me. We are all present and correct. Peter Barnes is here with us as well. Peter, very good morning to you.
Good morning.
Nice to see you. We've got lots to talk about this morning. Papers, lots of them, obviously, with loads of coverage of Dolly Parton's death, which was announced sort of fairly late last night. Aged 80, world mourns a country icon. We will always love you, Dolly, is the front page of The Sun, and the front page of most of the tabloids as well. We'll always love her. Dolly Parton dies at 80. A lot of people got lots and lots of good things to say about it. We'll talk about that coming up a little bit later on. But by no means will that be the only story we talk about, unlike some TV channels last night who decided they wanted to do wall-to-wall coverage of Dolly Parton. I think the way that the world is right now, and certainly the state of Britain, would suggest that that's old-fashioned journalism, which we don't do here at UK Live, because what we do is we bring you the news that you actually care about. And yes, you care about Dolly Parton, and yes, she was a brilliant singer, and yes, she was a brilliant individual who did loads of great work for charity, but there are other things going on. And there are things that we should talk about. Like, for example, the front page of the Daily Mail, Burnham warned of impending Russian-UK attack. Huh? What? Sorry? What? Your Russians are going to attack us, are they? Really? Apparently the Russians are not happy because of the way that Andy Burnham took himself off to Ukraine a couple of days ago, decided to hand over some blueprints for some long-range missiles that could be fired into Russia, and which coincidentally could also be fired back here if we decide to fall out with the Ukrainians, or the Ukrainians, as George Galloway would call them. It also turns out that there was some kind of mysterious visitation from the Americans into Moscow yesterday. There was some kind of diplomatic mission which seems to have gone in under the radar. There was a plane, an American US military plane, tracked going into Russia, stopping, dropping somebody off, and having that person wait there in a plane for a while and then fly back out. So it's all very confusing. But certainly UK sources are saying that the UK is likely to now be a target for Russia. I think that's quite an important story, Peter. I mean, you know, of course, we're sad about Dolly Parton, but she was 80 and she had a great life, and she's left something like $650 million, right? So she's done rather well for herself. She did a lot of great things for charity, gave a lot of books away to underprivileged kids.
I know reading was child reading was a big thing for her.
And all of that stuff. So we'll have a poll on her, so you can remember Dolly Parton in as many different ways as you want, and I'm very happy if you want to send in congratulations to her family, or commiserations to her family, or whatever it is you want to say about Dolly Parton. Please feel free to say it, but it's not going to be the main focus of the show today, simply because there's lots of other things going on, really.
We have a tendency to do this now in this country. Whenever somebody famous dies, we obsess over it. Well, I've never understood it. I don't know what happened to that stiff upper lip thing. That seemed to disappear. And this sounds daft, I blame it on Diana.
Yes.
I mean, we lost our minds.
During that time, I mean, you're absolutely right. I was there right at the heart of Fleet Street at the time when she died, and it was extraordinary. You know, I don't think any of us had ever seen the public behaving in such a way before. You know, all the people. I mean, even people that I would have regarded as friends of mine who were relatively sensible were travelling to London to put flowers down outside Kensington Palace. And, you know, but in that case, it was quite a shocking death. She was young, it was a car crash, it was a violent death, you know, and all of that. Dolly Parton is 80, and yes, she's, you know, you would want to mourn her and you want to play her music and stuff like that. But, you know, she had a great life, and I don't think she would expect us to kind of, you know, spend hours and hours and hours on that's a eulogy to her.
But in interviews I ever watched with her, she never seemed the type that was bothered about legacy or anything like that. I think she knew that she'd achieved everything that she wanted to do. So I don't think she would actually enjoy the consistent eulogizing of her.
No.
But I don't know why we do this now. We just I think it's actually more that when big celebrities like Dolly die, I think it's something good has gone, and everything else that's current now is just terrible. I think that's what it is.
I did see a couple of messages last night on social media of people saying, "Oh no, not Dolly Parton." You know, just when we thought we couldn't get any, couldn't get any worse and stuff. But people do die. I mean, I'm sorry to be. I don't want to be the bearer of sort of, miserable news. I don't want to be confused with some kind of curmudgeon. I'm happy to celebrate her death. It's just, is your tribute to Dolly the big jug on your desk? TWC, no, thank you very much indeed, it's not. People have complained about this before. They keep saying it gets in the way. Yes, people in Substack have been complaining it gets in the way. You know what they also complain about yesterday in Substack?
Big jugs do get in the way.
They do. Somebody complained yesterday that I was talking too much. Right? On the show. Can I just remind you that this is indeed the Mike Graham Show. It is indeed, point to the sign, there it is. When I say it's not all about me, I don't mean it. It is all about me. It's got my name on the door. And Peter Barnes is here. He's very welcome to speak as much as he wants to speak. But I was accused of talking over Lee Nalalingam, right? I don't know why. Anyway, Cindy says this, Mike, sending you a big hug. P.S. I love it when you have Peter Barnes on. I'm a fan of his.
Oh, there's not many, so thank you.
Very nice. Nice way to start the day. Yeah, I mean, because the thing is that people love to complain. There's nothing like reading through, if you're on the air as we are quite often, there's nothing like reading through some of the comments. Some of the stuff that people come up with. Some of the things they object to.
Yeah, it's always the really small things. You know, like you said, it's like the jug on the table. Like that is the biggest problem.
Yes.
Or, you know, that's what you've taken away from the 10 minutes.
Do you know what it is? I think it's because we've become so good at this, Pooch. Yeah. You know, it used to be that they'd moan about the sound.
Yeah.
You know, or they'd go, you know, we can't hear you. Or, you know, the guest is too loud.
My Passata's in shot on that shot, Mike. Look, to the right. My Passata.
Oh, yeah, look what I've got here. Now, this is really special, right? Now, this... If you thought Pooch was a Renaissance man before, wait till you hear this story, right? This is Pooch's homemade passata, which he very kindly brought me a jar of this morning, made from his own homegrown tomatoes, right?
Wow.
And he left the skin on as well, which I think is a good thing.
Lycopene.
Pardon, what is it?
Lycopene.
Lycopene, apparently. Yeah, it's good for you.
Anti-cancer.
Oh, good. Yeah, that'd be good. It may be good for my eye. My eye's been bad all week. I've got hay fever eye. Don't put it in your eye. But I'm looking forward to making something with this. It's going to be lovely. I love a bit of homemade. Also, I took home yesterday, Marilyn came in with this massive cake. And I took it home. I had a bit of it last night. It's very nice. It's sort of a raisin and marmalade cake. Quite a heavy sort of
I was going to say that's more of a winter food in my head.
It is a bit, but it's very nice though. I'm worried I'm still going to be eating it when winter comes. It's that big. But anyway, let's talk about some of the other stories here. Burnham's warned about the impending Russian thing. The Telegraph has got a story about how Birmingham is going to be the first 20-mile-an-hour city, which nobody's asked for.
No.
Right? I don't remember anyone. I mean, I know you'll probably say that Sadiq Khan wanted it. Andy Burnham may have wanted it in Manchester, and it may be that's been in the manifestos of mayors when they've been running for election. But I don't recall the Labour government saying that we want to make 20-mile-an-hour cities in Britain. Do you?
The only one I can think of is in Wales, where they did it, and then everybody signed a massive petition for them to get rid of it pretty much straight away.
Yeah.
It was actually quite interesting that in that petition, more people signed it than voted in the Senate elections. So they're bringing in things that just aren't popular. Nobody asks for them.
Right.
And the actual economic impact is devastating.
Yes.
You know, transport is one of the main major routes for growth in the economy.
Yeah.
If you can't move goods from one place to another without it costing a fortune, you're literally strangling yourself before you even get started. It doesn't make any sense. But yet again, what most of these things are money-making schemes. Because it's to catch loads of people. It's easier to catch somebody going 22 because it's harder to drive for that long at that speed. That's why they do it. It's not anything to do with net zero or green stuff. It's just a money-making scheme.
Yeah, but of course the council make the same sound as the councils do in London, the councils do in Manchester. They say they want to ensure that cars no longer dominate street life.
Well, what's supposed to dominate them?
On
the road?
They want to promote walking and cycling as the best ways to travel. Well, that's fine if you don't have very far to go.
Yes.
I mean, I could walk to work, right? But I would have to set off about an hour before I wanted to get here because it's a few miles away.
Yeah.
So I drive here and it takes me about 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And normally, I could probably do it in 10 minutes if I could drive at the speed I'd like to drive at, as opposed to 20 bleeding miles an hour. But they make the point as well that Birmingham was once regarded as the motor capital of Britain. Do you remember the vast car production factories? British Leyland were there. You're probably not old enough to remember the 70s. But, you know, in 2021... they apparently adopted this plan to expand the rollout of 20-mile-an-hour zones. And they basically want every road in the city to be 20 miles an hour, aside from the A roads. And they've got that dreadful sort of dual carriageway that runs through the centre of the city, which is almost always completely and utterly congested.
Yes, you definitely know that was designed by a committee.
Yes.
Like who don't know how to drive.
Yeah.
Or have never been to Birmingham. This is always anything that kind of thing that's supposed to make your life easier doesn't in any way.
But this is the argument, isn't it, that you get all these kind of apparatchiks, these government advisors. I know you were one of them at one time, but who've never been anywhere.
Yes.
You know, they all live in London. They've never been outside of the centre of London. It's very easy to get around London on public transport. You don't need a car.
No.
And a car actually is a bit of an inconvenience. But most parts of the country, you need a car.
Yeah,
because there is no way of getting around. I mean, you know, Burnham's obsession with buses. I bang on about it all the time. My son, a couple of weekends ago, wanted to go out to Bexhill which is a 15-minute drive from our house, okay? Now, he said, I'm going to go on the train. So he had to get a train into Hastings and then back out again. But the trains weren't working. For some reason, the trains had been suspended, right? So he's like, I looked at getting a bus. There's one bus that goes in about an hour, and then there's no bus back. But the bus you have to take 2 buses, and it takes an hour and 40 minutes.
Oh, God.
So in the end, I just said, I'll just give you a lift.
Yeah.
So I had to give him a lift, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have a car, can't afford one. So, but that's the reality for most people living in rural Britain, and it's not even particularly rural Britain. It's southeast
your
of
average
England,
town, really.
somewhere outside of the main cities.
If you're if you work in the trades, for example, you'd need a white van.
Yeah.
You can't take your tools. You can't walk with everything, can you? People have to be able to transport not just themselves, but what they need for their jobs.
Yeah, you can't get on the tube with a ladder and a load of tins of paint.
Yeah, I can't remember which Labour politician said that you could, and then it turns out that it's actually illegal to do it.
Yes.
That's pint of milk, Mike.
Pint of milk.
Yeah, should we play it?
Oh yeah, the pint of milk. Oh yeah, this is what you get if you go on the Jubilee line. Have you seen this? This is diversity is our strength. Check this out. I mean, you just shake your head, really, don't you? What is going on? And who are these people? What's he doing here? How is he allowed to do that on the tube? And, so I saw some comments on social media last night. People say, where are the real men? Why is nobody, tackling him? Well, there's a reason why. Because he might be a nutter.
Yes, exactly.
And he might have a knife, and he might have a machete, and he might have some kind of implement of death that he would like to use on you.
Yeah, and also if you
he's
try
clearly
to
mentally
intervene,
defective.
Yeah, also if you intervene, there's a strong chance that you're the one that gets into trouble.
Well, yeah.
That's half the problem,
Yeah.
is that the entire system is structured so that if you do try to do the right thing, you actually end up being,
I mean, I would
potentially
have
liable
been
for
tempted to
something.
shove him off the train. I think, Pooch, if you and I had been on the train, you and I might have taken him on. Do you know what I mean? But I think a lot of people feel like they can't do it on their own because they also know they won't be supported by anybody else. I mean, if all the blokes on that carriage had got up and just said to the guy, look, you're getting off at the next stop whether you like it or not, and just chuck him off, But even so, it's just, I mean, we live in this ridiculous society now where we don't have any control over it.
No.
There's no policing, there's no kind of safeguarding. It's just mad.
Yeah, it's the way that when it comes to things like that is the fact that it's very easy to police. You just actually have to enforce the rules. You have to enforce the law. And we have this big problem of let's just pass another law and pass another law. We don't enforce anything. So, it's infuriating.
And what are the
really.
chances that he's got on a train without paying as well?
Oh, don't get me started on that. I think I paid for half of London.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I know.
And I think it's small things like that get everybody really riled up.
And do you not feel now as well that you are, one of a sort of dying minority of people who are actually paying for everything? And most people are not paying for anything.
Yeah, and I also think I'm the one person in the entire country that doesn't qualify for any benefit.
Yes, right.
Yeah, and it's infuriating just to see all this money being doshed out and people not paying for things. And then when you try to do the right thing, you feel punished. It shouldn't feel like that.
No. A couple of tax stories. There's one saying that pensioners should now be the target of Andy Byrne. This is coming from the Institute for Public Policy Research. I was saying this earlier. It's always really annoying that these people, these think tanks, all they come up with is more ideas as to how we could be paying more tax. They want to now go after relatively well-off pensioners to say that they should be paying basically to make sure that younger workers don't get taxed anymore. Well, how about you go around the other way and say maybe we're paying too much tax already, and we should actually try spending less.
Oh yeah,
any chance of that?
It's the mentality and the way of thinking about this is entirely wrong. It's how do we raise money, not how do we save money.
Right.
And until things get that switched over, everything is always going to be we need to tax more. Not are we actually spending the money on the right thing? Are we, a lot of different ways. Because also I love the idea that young people are employed or actually going to work.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't make any sense that there's no joined up thinking in literally anything that these think tanks come up with because they obsess with it in a kind of hypothetical world. They don't apply it to the real world situation and actually understand how people behave.
Right.
It's the same with people who advocate for a wealth tax. They don't get that one year you'll bring in a lot of money. The next year you bring in like a third of the amount because people alter how they they react to things. It's
and
just
also
ridiculous.
that you are, if nothing else, you are a sort of a slave to the system, if you like. And sometimes you have a business that does well, and sometimes the next year the business doesn't do so well. And so that's why you have the business sort of background to put money away, so that if you don't have any income the following year, what you don't want is the government to take it all away in tax and go, oh, you made a load of money, so I'm going to take half of that. You go, well, I might need it next year, actually. Do you mind?
It also disincentivizes you to make money.
Yeah.
So, that's half of the problem. But, it's just... You're so right. The minute that these think tanks come out with something, you're just like, it's going to cost you money. I said earlier that whenever the Resolute Foundation comes out, you run the other way because they're after your checkbook.
Yeah.
Like they're entire. It's like the Institute for Big Government. That's all they ever interested in. It's just more power and more money for them, and not actual policies that will make an ounce of difference.
And what we're seeing with Burnham now is that all of these suggestions that he made when he came in first, that he was going to do this and that and the other, now he's not doing it. Today, we had the story yesterday that he's now not going to nationalise Thames Water because guess what? It's too difficult it's too expensive, and we haven't got the money. It now turns out that he said he was going to cut VAT for hospitality. Now he's not going to cut VAT for hospitality. Guess why? Because we can't afford it, and it's too expensive.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite. I remember reading the
Why did you bother saying this stuff if he's not going to do it?
I know it's more infuriating to say it and then not do it. But I think everybody knew with that big list of things he wanted to do. I went, well, you can't do that, you can't do that, you can't do... just common sense and just basic understanding of what's going on in the country tells you couldn't do half of the stuff because they haven't got it into their heads that until they get growth, nothing is possible.
Right.
If you need money to fix the problems, and they just think that if they make a policy announcement, that's the same as doing something. It really isn't.
No, it really isn't. Let's talk about Kemi Badenoch this morning as well, because I was rather shocked to see yesterday that not only did she put out this story to the Times in which she said that she'd had a meeting with Giorgia Meloni, which appeared to be she was dressed for a toga party, I think. She put a sort of toga-like dress on, when in Rome and all the rest of it. Put out a statement saying that she'd had a great chat with Giorgia Meloni, fair enough, but then said Giorgia Meloni told her not to do a deal with Reform because she should remain her own woman and she shouldn't kowtow to doing any kind of deal with Nigel Farage. Nigel Farage was asked about it on Talk by Jeremy Kyle in the morning. He said, well, how do you know she said that? Because there's no actual quote from her.
Yeah.
And a great deal was made of it, not least by the Times, Pravda, as we like to call it, because they hate Nigel Farage and they thought this is a good story against Nigel Farage because even now Giorgia Meloni's turned on him. It then turns out later on that the Conservative Party approached the Times and say, would you mind taking those quotes out of the story because apparently they were never made. And so now the story runs without those quotes, i.e., it never happened.
It never happened. It's dumb.
That's really stupid,
It's ridiculous. Utterly, and it's pathetic as well. That's what annoys me. It's like there was no value in what they did.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, it was pretty obvious that the minute that somebody asked, well, did she actually say something?
Yeah.
What did she say? They couldn't provide the receipts for it, so then it would always fall apart. It's like when she did the same trick over the Reform UK membership numbers.
Yeah.
She said that, are they true or whatever?
Right.
And it just said, well, clearly they are. Like, why pick the fight that you're not going to win?
And also, why would you think, and I mean, having been on the other side of the curtain, if you like, would you not have sat there going, well, if she didn't actually say it, you think that's probably not the best idea to come out and allude to the fact that she said something she didn't say, because she might deny it. I mean, she didn't actually deny it, but I was looking all day yesterday through her sort of social media outlets and various things, and she didn't even mention that she'd met Kemi Badenoch. There was no, whatever Kemi thought, Giorgia Meloni did not think it was worthwhile telling anyone that she'd met this particular, leader of the Conservative Party from Britain.
Yes, it did. Yeah, I have absolutely no idea why the press operation did it, and anybody who was involved in it shouldn't have a job anymore because it's just dumb. It's just the incorrect thing to do.
It's just made her look stupid.
Yeah, it really has. And at the moment, she's actually on quite a good trajectory. She's got good poll rating. The Tories seem to be stabilising.
Yeah.
And then they do something like this. It's literally jumping on a bear trap. It's not walking into it. It's jumping from one to the other.
Well, it's actually buying the bear trap, putting it in front of you, and then jumping into
100%,
it. Because you didn't even have a bear trap until you made one for yourself.
Yeah. It's just infuriating because it's some stupid things like this that set political parties back.
Yeah.
And it makes all the good work they've been trying to do.
It's the kind of thing that people like me will remember. So whenever I next see Kemi Badenoch, I'll be like, oh yeah, remember the time you made up those quotes about Giorgia Meloni? And she'll make it onto Plank of the Week, and it'll be a thing.
Yes, without a doubt. It's
which wouldn't have had to be.
Rupert Lowe and the King not being British argument. That will be remembered.
Yes.
I mean, every kind of media outlet that is even slightly against you in any way, that's the clip that they will run.
Yeah.
That's not the internet never forgets. So this stuff never goes away. So you can't be making these amateur hour kind of decisions.
And I don't think we've got it actually today, but I saw a clip last night of her talking about how you have to be really careful about what you say. And if you say things which can't be proven, that they will come back and bite you on the backside. So she even knows that that's what you're not supposed to do.
She even had a pop.
She did it.
She had a pop at Robert Jenrick, if I remember
got some
correctly.
money falling from the sky. That can only mean one thing. We've got some super chats to do. It's a good way of doing it, that, isn't it? Because then I see it and go, let's do some super chats, shall we? What have we got? One from Rock Radio. China is ready to help keep order in this country. They just need to destroy it first. 66% already done. I mean, to be fair, they managed that pretty well during COVID, didn't they? I mean, they pretty much, they pretty much destroyed the entire Western world with the lab leak.
With great ease as well.
Yes. Royal says, morning, Mike and Peter. Burnham can't afford a VAT cut, but can afford upping the foreign aid budget. Utter lunacy. Well, that's another thing. And he can also afford to go to Ukraine and promise them yet more support, yet more money, which most people in this country are now starting to think is a waste of time.
Yes.
Because until and unless we see some form of an end to the war, why are we just like throwing money into a bottomless pit?
There needs to be a massive investigation into the amount of money that's been sent here. Is it actually going to who it's going to? All this kind of stuff, because we're talking about serious money now. And now we're giving over technical designs for weapons.
Yes.
I mean, we have to actually start getting in, actually having a look at what's going on here. You can't keep using St. Vladimir as a kind of campaign trick to kind of diffuse away from the situation. It's ridiculous how they keep trotting out to Ukraine as though it's the thing that everybody is so concerned about. I mean, you've got the migrant crisis, you've got cost of living, you've got energy bills. We're going to have nobody can turn the heating on arguments in about 2 weeks.
Yes.
So
well, that's another one, isn't it? Which we haven't got to.
It's about actually understanding what the country that they're supposed to govern care about.
Yeah, electricity bills to rise by £264.
Oh, is that it?
According to Daily Telegraph, because the cap, which I've never quite understood, because it's not really a cap at all, has been raised once again. And also in the Times, I mean, they've actually written the headline in a slightly different way to the one I would have written. The Pravda, sorry. Sorry, I keep getting it wrong. I keep calling it the Times when it should be called Pravda. Here's my headline. Net zero madness has cost us a fortune. Yes. That's what the headline should say.
Yes.
Guess what the Times headline says? Pursuit of net zero has failed to cut manufacturers' energy bills. What? I mean, no. It's costing us a fortune. Britain's rush to net zero has failed to deliver cheaper energy, according to a report that found large manufacturers pay about 4 times more for electricity than rivals overseas, which means already you've hobbled the business, which is supposed to be a competitive worldwide business. It can't be competitive because they're paying 4 times as much for their energy. It's absolutely incredible. The latest rise in the household energy price cap will be announced today after a 13% increase on July the 1st. So it went up 13% July the 1st. It goes up probably another 10% today.
Oh, easily.
So that'll be 23% up in the space of 2 months.
Yeah, it's just...
Why?
Again, I'm with you. We have to stop calling it a cap.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just... I think it's actually insulting at this point, but... I mean, no society or civilization has ever progressed or grown with high energy production costs. No. None. You can't get it. And until you get the driver of the economy, which is energy, back up and running, you don't have anything else.
No.
And these policies on net zero do not work because, we don't send up a little memo with our bit of the emissions. So, and this one's from the UK. That's not how this stuff works. We are literally hobbling ourselves at the altar of net zero for nothing. Yeah,
this is amazing, right? So researchers calculated British manufacturers spent £16.6 billion directly on energy in 2024. If they'd been in America, it would have been 5.2. Oh. I mean, that is 3 and a bit times more. Yeah. Absolutely incredible. And they've also, I mean, here's another think tank to shove into the bottom basement, room 101. Civitas says Britain has made some of the fastest progress in decarbonising its electricity system. Oh, great.
Yeah.
But now it costs a bloody fortune. So what was the point?
Exactly. We managed to decarbonise and, wreck the economy at the same time. They don't really see the connection, do they? And I think that's the problem is, like I said, everything these think tanks do is so academic.
Yes.
They don't deal with the consequences because that's not what they're there to do. They're there to find a policy to fix a problem, not deal with the consequences of their fix.
Absolutely right. It is extraordinary how we've allowed this to happen and how they all, again, sit around stroking their chins, these think tank types, and go, isn't it great that we've decarbonised the economy? No, it isn't
No.
actually, because you've actually also de-stressed the economy and you've completely taken the bottom out of the economy, so nobody can make any bleeding money.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got companies like BP leaving the UK, you have a major problem, and and everyone's just celebrating because it's it's an oil company. I was like, they just do not understand the consequences of their actions because, like you said, they're so academic, so ivory tower, and they're driven by the morality rather than the consequences. It's just we should get rid of most of the quangos and most of the think tanks. I think that might be a good start to fixing the country.
I think it would be a very good start. Yeah, it's like the joke they make about lawyers, isn't it? What do you call 55 lawyers upside down with their heads in under the sea? It's a good start. Anyway, back to Kemi Badenoch. She's reshuffling her shadow cabinet, fresh from lying about Giorgia Meloni. What's she going to do and why?
I'd be impressed if most people could name more than 5 members of the shadow cabinet.
Yeah.
She's on the search for super talent. I mean, well, I think we all are.
She's going to be looking for a while.
I got to say, this is yet again. This is the need to be seen to be doing something, and this is the one. I thought she'd got out of this trick actually, but she seems to be falling back into it. And I think that's because they're panicking because they seem to be back in the room for a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's this idea that you have to generate headlines. The Tories just need to be quiet, and they will survive.
Yes.
Nobody wants to hear from them that much. So this is why they've stabilised. Is that for a while they just weren't saying anything, but now they're not yet off the naughty step, and they're running ahead of themselves. But I have to admit, Kemi should actually start pushing the shadow cabinet more because it might do something to refresh the Tory brand because that's their problem. She's very popular. The Tory brand is dead.
Right.
So they need to kind of level those two off. And she does that by not being the sole figure. She needs to
The problem as
bring
well,
other
of
people
course,
forward.
is that Burnham hasn't been in Parliament, so there hasn't been any opportunity to even quiz him on what he's doing. He hasn't won because he's not really doing very much of anything.
Yeah.
He's making a lot of noise about doing things and then not doing anything.
Yeah.
They're back, I think, is it a week on Monday?
Yeah, Tuesday first.
Week on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So we have that to look forward to.
Do we?
Well, I mean, I'm going to be fascinated to watch how Burnham tries to become the Prime Minister because so far he's not the Prime Minister to me.
Yeah.
He's like sort of Mayor of Britain. He's been on a kind of a glory tour of the greatest hits. Let's go to Ukraine. Let's go to Wolverhampton bus station for 3 hours. Let's pop up to Manchester. Let's be pictured shaking hands with people. Let's get the guitar out. All of that. It's like, there's nothing really of any substance happening.
Oh, no.
And at some point or other, he's going to have to stand still in Parliament and be answering a few questions, isn't he?
Yeah, it's the thing with Prime Minister's questions is it's not necessarily his answers from the opposition. It's how his backbenchers acting.
Yeah.
Because we always know that the Labour Party, the backbenchers, understand that we're in control. And I don't know what that relationship is like at the moment. And this is what PMQs really tells you. It's not really about him answering questions because they don't answer the question.
Yes.
So you look at it in terms of how many people are actually on the Prime Minister's side when he gets to his feet.
Yes.
That's the big tell.
Yeah, definitely. Front page of the Times, I haven't mentioned this one yet, and it's another sort of Burnham virtue signalling exercise. He's poised to announce robust sanctions on Israeli settlements in the West Bank, despite warnings that could spiral into a de facto boycott of the country. Again, he's putting his nose into a place which is, one, extremely complicated, one where you could get your nose bitten off by any number of actors in that particular part of the world. Why is he doing it? Well, we know why he's doing it. He's doing it to sort of placate the backbenchers of the Labour Party.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's exactly what he's doing. But you're right on Burnham's ability to actually understand this issue. He doesn't know anything about foreign relations.
No.
He knows nothing about trade. He knows nothing about this conflict. And he's being led on this. And the people that are in charge, so basically, Ed Miliband, the Foreign Secretary, I mean, we're doomed, if I'm being brutally honest.
Yeah.
I mean, it is terrifying that we're living in such tense geopolitical times, and we've got people that don't know where countries are on a map, and they're starting to make trade policy decisions.
Well,
it's
I was
terrifying.
speaking to somebody the other, Elon Levy from the former Israeli ministry, talking about why is Andy Burnham interested in something that's going on the outskirts of Jerusalem? When Britain has got plenty of hegemony over various different parts of the world where they could be fixing themselves, but they're not actually bothering to do it. Here's a guy who's going to be trying to flog off the Chagos Islands. And yet he's worried about something that's happening in Jerusalem. Why?
Yeah, I honestly, like you said, it's the obsessions of the backbenchers and the fact that I don't really think they rooted out their anti-Semitism problem as much as they say they did. But it's interesting you bring up the Chagos situation is because there's the UN meeting in a couple of weeks, I think, and Mauritius have obviously kind of basically claimed the Chagos Islands already. So this is the big showdown. So we're going to see whether he can be on the world stage and actually, defend British sovereignty. And my hopes aren't high.
No. Well, I mean, he's indicated, has he not, so far, that he would quite happily carry on with the Starmer plan to get rid of them.
Yeah,
and Jonathan Powell, I think, is still inside the government. The guy who was the sort of mastermind of selling it off in the first place, and who negotiated large parts of the deal alongside Lord Hermer. I believe he's still
Jonathan
part
Powell,
of the government, isn't he?
Yes, I think so.
Removed,
he hasn't been. As far as I know, he hasn't been replaced. But people like that, they don't really necessarily need a title to be around,
right?
And that's part of the kind of Westminster problem, but. This is what always made me laugh when everyone's like, oh, they've shelved it, as though it's gone away. I was like, they put it on a shelf. They haven't burned the pieces of paper. Once Westminster's Whitehall's got an idea, they never let it go.
No.
And, this was what they wanted, and they will find a way to get this done no matter what.
Yeah, indeed. Question, Mike, do you think GB Energy is still trading? Good old Jürgen up there in Aberdeen. I don't know, I haven't heard from Jürgen for a while, from GB Energy, but, they don't really trade. They don't actually do anything. They just kind of, they are.
They just simply exist.
Yeah, they exist. I mean, it was a porter cabin for a while, then they appointed a bunch of people, and they're paying loads of people loads of money. I don't think they're actually doing any trading.
No, because they never defined what it was for.
No.
Yet again, I don't understand why nobody's bothered to follow this up.
I know.
It really staggers me, that. But if it was going to be this kind of incubator, so, it would be like, if there was some kind of technology to help climate change or whatever, and we were investing in that, I don't mind an organisation that does that. That's why you need a Quango. Something like that. But
it is a Quango.
Yeah, it is.
Whereas they made out that it wasn't a Quango. When Keir Starmer set it up, he made out that this was this new great British energy company that was going to generate energy and sell it on to a cheap price for loads of households. It's not an energy company. It doesn't actually generate any energy. It doesn't sell any energy. It doesn't buy any energy. What does it do?
Drains energy.
Drains energy.
Drains our energy. That's
the rest of us. Absolutely right.
Yeah, but I just don't understand why the media hasn't gone, what are you actually doing?
Yeah.
And this is what we need to really hammer down. And you can't just announce something, put British at the front of it and think that that's enough. You actually have to do something with the money that you've been given.
Yes. A quote there from Lady Lowe. While illegal immigrants have their heating on full blast this winter, we don't have to pay a sodding bean. We're having our services charges doubled. Yeah, well, exactly right. And there was one there about Jürgen as well. Here's one from, who's that from? Flamster. You closed your Vodafone account due to migrants. I closed my National Lottery account. Yeah, because that's been clear. It's been made clear that an awful lot of the money that goes in through the National Lottery Fund is then distributed out to an awful lot of migrant charities, and people are not happy about it.
We need to have a root out of the charity sector in this country. I mean, the Charity Commission is useless.
Yeah.
I mean, you actually have to do something charitable to
funny?
be a charity.
Every single regulator, whether it's water, whether it's electricity, whether it's charities, every single regulator is completely and utterly hopeless.
They just don't have the teeth to be able to affect or influence anything.
Well, they do more to protect the industry that they're supposed to be regulating than actually regulating.
It's a revolving door between industry and regulator. When that happens, they're basically useless. There should be a time limit, because once you leave the industry, you could only be on the regulator for after X amount of years, just to keep the distance apart. There should actually be these safeguards, but we just don't have them, because when these things were set up, we think, that's just enough. We don't need the safeguards, and nobody bothered to ask who guards the guards.
Yeah, I know.
But
if you wonder why the press don't investigate the stories in the way that they should, and if you wonder why the press is not doing its job properly, I've got a good example of why that is. And this is Fraser Nelson talking yesterday. He's so pompous and ridiculous and up his own backside, right? Let's have a look at this. This is him talking about the UK.
So if that kind of Overton window has been smashed, and you can now talk about, let's deny social housing to immigrants who have got UK citizenship, then perhaps there will be a constituency there. So what's happening here is we're seeing the right explore this territory. Perhaps it's now permissible to say stuff that the papers would tell you off for. Perhaps it is now time to see how far we can go in ethno-nationalism. There's a phrase, a meme called UK, Y-O-O-K-A-Y, which is a derogatory term effectively for non-white Brits. Now, is it okay to use this term? We're now seeing Tory MPs use this term.
I mean,
Yeah.
what's he talking about?
I don't think he knows at this point.
No.
I think he doesn't know when to stop talking.
No, I can't take him seriously. His accent is so ludicrous.
Yeah,
right?
where is he
so
from?
confected.
Yeah, it really-
you know,
yeah.
I mean, it's the worst of Edinburgh.
Oh, it's-
trying to be posh.
Yeah, I
And
love
we
how
never
it's-
trust a posh Scotsman. in my view.
Yeah.
It's like a posh Yorkshireman. You don't want them, right? It's not.
Yeah.
It's not realistic. It's not believable. It's not credible. You know, speak your mind and speak properly and clearly. This guy is so pajinkt, is the Scottish word for it, and so up his own backside, as I say. that
He's
he
the
just-
walking
he
definition
just-
of,
I mean,
let me tell you what you think.
Pooch said it really cleverly this morning. He just said, well, of course, he's cleverer than we are. And that's what he thinks. He
yes,
actually
yeah.
thinks he's cleverer than we are. And that's the problem with the Times. It's the problem with Pravda. It's the problem with the British media all over, which is obviously why Fake News, my book. I haven't got a copy in front of me, actually. I've got to bring one in because I gave it away. I gave it away to somebody. But I'm getting a load more in. But yeah, I mean, the trouble is that the press has failed to do what it's supposed to do. Keeping governments to account, holding governments to account. Instead, it's now become a kind of PR arm of the government.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, we talk about revolving doors, the one between journalism and and politics. I mean, that's ridiculous. But yeah, the problem with people like him, I love how the thing is called The State of It. I was like, well, they took that literally, didn't they?
Well,
is they want to tell you what you think, and if you don't have the same opinion of them, it's because you're uninformed.
Yeah.
They think that they know so much more, but they live such a removed life that they have no idea what they're talking
Well, he spends
about.
most of his life telling us that London's safe.
Yes.
Right? And by the way, did you get that message from Sadiq Khan last night that we had to look out the window at 3 a.m. because there was going to be torrential rain and flash flooding?
I'm going to say, I'm a northerner, I was very excited.
Yeah. It didn't happen, though.
Yes.
It didn't happen.
Yeah.
There wasn't any flash flooding.
Yeah.
There wasn't any heavy rain.
Well,
So you got that wrong
this
as
was
well.
the problem with these alarms: is you gave the nanny state a bell, so that they can be in your pocket now. They want to tell you what to do
Yes.
all the time, and I think Pooch was saying that most people have turned these things off. So actually, if there is something really important, half the country's not going to be paying attention.
If the
anymore.
Russians do actually decide to invade us or fire some missiles at us, we won't know because we won't have the alarms turned on.
It's ridiculous. But again, it's when it's the boy who cried wolf. That's all it is. And the thing is, they never learn. And I remember when they tried this thing, we all said, this is going to happen if you keep using it like this. And again, I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so.
I know, absolutely right. One final one to finish on. There's a panther on the loose in Northampton. These are my favourite summer stories. You know you're in the midst of August when there's a panther on the loose. It's usually in Wales, usually rural kind of Snowdonia. But this one's been spotted. And I mean, I'm no expert. I used to be an expert on photographs, but because of AI now, I'm not sure that I could say that I am. But it looks as though that looks like a pretty clearly cut panther, doesn't it? Should we? Oh, there you go. It's on the screen already. It looks like a panther. Witness swears it's not cobblers. They've actually written in the story that apparently the local football team, Northampton, are nicknamed the Cobblers after the town's historical shoe and bootmaking industry. She's saying that she saw a panther while taking out the bins. Claire Hodges, 51, snatched a quick picture, then dashed back in quicker than I have ever done in my life, she says. It was terrifying.
But they had the time to take a photo.
Yeah, that's how I take a quick picture. I mean, it does look like a panther, doesn't it?
It does, actually, to be
'Cause
fair.
normally-
Out of all those ones, like you say, again, I'm not an expert, but it doesn't, because it looks too big to be a cat, given the perspective of everything. But like you say, with the AI and half these things just turn out to be, a drunk person with a phone that's zoomed in.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, I suppose what we ought to say, which is maybe more of a calumny about Britain and the modern way that we all live now, is that she's a full-time carer for her 11-year-old autistic daughter.
Oh.
So there's not much money being
I love
made
how
in
that had to be in
household.
the story.
Well, I suppose people would say, well, what does she do for a living?
Yeah.
And, like many people, she's not working.
Yes. At times I'm very envious.
Well, I mean, after a while, you do get to a point where you think, is it actually worth working?
Yeah, 100%.
Is there actually any point in me working to
Yeah.
give 60% of what I make away to the government so that they can redistribute it to people who don't work?
Yeah, that's the thing. If they actually spent it on something of value and were actually pretty efficient with it, I don't. You wouldn't feel as kind of ripped off all the time. But
you wouldn't mind if they did something decent with it. But there we are. Peter Barnes, thank you very much indeed. Good to see you. Peter Barnes there with a rundown of what's in the front pages, what's in the papers today. An awful lot of it about Russia, an awful lot of it about Burnham, an awful lot of it about what he's not doing, because he doesn't seem to know what to do, does he? This is the Mike Graham Show, 7:38. Joe Rich coming up. Colin Sutton is here. Ellie Hodges is reporting in from Greece, I think. Baroness Claire Fox as well. Alp Mehmet, Johnny Gould, Dan Pfefferman. It's all happening on the Mike Graham Show. Let's get some news with Edward Hughes.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. The Knob of the North has just returned from his first foreign trip to Kiev. We are an English-speaking channel. It's Kiev, not Kyiv. He handed Ukraine the blueprints to build its own long-range missiles and pledged to push US President Trump for Patriot air defense systems. At home, 5 more people have been arrested over the deadly A66 crash near Middlesbrough that killed 7, including 2 police officers, bringing the total to 17. The government is preparing to tell people to stock up on food and essentials amid climate and security threats, while energy bills are set to hit a 3-year high this winter. Housing plans for tens of thousands of new affordable homes have been outlined, though Burnham has softened some earlier pledges. Yellow weather warnings are also in force for heavy rain and thunderstorms across parts of England and Wales. Laters, tigers.
Welcome back to the Mike Graham Show. What's happened to the poll, by the way? We had a poll on what do you remember best about her Dolly Parton. What's happened to that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Where is it? Where is the poll? Anyway, that's what we need. The poll that we had was, what do you remember best about Dolly Parton? And I think I can probably read it out to you because I wrote it. Where is it? A duet with Kenny Rogers, number 1. 9 to 5 movie, number 2. A long blonde hair, number 3. And Dollywood, number 4.
Yeah, all good choices.
All good choices. So can we have the poll, please?
Can't remember for anything else.
No, exactly right. So we'll take your views on that. Also, of course, we'll take your views on everything else that's going on out there. If you want a bumper sticker, by the way, you can get one of these.
Or some wallpaper.
Well, you can stick it on the wall. It's quite a big bumper sticker. You don't have to stick it on your car, but if you want to get one, go to the UK Live Online, ukliveonline.co.uk, where there's a little merch stand, and you can get yourself a T-shirt. I think the caps are pretty much gone, and but you can get bumper stickers and T-shirts. So go for it with alacrity, because they might not be there for very long.
I didn't think of that.
What?
Didn't think of, on screen.
What's that? Her boobs. Yeah, well, thank you very much for that. It says Seaside Babe. And she's a woman, so she can get away with saying that, but I couldn't. A parent of one of the dead boys with the A66 crash has blamed the police. What an idiot. Well, that's true. There's also another story inside the paper today, inside the Sun, where apparently an uncle of one of the kids who died is in prison for driving at 100 miles an hour down the wrong way on the motorway while the police were chasing it on the exact same road, on the A66. And so the uncle, whose name is Aaron Saddington, is now currently in prison for doing just what the nephew did, who's now dead. Shocking story. Joe Rich is here. Joe, very good morning to you.
I am.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Lots and lots of things to be said about Dolly Parton, obviously, this morning. Sad story that she's died, aged 80. But there's lots of other things going on as well. I'm happy if you want to make some reference to Dolly Parton, if you wish.
Well, obviously everyone loves Dolly.
Yeah.
My great memory of her is singing a really wonderful song on the Johnny Carson show. I don't know if you remember that.
I do remember that.
It was all about how she hadn't really made it until she'd been on the Johnny Carson show. And, Johnny Carson to some extent made her. And there was a great debate about whether she would ever go on again. And of course she did. And it was a very loving, very sweet thing.
No, she was very funny.
It was highlighted by a very dear friend of mine as being something that he remembered as well. So I took that away.
Yeah, no, it's good. I mean, I was watching various things that were being said last night about her, and one of my favourite quotes of hers was, it costs a lot of money to look this cheap. Which I thought was quite nice, quite a nice kind of self-deprecating. And she was self-deprecating, which I think is what we like about her. What we like about celebrities, what we don't like about celebrities is when they become a bit too pompous and a bit too carried away with themselves.
Yeah, and I think, I love music in all genres, but in country and western, I love the fact that it's so genuine and that all the artists can really play. And, Dolly could really play and she could really sing. Yeah. There's no auto-tune about
it. Oh, no, not at all. Absolutely right. Charlotte says they've had a load of votes on a different poll.
I know, it's up there. Quickly, Mike.
What is your favourite Dolly Parton song? That's not the poll we want, though. No. They shouldn't be doing this. Otherwise, there's going to be some kind of insurrection, I'm afraid. I'm afraid if we do the poll the way we want to do the poll, can we have the other poll, please? That's what we'd like. Anyway,
Put me on screen, Mike, quickly.
what's this? You could do a dado roll of Mike's bumper
Dado
stickers.
roll of Mike's
Dado, of course. Is that how you spell it, dado?
No,
I thought it was D-A-D-O, isn't
It
it?
is, yeah.
Dado rail was the story of last week. I didn't know what dado rail was. And apparently I'm the only person in Britain that doesn't know what it is. So I've now been educated. So now I do know what it is. But anyway, there we are. Andy Burnham. Yeah, I know. Listen, we put out a thing, a sort of greatest hits reel for Substackers last week, and we were watching it back, and this show is kind of mad, isn't it? There's a lot of strange things that happened on it. It's not like any other show where we talk about, we don't just talk about the news, we talk about all sorts of other things that are going on as well.
I love the fact it's so wide-ranging.
Yeah, I know. You never quite know I never know where we're going to go. I mean, Pooch said to me today, how are we starting the show? I said, I have no idea. No, I don't know. Andy, let's talk about Andy Burnham, though.
Yeah.
He's been over in Russia. He's been over in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Winding up the Russians, it would seem, which is perhaps not the greatest idea that he's ever had, is it?
Winding up Russia is never a good idea, in my view.
Yeah.
And I'm very worried about this new submarine that they've launched, which is
This is the Russian submarine.
yes,
Yeah. Tell us about
with
it.
the Poseidon torpedo. I don't know if you've been following this.
No, I haven't. No, tell us about it.
Well, the Poseidon torpedo is a weapon that Russia have been threatening for some time. It's a nuclear weapon, and it's capable of generating an enormous tidal wave, as far as they're concerned,
Right.
and a dirty tidal
Right.
wave.
Is this a little sonic weapon of some description?
No, it's a nuclear. I think it's two. It's been downgraded, I think, to 2 megatons. But the destruction that it's capable of reaping, I think, on the coast of America, whether it be the west or east coast,
Yeah.
I don't know, is a real worry. And there's this very interesting flight. I don't know if you've been following the story of the.
Is this the American that flew into Moscow?
Exactly right.
And it's not clear. There's a bit on the front of the Times actually about it where it says a US military transport aircraft landed at Vnukovo airport in Moscow yesterday, but it's not clear who was on board the flight and why they were there.
Well, I think it's the director of the CIA who was on board, and it's not clear why he went. The last time a director of the CIA went there, I think, was 3 or 4 years ago, and that was to warn the Russians of an impending attack. Let's
An impending attack on Russia.
Yes.
Right.
Let's hope there isn't an impending attack anywhere.
Yeah, right. Because this is the trouble, isn't it? Because as people watch, and I think it's fair to say that many people, certainly the people that watch this show, are not convinced that supporting Ukraine for the rest of time is the way forward. And I know that there are those in all manner of different positions in the political world who think that we don't have a choice. But I think there's a lot of people who have had enough of us giving money in massive ways to them, billions and billions of pounds that we currently don't have. You know, so it's like we've now given them blueprints for a long-range missile, which happened, I think, when Andy Burnham went out there on Monday, which again is being seen by the Russians as a provocation.
I'm a long-term supporter of Ukraine, but I am worried about the Storm Shadow blueprints.
Yeah.
I think if we were going to give them missiles, we should give them missiles.
Yeah.
I don't think they should be using our technology.
Well, one of the things that I mentioned on Monday was, you know, it's all very well giving them blueprints and technology, but, you know, Ukraine is quite a corrupt country in many ways, and it may well be.
Most countries are.
Well, yeah, but particularly involved in a conflict with Russia. You know, there's nothing to say that the blueprints might not find their way into the wrong hands. They might not find their way into Russia's hands or China's hands, in which case they would then have the blueprints of one of our major weapons, which they could then either copy and or work out how to sort of muzzle, if you like. You know, it just seems like a very bad idea.
Yes. I mean, I know people say that Ukraine is a particularly corrupt country, but there's no doubt at all that Russia is more corrupt.
It may well be true.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, yes. I do think Zelensky is a very courageous man. There was a very interesting article over the weekend, I think it was in the Times, about, it was praising Zelensky but saying has his time come and gone. I don't think it has. I think Ukraine is a very important bullock.
The question really is where does this all end up, right? And I don't know anyone who's in military circles or who is in diplomatic circles who doesn't assume that at some point or other it has to end. And it will have to end in one way, shape or form, probably with Ukraine giving something up, won't it?
I mean, obviously there's Crimea. Will that stay part of de facto Russia? Will it go back to being Ukraine? The Donbass, obviously there's a tremendous push for Donbass to become part of Russia.
Yeah.
The drone wars and little boys being the subject of human safaris in the marginal areas. I think we'd all like global peace.
Yeah.
But we have different mechanisms of getting there.
Yeah. But you're not going to get global peace by continuing to bankroll Ukraine in a war against Russia, which nobody seems to be winning.
No, and in an ideal world, it should come to a halt. And whether that happens by way of a treaty or in the way in which the Korean War came to an end, with people just stopping fighting.
Yeah.
We don't know, but I mean, I wanted to stop like you.
But do you think also that Britain's place in the world is not what perhaps Britain thinks it is, or what it was, in terms of this coalition of the willing that was set up by Keir Starmer? I was listening to an interview with a Ukrainian politician the other day, and they were not particularly enamoured with this whole idea of the coalition of the willing because it doesn't really do anything. It doesn't mean anything. It's kind of a virtue signalling exercise for Western European leaders to sit around and talk shop and talk about how much they stand with you. I stand with Ukraine. Wes Streeting was doing it the other day. They'll stand with Ukraine. Well, what does it mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I forget who it was, but they said that this coalition of the willing, that it's not a coalition, and they're not very willing.
And they're not very willing. Yeah. Apart from that, it's going really well. But that's just, it sort of sums up modern diplomacy, doesn't it? Modern politics. It's not what they do. It's what it looks like on the tin, and they make out that they're doing something, but actually they're not really doing anything.
Well, I mean, I think you put your finger on the pulse there. I think it's one of the most upsetting parts of politics, that politicians are very short term, and all they really seem to care about is the next week and what it looks like on the telly.
Right.
The Chinese have got a very, very much more long-term view of politics. I mean, there's the great story about Mao, isn't there, where he was asked what he thought of the French Revolution, and he said it was too early to say.
Yeah, very true. But that's the thing. I mean, Burnham's so-called premiership, and I hasten not to call it that because it doesn't really seem to be that. I said just now to Peter Barnes, it feels more like he's mayor of Britain than he is actually prime minister of the country. And everything that he said he was going to do in the first week or so of his tenure, he's now rowing back on. He's not going to nationalise Thames Water. It's too expensive and it can't be done. There's no legal mechanism by which to do it, which everybody said at the time. But he said, don't worry, I'm going to do it anyway, right? He's now not going to go through with his cut on VAT for hospitality. That's not going to happen because he can't afford it. He's also now not going to do what he promised, which was not to raise taxes in the autumn budget, because it looks as though that's going to happen. So, it's almost as though he's sort of deliberately making fun of the British public by making out that he's going to do things and then just goes, actually, you know what, I'm not going to do that now. And we're supposed to all go, oh, okay then, is that all right?
Well, we're sleepwalking into, £4 trillion worth of national debt.
Yeah.
And even higher taxes. And Downing Street seems to be doing absolutely nothing at all other than engaging in sound bites and jangling guitars in Ukraine, as you say.
Yeah. But unbelievably, some people seem to think that's quite a cool thing for him to have done. I don't understand anyone who thinks that that's a good idea.
Playing the guitar?
Yeah.
At least he didn't sing, I suppose.
Well, I suppose there are some small mercies.
But I'm a great fan of the Smiths, and I was struggling to establish which song it was he was actually playing.
Yeah.
But,
well, he did say which song it was. It's not one I particularly know. But again, it's all smoke and mirrors. He's not Mancunian. He's not from Manchester. Why does he keep banging on about the Smiths and, Oasis and all these other Mancunian Manchester bands? Because he's not from Manchester, which kind of sums him up, I think. He's from Liverpool. And
He's an Everton fan.
He's pretending to. That's another thing he went back on. He said he wouldn't go to see Everton unless he could sit in the stand like he always did with his mates.
Yeah.
Last Saturday, he was in the director's box.
Wearing a suit,
which he also said he wasn't going to wear. You know, the whole thing is a joke, isn't it? And then, of course, we find out that he got hoodwinked by some possibly Iranian or Iranian-inspired hoaxer who convinced him that he was speaking to the White House Chief of Staff.
Well, that's a really interesting story. I'm not convinced we're being told the whole truth there yet. As you know, Susie Wiles was hacked back in 2025.
Yeah.
And she was very upfront about that, and she said her entire list of contacts had been compromised. And David Lammy was one of them.
Yeah.
And now we have a situation where, you know, the best part of 15 months later, David Lammy seems to have passed the contact details of someone who was linked to that to the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
And the question is, how long has David Lammy, as our Deputy Prime Minister, as he was, and Justice Secretary, actually been talking to these people?
Yeah.
And the provision of this number of the supposed Susie Wiles, the Kremlin impersonator or the Iranian impersonator, was extended by David Lammy to Andy Burnham as a favour.
Yeah.
And some messages were exchanged. But this WhatsApp culture is so dangerous. It's so dangerous. Shouldn't be happening in government.
No, they shouldn't be communicating like that. I mean, this whole idea that they have disappearing messages, that, you know, Morgan McSweeney has his phone stolen and then everything gets wiped from it before anybody can find out what was on it. You know, it's all very mysterious. And as you say, in government, they should have rules that things are written down, minutes are taken of meetings, you know, communications are official, not unofficial, and you don't have disappearing messages. I mean, it doesn't sound difficult to do, does it?
Well, in my deep history, I've suffered from people who didn't keep minutes and wouldn't say who were on committees.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, when that happens, it's happening for a reason.
Yeah.
It's not happening for a negligent or reckless reason.
Yeah.
It's happening because they genuinely don't want people to be able to find out retrospectively exactly what was going on.
Deniability, right?
Yeah,
so they can pretend that they didn't know about it or that nobody told them. Because Peter Mandelson's name popped up, didn't it, at the weekend as having been partly embroiled in this kind of hoaxing scenario, that they were trying to talk to him, or that efforts were made to try and get information out of him. You know, and it's all very woolly and kind of murky, isn't it?
I can only say that I think Peter Mandelson is an exemplar, if I can put it in that way, of the sort of WhatsApp culture.
Yeah. And it now looks as though he's not likely to be prosecuted by the looks of things, or at least they can't get enough evidence from the US back into the Justice Department here to prosecute him for passing messages on to Jeffrey Epstein. But again, I was asking the question at the time, how is it possible if you're sitting, as he was in 2009, business secretary, inside of Downing Street?
De facto Prime Minister.
How is he able to send an email?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Yeah. How is he able to send an email to an outside source, right, without anybody knowing that that's what he's done?
Well, because he was using, quite improperly, a private email account. And he was
but it shouldn't be that simple, should it? I mean, this is the seat of government, for heaven's sake. I mean, I was talking to friends of mine that worked in Wall Street who were saying, you know, you couldn't send an external memo, you couldn't send an external email because there was a firewall, because they were so concerned about insider trading, so concerned about, you know, being accused of wrongdoing, that there was a method by which they safeguarded communications inside the company, and you couldn't send an external email without it being flagged up.
Well, friends of mine have got into terrible trouble within the civil service for using WhatsApp and using private emails.
Yeah.
And as you might imagine, the overwhelming majority of my friends are within the sort of centre-right.
Yeah.
But there is this sort of principle that those on the left can get away with anything they like, and it will never be investigated.
Well, surely that's a national security issue, isn't it?
Yes, of course it is. And I'm so troubled about this idea that somehow getting the original source code of Peter Mandelson's emails with Jeffrey Epstein is a sort of sine qua non, if we're still allowed to say that, a sort of prime requisite of a successful prosecution. It's extraordinary that, well, I suppose it's extraordinary that the Americans are not apparently cooperating with the Met Police.
Yeah. Well, maybe there's a reason for that, though, because they don't trust them. Which tells you a lot about the way that the Americans deal with the UK government, frankly.
If you were America, would you trust the Met Police?
No, I don't trust them now. And I'm not even in a foreign country. I mean, when you look at some of the Burnham manoeuvrings over Israel in the Times today, Pravda, as we like to call it, I mean, he's sticking his nose into an area which has got nothing to do with him. He's sort of the Gary Lineker of Downing Street. Now thinks that, the Israelis should be told what they can and cannot do with a housing estate outside of Jerusalem. What's it got to do with him?
I wish he would stick to the meat and potatoes. I think the more words that are said about the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians over Gaza, the more heat is generated and less light.
Yeah, and people said to me last week in Israel, why is he picking a fight with us? What's he doing that for?
There's no logic to it, is there? And as Britain becomes a less and less significant country, and we get more and more debt, and we burden ourselves with the inability to spend money on the sort of things that we should be spending money on, people are going to take less notice of us.
Yeah, I know. It's bad news. Joe, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed.
It's really good to see you too.
Joe Rich there talking to us about a great many things, serious things actually. Very good part of the show. Dan Pfefferman's coming up. We'll talk to him about the view from Israel, not only on Andy Burnham's expansionist plans, but also on what is going on between the Iran-US axis, what is going on between Russia and Ukraine, and much else besides. Also, of course, if you wish to take part in our poll, I still haven't seen the proper poll. I don't know if we've got it yet. I sense a sense of insurrection going on. There may have to be words said about.
Yeah, indeed.
I'm not having insurrection. No. We don't have that here at the Mike Graham Show. We're all singing from the same hymn sheet. And so, coming up, let's get some news with Edward Hughes. This video is sponsored by Tally Money. I'm delighted to be joined in the studio by CEO and founder Cameron Parry. Cameron, very good morning to you. Nice to see you. Tell us what Tally Money is.
Well, at Tally Money, you get a savings account powered by gold. So we give you a sort code and account number in your name, just like a normal bank account, but instead of sitting in pounds, you now have milligrams of gold that we brand as Tally.
Okay. And how does it actually work sort of day to day? Do you check the gold price every day? Do you need to do that? How does that?
We use the spot price, what's called the spot price in gold, and that updates every minute. It's a live price. We don't charge any premiums or FX margins on anything on that. You just go about your day as though it was any other mainstream foreign currency, except that you see all your transactions in real time and you're not getting charged international transaction fees and things like this.
Okay, so if I move some of my money into Tally, because I've just opened an account, what happens to it? And is it one of those things that I'll just be watching all day to go, ooh, look what's happening today?
You might do, but you've probably got better things to do with your time, to be honest, Mike. I don't actually think about the little movements in price, because I know over time that on average it goes up more than 12% per annum, and it has each year for the last 10 years. Bank savings products or current accounts just can't compete with that at all. But the main thing is my money's sitting there. It's my direct ownership of an asset. When I use my Thalia card, in London to buy a cup of coffee, the merchant still gets pounds.
Yeah, okay. To find out more about Tally Money and for a special offer for viewers of the Mike Graham Show, simply scan the QR code or click the link in the description right here.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. The Knob of the North has just returned from his first foreign trip to Kiev. We are an English-speaking channel. It's Kiev, not Kyiv. He handed Ukraine the blueprints to build its own long-range missiles and pledged to push US President Trump for Patriot air defense systems. At home, 5 more people have been arrested over the deadly A66 crash near Middlesbrough that killed 7, including 2 police officers, bringing the total to 17. The government is preparing to tell people to stock up on food and essentials amid climate and security threats, while energy bills are set to hit a 3-year high this winter. Housing plans for tens of thousands of new affordable homes have been outlined, though Burnham has softened some earlier pledges. Yellow weather warnings are also in force for heavy rain and thunderstorms across parts of England and Wales. Laters, tigers.
Welcome back to the Mike Graham Show, coming up to 30 minutes past 8. We are here all the way through, of course, until 10 o'clock, when it's time for Littlewood and Cox. Mostly in the form of Cox, I think, today, isn't it? Paul Cox. More Cox than Littlewood, yeah. There's a way of saying that, which is, has to be very carefully done. Lots of good stories to talk about this morning, though, as well. Should we do a bit of a meltdown?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. So, apparently, the Conservative Party is on the rise. The Conservative Party is back. The Conservative Party is the leader of the opposition. The Conservative Party has never gone away. The Conservative Party is going to be the next government. The Conservative Party, under Kemi Badenoch, is having a revolution. Is it? I beg to differ. Stories in the papers this morning suggest that Kemi Badenoch is going to have a reshuffle. I can't imagine anything more boring. I can't imagine anything less interesting. I couldn't care less whether they reshuffle the shadow cabinet. Do you really care what they do with Chris Philp? Do you need to know what Mel Stride is going to do next? Can you think of any other names of people who are actually in the shadow cabinet? Nick Timothy, maybe? He's quite good. But Kemi Badenoch seems to be riding on the crest of a wave, sort of completely and utterly made up of her own imagination. She went to see Georgia Maloney yesterday, and she gave a story to the Times newspaper, Pravda, as we like to call it, in which it said that Georgia Maloney said, don't do a deal with Nigel Farage, because if you do, it will be a mistake. Don't do a deal with Nigel Farage. Stay as your own woman. Nigel Farage appeared on Jeremy Carl's show yesterday morning on Talk and was asked about it. He said, how do you know? That's what Georgia Maloney said. And as ever with Nigel Farage, it turned out that he was right and everybody else was wrong, because Georgia Maloney clearly never said any of those words to Kemi Badenoch. Nigel Farage asked the question, why are there no quotes in the story directly from Georgia Maloney, the Prime Minister of Italy? Why would she have a go at Nigel Farage when she'd had a reasonably cordial conversation with him just a few weeks earlier? It all seemed a bit mysterious. And then, out of the blue, late on yesterday afternoon, Tuesday afternoon, suddenly the Times article was changed and all the quotes were taken out from Georgia Maloney. They weren't really Georgia Maloney quotes, but they were quotes according to Kemi Badenoch about what Georgia Maloney had said. It seemed to me to be a very odd thing to do. Why would you make up a story like that and feed it to the Times, Pravda? Why would you do it unless you were trying to do down Farage and the Reform Party? And that's what's going on, because as I pointed out in my book, Fake News, which I don't have a copy of at the moment, unfortunately, I should have brought one in, they have been sworn to stop reform. They have been sworn to stop Nigel Farage from becoming the next Prime Minister of this country. And that's what they're trying to do. But unfortunately for the Times, brackets Pravda, they made a bit of a rick of it because they believed the words of Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the Tory party, when they shouldn't have. They should have said, well, have you got a direct quote that you can give us that we can use? No. Why? Because you made it up. And I don't think anyone who does that should be in charge of any political party. I don't have a problem with Kemi Badenoch. I think she's quite an intelligent woman. I think she's quite a good leader. But when you start telling lies and you start feeding stories to the Times newspaper, which you know not to be true, I think you're on a pretty sticky wicket, frankly. And I think all of this talk of the Tory revival is quite simply cobblers. I know loads of people who've said to me, I'm never voting Tory again. I know loads of people who said to me the Tories have betrayed us. For 14 years, they did all the wrong things. They introduced net zero. They introduced mass immigration. They kept telling us that they were going to clamp down on it. But in fact, it just got worse and worse and worse. They put taxes up to their highest level since the Second World War. They were not, in any way, shape or form, a Conservative party. They introduced transgender nonsense. They introduced DEI. They introduced all manner of leftist kind of tropes. What they weren't was Conservative. And Kemi Badenoch claims to want to bring conservatism back. But you're not going to start doing that by telling lies to newspapers and pushing propaganda that isn't true. I think she's made a massive, massive mistake here. And I don't think you should forget it. And that's my meltdown for the day. This video is sponsored by Tally Money. I'm delighted to be... Oh, we've already had that one.
Yeah.
Don't worry. A couple of glitches going on today.
Yeah,
We're not quite sure. Could be the weather. You know how sometimes the weather affects what it is that we do. Because it was quite strange weather this morning. It was a little bit kind of muggy, I would say, when I came out of the house. It wasn't as cool as you would have expected it to be. We were meant to have these massive rainstorms overnight, which didn't actually happen. So I don't know what all that is about. But let's talk to Colin Sutton, because he is here. He is, of course, the man of the moment. He is the Police and Crime Commissioner up there in Norfolk. Colin, very good morning to you.
Morning, Mike.
Good to see you. I mean, I guess the big crime story of the week that we should talk about is this terrible story up in Cleveland, up in the northeast of England, and this ridiculous craze that seems to be going around of people driving cars at high speed down motorways the wrong way while being pursued by the police. It's a real problem, isn't it?
It is, and I don't think it's just being pursued by the police. I think there's so many TikTok videos of people doing it that I've seen. Why they don't take them down, I don't know. When they take down things like clay pigeon shooting, but there you go. But it's, there's all these calls. Oh, let's change the law. We do too much of that. I often say this. Most of the things that we don't want to happen are against the law already. Yeah. Actually, what we need to do is enforce the laws we've got and make sure that they're a real deterrent to people from committing those crimes. Right. And that's where the issue really lies with this. There's 4 of these 5 young men that were in this car that killed these police officers. They had 37 convictions between them. Yeah, and we hadn't seen the inside of a prison cell. Right. If we want to stop this, if we really want to get sensible about this and to stop it, then we need to see the sort of sentences given that mean something and that make people think twice before they do it. Right. At the moment, there's just no incentive for people not to commit crime because they know, even in the unlikely event that they get caught, they're not going to have a stiff sentence. It's not going to change their lives. Yeah,
a lot of people have talked about these kids and their kind of their existence, if you like, and all of those crimes that they've had committed between them, and mentioning things like how they're kind of outside of the law. That there's people that live in this country who appear to be acting in a very lawless way, who don't appear to be affected by the laws of the land. They don't seem to pay any attention to them.
No, that's very true, and it's true of certain groups and certain cultures, I suppose, that they seem to be more prone to do this sort of lawlessness than others. The other problem is with young people is it's very, very difficult to get somebody under 18 actually put behind bars these days. Yeah. There are all sorts of community sentences, and the kind of principle seems to be that we should try to keep them out of that as far as possible, and I think that results in some pretty sort of bizarre outcomes where you've got some of these young people are actually really, really prolific and can cause a real difference. One young person, I remember this back from my days of being a divisional crime manager up in Yorkshire. We had a 14-year-old. If he was actually free and on the streets, our burglary would go up by 60% each day. Right. And that was just him. I think we called them Blip Boys back in the day, didn't we? And they make a real difference. And it's difficult, it seems, for the criminal justice system as it is to get a handle on this and understand this and do something which actually makes things safer for everybody else.
Yeah, right. But that is the problem. I mean, as a police officer and as a police force in a particular area, how would you deal with something like that? I mean, would you have to make kind of special measures available in certain parts of... we saw, for example, on, I think it was Monday night, a kind of a vigil that was held for these kids. There was one vigil on one side of town for the police, which is obviously a very somber and kind of serious moment. But then on the other side of town, there were these kids on quad bikes, setting off flares, putting balloons up into the air, sort of celebrating the criminals.
Yeah, it's you can talk about parenting, you can talk about discipline in schools, you can talk about the breakdown of kind of orderly society with some people and some groups, I guess, that they would rather fate and celebrate people who have done something like this. And let's not forget that those police officers that died weren't actually pursuing them. They were just going about their lawful business in the right direction on the A66, it could have been you or I. It's the danger is there. I mean, it goes without saying that it's a very dangerous activity to drive the wrong way against the traffic on a dual carriageway, and yet you see people celebrating it. It's difficult to know what we do. That case I referred to back 30 years ago, what we did with that, we actually went to the magistrates. We showed them a graph. We showed them the difference that it made if this young man was actually in secure accommodation, so that he couldn't go out and burgle, and implored the magistrates to do so. To put him behind bars next time he came before them. When that did actually happen, I went down personally, as I was the divisional DCI. They were quite shocked to see me. I went down to the court personally to give the objections to bail and to remind the magistrates what effect this young man was having on us. Right. And they then remanded him into secure accommodation. And guess what happened then, Mike? Without telling us, the social services, who thought that wasn't the right place for him, had the case relisted that afternoon and got him out.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, this is the trouble, isn't it? You're fighting people on your own side who are trying to sort of, undermine all of the justice that you're trying to give.
Yeah, and that was 30 years ago, so perhaps there is nothing new under the sun. Right. And you can imagine I wasn't best pleased about that, and it ended up with a big meeting with social services and so forth. But yeah, we need, the system needs to be more joined up. We need to understand that actually age is no barrier to being a menace, and age is no barrier to being a killer, and age is no barrier to being somebody who can really upset a community. And it's not a question of age, it's a question of effects and a question of risk. And when we start thinking that way again, then perhaps we'll start doing something which makes a difference with these young people.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, I mean, would you bring back the kind of the more, shall we say, Borstal-like places where kids used to be sent for good or ill?
Yeah, I mean, I really do think so. I understand that if you've got somebody who's 14 or 15 years old, or 17 even, you don't want to write them off for life because of one thing they do. But in many cases, it's not just one thing. As we've heard with this, it's lots and lots of things. But there is always an element of punishment, and definitely always an element of protection in sentencing. And it's the protection thing here. These young people are very dangerous. They're killing people, and we need to take them seriously and do something to stop them being able to kill people.
Yeah. And I mean, the uncle, as I say, was in prison for joyriding himself, for going down the motorway the wrong way at 100 miles an hour. So they seem to have locked him up. Was that just an aberration then?
I think the uncle was slightly older, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And you don't know what sort of previous convictions he might have and what his history is. But that's the key. That's the issue. Is there is this feeling at the moment, the principle at the moment, that young people under 18 shouldn't be detained unless it's absolutely necessary. And it's really, really difficult now to get a person under 18 detained in any way. Yeah.
That is extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. Colin, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Colin Sutton there talking to us as the Police and Crime Commissioner from Norfolk. Got to be done, hasn't it? You've got to start locking these people up, because people have been asking the question, how is it possible for 37 different convictions to be committed by these scroats, who four of them out of the 5 who had run up all of these basically criminal convictions and were still walking around? Extraordinary. People driving cars at high speed, which are basically weapons at that point, committing murder. People said the other day they murdered these 2 police officers. They did murder them. It was pure and simple. It wasn't manslaughter. It was murder. And in fact, we've had these conversations before, haven't we? That when you talk about people committing a murder while they're in the act of committing another offence, i.e. driving down the motorway the wrong way at 150 miles an hour, these are dangerous people. They shouldn't be around. They're dead now, but there might be others who are going to do exactly the same thing. We keep seeing stories now about these high-speed crashes and police chases. It's absolutely ridiculous. It can't be good for society. So they're going to have to stop it. And TikTok should play their role as well, surely. They should not be able to keep putting out these videos so that people can be encouraged to make them, so that they can become famous. Because that's the other problem we've got in this world now, that people want to be famous. They don't care what they're famous for. If they're famous for putting a TikTok video up driving at 150 miles an hour down a motorway the wrong way, That's what they want to do. Well, it shouldn't be like that, should it? Absolutely not. Let's talk to Dan Pfefferman, who is American analyst, author, media entrepreneur, an IDF Reserves major. Let's find out from him what he makes of the Andy Burnham story this morning. Dan, very good morning to you.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, very well indeed. Thanks for joining us. Piece on the front page of the Times, or Pravda, as I like to call it, this morning, suggesting that Andy Burnham is poised to announce some kind of boycott on Israel, sanctions against them spreading settlements in the West Bank. What's being said about that in Israel? Because I know that the other day when he was sticking his nose into this, people were not happy.
I mean, it's the first I'm seeing of this story, but in general, I can tell you that people here in Israel think that many of your leadership, both in the UK and around Europe, have simply lost their moral compass or are simply pandering to the crowd. Yes, that's an issue that needs to be dealt with, but to think that a settlement here, a settlement there, we're literally talking about 20 people, 10 people, is the problem in the Middle East, or the problem with the Palestinian issue, is just delusional. And once again, rather than going to the heart of the issue, which has been historically Palestinian complete unwillingness to recognize the need to live alongside a Jewish state of Israel, is the core of the problem. Another settlement here, another settlement there won't solve the issue, or what isn't tanking the issue. There are 2 million Arab Muslim citizens of the state of Israel who live at full peace. So to make it seem like this is Israel's fault, or entirely Israel's fault, is just pandering to the crowd, or just a complete misreading of the situation.
Yeah. I mean, it says here that Burnham wants to be seen to be taking a more robust position on Israel than his predecessor, Keir Starmer, who was already pretty unpopular, I think, in Israel already. But it seems as though it's really, I mean, from my point of view, it's got nothing really to do with Andy Burnham, what Israel does in Jerusalem, is it?
No, and again, Jerusalem has stopped taking these kinds of leaders seriously, because they've offered nothing productive. They've waffled on Iran, the greatest threat to the Middle East and to the West of these past decades. They're not addressing any of these threats or challenges seriously. They're not engaging in a real conversation with the Israeli public. There's zero credibility and trust with the Israeli public and with the Israeli government. So why should Israel listen to such leaders? There are those in Europe who have stressed their moral compass and their support for Israel. That doesn't mean a country or a leader has to agree with everything Israel does. Certainly the Israeli voting public doesn't agree with everything that Israel does. But between that and just constantly chastising, which comes off, again, as hollow, it comes off as pandering to maybe a certain electorate, or just completely detached from the realities of the region. It's just not an interest to us here.
No, and they're talking about some kind of boycott, some trade boycott of some kind. I mean, difficult, I would have thought, to delineate between which parts of Israeli trade is connected to the settlements and which part isn't.
Right, and what's a settlement? I mean, this is the big one. Where people say the word settlement as if this is a catch-all. I think we need to understand here that the majority of what is termed settlements outside of Israel are suburbs of Jerusalem. These are absolute mainstream parts of Israeli society that, even under the most advanced negotiations we had with the Palestinians going back to 2000, 2001 in Camp David, 2008 and 9 with Ehud Olmert, these were settlements that were agreed upon, at least in theory, by the Palestinian Authority, that they would remain a part of Israel. There's something that people forget called areas A, B, and C, and 80% plus of the so-called settlements are mainstream suburbs that are adjacent to the internationally recognized Green Line and would remain in Israel in any kind of supposed peace settlement. These are not these sort of fringe settlers. You're talking about a handful of people. You're talking about a handful of settlements that can be argued about yes or no. But what's a settlement? Is it a suburb of Jerusalem, or is it a lone hilltop in Judea and Samaria with 20 people, which aren't really producing anything? And I have to say, at the end of the day, a lot of these settlements also employ Palestinians and gives them the best source of income that they can get. So, what are they really signaling here, and who are they really trying to harm?
Yeah, really, absolutely. Good question. Let's talk a bit about Iran. What's going on with the Iranian situation vis-a-vis Israel? I know that there are those who think that Netanyahu would like to sort of finish the job on his own, but that the Americans are not kind of letting him do it.
Well, I think what we have to have a little bit of humility here, right? And once the ceasefire took place back in June, it's supposed to be a 60-day ceasefire, which expired a week ago, and certainly the Iranians never really held up their end of the ceasefire. They were targeting traffic in the Hormuz. They were using their proxies both on Israel and on the United States and on U.S. allies in the Middle East the whole time. So now the United States yesterday, Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent announces what he called an economic D-Day. And this is a very, very carefully worked set and layers of sanctions to go after how money flows in and out of the Islamic Republic of Iran and basically funds and fuels this regime. This is their oxygen pipeline. And this is an economic escalation that is not yet and can live alongside or instead of a military escalation. And the idea is, how do you get the Iranian regime back to the table to accept any kind of meaningful limitations on its nuclear program, and of course that it abide by opening up the Hormuz, neither of which it has done or is willing to do. Israel, for the meantime, is very content with its role, that this is an American issue. Israel, of course, is dealing with Hezbollah in Lebanon and trying to work that out with the Lebanese government. Israel is still dealing with Hamas. And so there's enough on its plate. These negotiations, these sanctions, Israel, of course, has a role to help and to advise and support the United States. But right now, this is an American show.
At the end of the tunnel, coming from the White House, in terms of how it's going to end?
There's two ways or three ways which it ends, but we have to be realistic about this. The way it really ends is a good story for the region, I have to say, for the entire Middle East, but also for the West, is the ultimate downfall of this regime, which is a hollow, it's a corrupt regime that is despised and hated by at least 80%, if not more, of its own public. It massacred at least 40,000 of its own civilians back in January in the course of a week. Short of that, and it doesn't seem that the United States is willing to do what it takes militarily. It's highly unpopular right now to go in militarily and try to hasten that. That's what these sanctions are for. You're going to look for some kind of interim deal that keeps the tensions relatively low, maybe tries to reach some kind of agreement on the Hormuz while maintaining the pressure on the Islamic Republic. And so it's not a happy ending scenario at this point, but certainly tries to keep up the momentum of the U.S. efforts on Iran and doesn't let them off with a pass for what they're doing in the Hormuz.
Thank you very much indeed. Dan Pfefferman there talking to us from Israel about the ridiculous position that Andy Burnham appears to be getting himself into. Once again, just getting it wrong for no apparent reason. Putting himself in harm's way, if you like, in terms of the way that people view him. Just because he wants to be seen as the good guy, seen as doing the right thing. But he's not doing the right thing, is he? He just isn't. I've had an idea, Pooch, by the way. A couple of clips that I want to play. The first one, Care for Calais. Right, because we've been talking about the ridiculous national lottery thing, which I want to get stuck into. The national lottery, it was revealed this week, are apparently giving away loads and loads of money that they collect from you as you give them money hoping to win the national lottery. An awful lot of the money that goes to so-called good causes. Remember when it started? It's going to go to good causes, right? Well, you know what many... the good people, yeah. Do you know what many of those good causes are? They're migrant charities, the Refugee Council, places where they encourage illegal migrants to come to this country and where some of these migrant charities teach them what to say, teach them how to get in, teach them how to stay, teach them how to manage to wheedle their way through the system so that they not only get to stay in this country, but they get to bring their families, they get to get free housing, they get to get free phones, they get to get free everything, effectively. And we all get stooped in the meantime, right? So let's have a look at Care for Calais. This is what Care for Calais say that they do.
In the past week, GB News, the Daily Mail, Reform's Zia Youssef and Tory Chris Philp have all come after us. And this has included really dangerous and inaccurate claims about the work that we do. So we thought it would be good to share with you a little bit about what we actually do as a charity. We make sure that we get clothing and shelter to people who have survived war, persecution, and torture. We help them get legal representation. And crucially, we also take to task political parties who will bring forward policies that would harm refugees. And that is why they want us silenced. But we won't be. Comment solidarity and we'll send you a link on how you can join us.
How you can join us, isn't it great? And we saw a video just last week, didn't we, of the Care for Calais women dancing with all the migrants because they think that's what they should be doing, which is extraordinary, really. Absolutely nothing ridiculous. But how about this, though? This is Llandudno. Now, I don't know if you've ever been to North Wales, but Llandudno is a town on the North Wales coast, which is a sort of holiday town. Most people get taken there. If you grew up in the northwest of England, you will know it well because you get taken there for your holidays by your parents, and you would maybe take the odd school trip there to have a look at the coastline of North Wales. It's a pretty bleak part of the world, it has to be said, and I don't mean that in any negative way, but it's not the world's greatest resort, let's put it that way. It's not exactly Saint-Tropez. But have a look at it, what it looks like now, today, as a result of people like Care for Calais. Isn't that nice? I mean, Llandudno by the sea. I mean, you might as well be in Mumbai, mightn't you? I mean, that's what it looks like. It's absolutely extraordinary. Incredible. But anyway, listen, let's have a look at what the National Lottery is actually paying out money to in order for them to stay in with the right crowd, right? And they've got things like supporting the homeless, which is okay. They've got Life Cycle. They've got Sudanese Community and Information, Asylum and Refugee Community, Pembrokeshire Education and Commerce, Central Africa Refugee Link in the West Midlands.
Oh, of course.
That's nice. That's always good. Asylum Welcome, another organisation. They got 19,700 quid. Bradford Immigration Asylum Support, they got 20,000. Here's one called Bees and Refugees, 19,800. That's an interesting collection of people. The Hackney Migrant Centre got 20 grand.
Right.
The Migrant Connections Festival, £10,500. That's nice. What else? The Birmingham Bosnia-Herzegovina Commission. That's 19,935.95. Hertfordshire welcomes refugees. 250,000 for them. $250,000. Migrant Women Press, 16,450. The Welcoming Association, I wonder who they're welcoming. What do you think, Pooch?
Yeah.
There's a chance they might be welcoming some refugees. How about this? The Refugee Futures Limited, Refugee Resource Limited, both of them got 20,000. The Refugee Support Hub also got 20,000. British Refugee Council, oh, hang on. Whoa. Have you got a special alert for this?
Yeah, we're on.
2,353,572 for the British Refugee Council.
Right, that's it. It's banned on the show. Everyone.
So the National Lottery. Banned. Sorry. What the hell are they doing? Giving our money away. This is hard-earned money that people are putting in. And one of the reasons that the National Lottery supposedly stands for, people of Britain, is that it's supposed to help people of Britain. It's not supposed to help people of Sudan or people of refugee extraction. Comic relief children in need as well, says Capricorn Moon. Yeah, I know. This is a racket, isn't it? This forms part of my next book, Boycottery the Lottery, says Mugshot. Yeah, good idea. I've already changed my phone system from Vodafone because it turns out that we found out a week or so ago that Vodafone gives free data and free phones and free SIM cards to illegal migrants as they land on the shores of Britain. I rang them up the other day and I said, look, I want to cancel my subscription. I want to cancel my contract. They said, oh, you've been a member of our family since 2006. I think I got the first account. I said, yeah, well, now I want to end it. Why do you want to end it? I said, well, because I don't like the idea of giving free phones to illegal migrants. What do you think? And they said, oh, we didn't know that. I said, well, now you do. And the woman who was on the other end of the phone said, I said, do you think that's fair? She said, not really. Of course it's not fair. Why should I pay for a phone if somebody who comes here illegally gets a free one? Why should I give money to Vodafone if the contract that I have to pay is paid for by me, but I'm also now subsidising somebody else's free phone? I'm not having it. And now the lottery. £2.5 million to the British Refugee Council. What are they doing with that? Where does that go?
Someone research this for us in front, Mike.
Putin gives all taxes from cigarettes and alcohol to the church. I've no idea.
No, it'd be interesting to find out.
I don't know. I'm not sure how the tax system works in Russia. Maybe we can ask Elena.
Yes.
She might know. Is she back today?
Yes, she is.
Well, maybe give Elena a shout and see what she can tell us. But listen, this is ridiculous. You know, as we uncover more and more stuff, we will tell you about it more and more. And it's going to form another chapter of my new book, which is called Total Control. Because this, you might think, is not about control, but it is actually. Yeah. Because if you think about it, people like Fraser Nelson, who we saw earlier, he's the guy who's basically telling you that you can lie to the general public, just pretend that you're interested in what they have to say, but you don't have to do anything if you're a politician. Because we all know that, you know, looking after refugees is something we should all be doing. It's something we should all really, really strive to do. Who runs the British Refugee Council? That's the next question, right? Yeah, I'll check that out. Very interesting question. Once you start following these routes and finding out your own research, it's really interesting. I will not be buying any more lottery tickets. I didn't see who that was from. Yeah. My eyes are not good today.
No.
I don't know whether I'm going blind.
Oh, I tell you what, though.
What do you think?
We have a look at this.
Oh, ha! Look at this. First birthday bash. This is me, Mike Graham and friends, the real home of common sense. We're going back to Shepherd's Bush, ladies and gentlemen. So if you came last time, you'll know it was a great show. We had loads and loads of great people there. We will do the same again. Only this time, it's in February, and it's on a Saturday night, great. Which will be better, won't it? Because we had to cancel the last one, and then we had to reshoot it and do it on a Wednesday night, I think it was, which was very well attended. We were very grateful for all of you who came. But this is going to be a Saturday night, February the 6th. Mark it down in your diary. The tickets will be going on sale soon, I think, won't they? Meanwhile, we're also plotting a trip to Littlehampton.
Yes.
Which is going to be coming up. And I should say to Kezia Noble's birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday.
She's put a very nice picture of herself out on social media, which you may care to look at if you're that way inclined. Happy birthday to Kezia. We'll be going down there, hosted to some extent by her, in a little venue. We'll be doing a couple of shows there. I think maybe back end of September, possibly so, when things settle down a bit. Yep. So it's all going on.
And also, hold on, Mike.
What else we got? More announcements? This is great.
We got this.
More announcements. Oh yeah, super chats. Right. Super chats.
So look at this.
Let's have a look.
That's out.
This $49.99. Thank you from Victoria. I live in Llandudno. All you see are Muslims and migrants. Bleak is the word. Thanks for keeping me sane.
Wow.
Crikey. Should we have another look at that?
Yeah, 1 second.
Have another look at it. Can I get my copy of Fake News signed, please? I didn't see who that was from. Chef Strong. Well, do you know, I'm trying to work out how to do that because I've got a load more books coming in and I might do a signing of some kind. I can't say it's a good idea if you just send it in here and get it signed and sent back because we haven't really got the wherewithal to do that. I know that sounds crazy, but it's quite complicated. You know, we've got this merchandising thing going on, which is more of a headache than not, to be honest. And it's quite complicated.
Yeah.
I mean, you could get your hands on one of these, but it doesn't fit in an envelope. So you have to get special size envelopes to put it in. We've got a few T-shirts as well on sale, and we've got, I think there's no more, I don't think there's any caps left. No. Plank of the Week caps. There's one behind me, I think. Well, there was. Can you see it?
Yeah.
There it is.
That's it.
Yeah, there it is. Look. Oh, I'm pointing the wrong way.
And some breaking news, Mike.
Breaking news as well. Andy Burnham urged to raise taxes on pensioners. Yeah. Well, I mentioned that this morning. It's in Telegraph. Yeah, apparently this foundation, this think tank, I think it's this fiscal studies lot, are basically saying, yeah, never mind about the old people, just charge them a load of money because they can afford it. I mean, it's absolutely outrageous what these people are saying. They're basically saying just make sure that the old people can pay. Andy Burnham should raise taxes on wealthy pensioners to rescue the public finances, according to the Institute for Public Policy Research. No, thanks. What about all your supporters in the north? Yes, Well, we love our supporters in the north. Do you mean, why don't you come and see us?
Yeah.
Well, we will. We will do that. But as you can imagine, it's a bit more complicated to go to the north because we have to get involved in hotels and travel and all of that. Kezia is our local committee campaign manager now. Brilliant lady, says Jolly Choo-Choo. That's from Littlehampton, I would imagine. Is it time to get some news?
It's time for Ellie, if you like.
Ellie's here, but should we not do news first?
Bit of news, yeah.
Bit of news with Edward Hughes first, and then Ellie Hodges live from Greece.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. The Knob of the North has just returned from his first foreign trip to Kiev. We are an English-speaking channel. It's Kiev, not Kyiv. He handed Ukraine the blueprints to build its own long-range missiles and pledged to push US President Trump for Patriot air defense systems. At home, 5 more people have been arrested over the deadly A66 crash near Middlesbrough that killed 7, including 2 police officers, bringing the total to 17. The government is preparing to tell people to stock up on food and essentials amid climate and security threats, while energy bills are set to hit a 3-year high this winter. Housing plans for tens of thousands of new affordable homes have been outlined, though Burnham has softened some earlier pledges. Yellow weather warnings are also in force for heavy rain and thunderstorms across parts of England and Wales. Laters, tigers.
Yeah, here's another bit of breaking news. Ofgem has announced a 4% rise on July's price cap, which will see bill payers in a typical dual-fuel home pay £1,723, up from the previous cap of £1,663. That went up in July, right? So it's now gone up again. It's only August. 1,723 quid. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely mad.
We're doing a show from Llandudno. I've decided.
Are we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wales.
All right, we'll go to North Wales. Here you go. We've made an executive decision has been made by Pooch, who is, of course, the man that runs this company of ours. Virgin O2 also help migrants with phones. Yeah, I'm not going with them either. I'm going with a little known, or not little known, but slightly less, shall we say, globalist telephone company. I'm not going to tell you which one because I don't want somebody to hack into it, to be honest. I mean, that's the other problem with Vodafone is I've had my phone hacked. I've had my, Facebook hacked. All sorts of things have been going on. So maybe with the new security on the new phone, it might be better. Anyway, let's go and talk to Ellie Hodges, who was until last week presenting a show here at midday. Brilliant show from 12 to 1 every day. And she's now on holiday. Very well deserved holiday. Yeah, that's actually right. You're Andy Burnham. You're the Andy Burnham of UK Live, Ellie. You did a week's worth of shows, and you've got away for a week.
I know. Loads of people kept commenting that. It was just really unfortunate timing. But I couldn't keep away for too long. That's why I'm on today.
I saw a tweet of yours a couple of days ago where you said you find it really hard to switch off on holiday. Yeah. And I'm not sure coming in and doing a special report for us from Greece is a good way to switch off, but I'm very happy you're doing it. But it is difficult. I'm like you. I find the only way to do it is to literally just leave the phone in the bedroom and go out. When you go out, just don't take the phone with you. Don't take it swimming. Don't look at it.
Yeah, I think the best way to kind of like turn off is to go in the sea and swim, because you definitely can't have your phone in there unless you get one of those what are they called, like the waterproof phone cases.
Unless the Chinese, the Chinese like those.
Underwater as well. But yeah, I'm trying to relax. I'm finding it very hard though. I think it's because I was so busy to the lead up of going away that I just can't turn off at all. But I think I'll feel better today that I've come on here and had a chat with you guys.
But you're in Greece, and what are you up to? What's going on there? What's the talk of the town?
Well, so I'm just kind of chilling because, as I said, I've been very busy, but I'm trying to chill. But Rhodes is quite a very laid-back place. I've been going here since I was like a baby, once or twice a year, and it's just the most beautiful island ever. I would really recommend people to come to Rhodes because it's so nice. It's very relaxed. If you want something that's like really flashy, it's definitely not the place for you. But if you want somewhere that's very relaxed, I mean, you walk outside, there's just cats everywhere. I mean, there used to be, I don't know where they are, I don't know where they've gone, but there used to be, you'd walk along the road and there'd just be chickens walking across the road and goats. It's like the opposite of London in every single way, which is why it's quite hard to kind of get into relaxing mode, I would say. But I love it here. It's the best, and the people are lovely as well.
Yeah, it's nice. I was there a few years ago in Lindos. I got a little villa just down the road from there, which is a great part of the world. It's very funny. And
Very hot.
Yeah, really, it's really hot. But they used to have donkeys that carried people up the up into
Yeah,
the
they
into the
stopped that
town.
now.
Have they still got them? Because I think I was told that they decided it was a bit cruel, so they did away with it.
Yeah, they stopped doing it because they decided it was too cruel. So they don't do that anymore. So you have to walk up now, and it takes ages.
No, that's right. And I mean, as far as the sort of experience of travelling into Europe, as we hear all the time, don't we, from these kind of doomsayers that it's going to be a nightmare going to Europe now because you'll have to go in through the biometric gates and you have to wait 2 hours to get through. How was the arrivals scenario?
But in Rhodes, they just ignore all of the rules, so they don't have any of those things. So you just go through the normal way. I mean, there was a little bit of a queue, but it wasn't really that big of a deal. But yeah, Rhodes don't really follow the rules, I would say. So it was pretty quick, and and I actually had a conversation with someone the other day. That lives out here. They're Greek, and I'm trying to learn Greek, so I've had to speak to loads of Greek people whilst I'm out here. And they said, "Oh, you should come out here for a couple months." So, isn't it harder now though because we're not, part of the EU? And he goes, "Oh, they don't care here. You just go there, you sign your paper, and it's fine." So, okay.
Yeah, that's great, isn't it? Have you learned? What can you say in Greek then? Can you say something in Greek to us?
Melena Ellie. My name is Ellie.
Okay.
I can order a frappe. That's the most important thing that I need. Or I can order, if someone's with me that wants a beer, I can say Mia Bira Paracalo. Mia Bira. Mike, you should say it.
Mia Bira. Does that mean get me a beer?
There you go.
There you go. Well, that's handy. I'll use that next time I go to Camden Town. Now, one of the things you did just before you left was you did a great interview with me, and I say that from your point of view rather than from mine, which went out on the Daily Skeptic. I think it's doing quite well. The book, by the way, so I'm going to actually thank you for this because just before that, before that interview went out, I picked up the Sunday Times on Sunday, and Fake News is now number 4 in the Sunday Times bestseller list on paperback.
Wow.
So the continuing success goes on. So thank you for giving it an extra little boost.
No, of course. I love doing that interview. If anyone hasn't watched it, I definitely say to watch it. It's on the Daily Skeptic YouTube. But me and Mike, I think it was a good conversation because from a kind of younger person coming into the world of media and politics and speaking to you about Fleet Street and kind of how things have changed was really interesting because it did seem from your stories much more fun and adrenaline filled than now. Maybe that's just you, Mike, though. Maybe that's just your way of life as well.
Well, it may well be. You also did that rather amusing video of me, which I got the Mickey taken out of me endlessly when I was giving my advice to young people as to how they should conduct themselves in life. Did you get much reaction to that?
Yes, I loved that video. That video was brilliant. We played that on my show actually the other day before I left. And it was just very, very funny. I had a lot of my friends that aren't actually involved in politics in any way messaging me and being like, "This is great. I definitely agree. I definitely agree here. Where can I go and subscribe to this guy?" I was like, right, the Mike Graham YouTube channel, go and have a look. But yeah, no, I actually think there is some truth, although we're kind of taking the mick out of it. I think that what you said is very true, that lots of young people aren't willing to just have fun anymore and just relax. And I know I'm struggling to relax at the moment, but more like putting themselves out of their comfort zone, and instead they just kind of sit indoors and just say, "I'm so anxious about everything." And I think social media does play a part in that, because when you're scrolling on TikTok or whatever it is, it will just come up with things that's kind of self-diagnosing you as being anxious or whatever it is. And then you do get down if all you're seeing on your phone all the time is just really, stuff that puts you down. But I would say there is something now that Instagram does, which is something that I use way too much, where you can change what comes up on your algorithm on your For You page. So if you go into settings, it will say, okay, this is what's going to come up, but you can change it so it's stuff that you're learning something from, or something that makes you happy, instead of just really depressing stuff when the algorithms kind of take you.
Yeah, I don't really understand Instagram, because I had an interesting thing happen. Occasionally we do we do a short sort of Instagram post every day pretty much. And sometimes they do well, sometimes they do better than others. We've had a couple of 300,000s, a couple of 120,000s. A lot of them are just sort of 25, 30,000. But we had one that I did last week on Earl Spencer, Princess Diana's brother. Quite short. A conversation between me and I think it was Linda Duberly, actually, or maybe Claire Pearsall, can't remember. Anyway, but it's done 1 million on Instagram, which is amazing, really. And we're trying to work out how that happened.
No, Instagram is brilliant. If you ever need any help with your Instagram, Mike, I'm more than happy to help because it's really good. And I think that, Instagram is the platform I probably use the most, and it's where the most of my kind of similar age to me follow me. And it's really good. It's really good. And you can get posts that go really viral. For example, my Substack article about Westminster, I put it on my Instagram, but I didn't put the whole thing up. I just put kind of like sneak peeks into it. And that went quite big. And then people went on to look at my Substack. But also it's a good way to kind of post short snippets of, for example, I've just put up some photos from my holiday, that kind of stuff. And you put it on your story and it disappears after 24 hours and people love it. So I think that's it's great. It's my favourite, I would say, but go on the real.
Sounds like Ellie's the woman to talk to about our Instagram account, doesn't it? Yeah, definitely. When are you back for the next show?
Well, I'm back on I want to say 1st of September, but then I've got Reform Conference. So that week after that, I will be back, which I'm so excited. I loved presenting last week. I really enjoyed it. It was so much fun. And I'm so glad that so many people loved it. I wasn't expecting so much support. And thank you to everyone who's reached out or sent me an email or just put some nice comments, because I really appreciate it. And sometimes I forget to reply to all of them, but I just do want to say that I'm very grateful and also grateful to all of you guys for giving me the
listen, we're delighted. We're delighted to have you. It's brilliant. It's great to have you on board, and it's fantastic. Going forward, we're going to have a brand new channel. It's going to be amazing, and you'll be the midday host. It's fantastic stuff. Ellie, great to see you. See if you can put the phone down for a couple of days. Go and get suntan, and we'll see you when you're back.
I can put my sunglasses on.
Take it easy. Oh, there you go. Sunglasses on. Very, very rock star. Very good. Get yourself on a private yacht. There you go. I'm sure you can find somebody to put you on one. Great stuff. Ellie Hodges, thank you very much indeed. Reporting in from Rhodes.
Hi.
I said, "Do you have to tell me where you are?" She told me she was in Rhodes. So there you are. Yeah. If you see Ellie, just tell her what a great job she did presenting that show last week, and we're looking forward to when she's back as well. Coming up, Claire Fox is going to be here with us. We've got lots to talk to her about because there's a new Battle of Ideas coming up. Should we play the little clip from that? Yeah. Battle of Ideas, which I've been to many times and is a fantastic place to go and listen to free speech from free speakers and free thinkers. You might not agree with all of them, but it's a really, really great event. Have a look.
Our rights to speak freely and in free conscience, because otherwise we will lose whatever freedom is left to us.
We're here because we value the exchange of ideas.
What I'm most excited to see, there's so many panels filled with genuine disagreement. I think that's the key thing here. We have discussion, we have people who disagree with each other, something that's so rare in the sterile panels in London and other places mostly.
I don't know why people are so afraid of disagreement and debate. I find it quite fun, and in fact I've changed my mind about all sorts of things on account of having disagreements and debates, and through talking to people who see things different than me.
And I think what makes the Battle of Ideas so special is you can have these debates and bring people together who will have differing opinions, and actually let the audience interact, discuss, and again watch the debates and sparks fly.
So the duty to say what you really think, whatever that is, and to defend the rights of others to say what they think, even when you can't stand them, is more important than ever, which is why the Battle of Ideas is so important. So I'm really glad that we're here.
Battle of Ideas coming up in the next couple of months. It's probably usually October, I think, here in Westminster, so we'll let you know. I've just been shown somebody, Will Geddes actually sent me this. It's Andy Burnham and Angela Rayner talking about shops. Oh, really? I might have to send it to you, but it's on Instagram, funnily enough, which we've just had a lesson in from Ellie Hodges there. But it's, I'll try and put it in the old in the group. It's basically Britain's high streets are the heart of our communities, they're saying. And she's saying, where did you spend your pocket money as a kid? I mean, this is not politics, is it? What is it all about? He's talking about Everton. He's talking about panini stickers. I mean, really, absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But I've got a copy of the link here. I'm just going to do this in real time. Sorry.
How long before people moan about this on the screen, Mike?
What the super chat money? I haven't had any moans about that actually. They might not like it. Hard to say. Let's do some super chat, shall we? Yeah, let's have a couple. Let's have it. Jane says this: ESG is the reason the National Lottery gave the refugee charities money. What's ESG?
I think
It's an acronym for something. I've seen it before. I'm trying to think what ESG is. What a superb poster, says Charlotte. Well, thank you, Charlotte. She sent a super chat. You don't have to do that. Hang on. Yeah, let's have a look. See if you can rescue this. It's an Andy Burnham, Angela Rayner scenario. Virgin O2 also helped migrants with phones. Yeah, Hev Chip, I saw that one. Shocking, isn't it? Absolutely shocking. Martin says, morning, Mike. So nice to see Ellie, somebody who's actually enjoying life. Now, there's a novelty. The youth of today could do well to take a leaf out of her book. What a great show. Oh, here we go. Ben says, why is all the cash dropping? There you go.
Yeah, it's difficult when you say super chat afterwards. Yeah, it's odd, isn't it?
Well, it is odd, isn't it? Well, with every week that passes, right, we do another kind of innovation here at the fantastically brilliant Mike Graham Show / UK Live Online. Oh, my son Christopher's just sent me a picture. Oh, no, he hasn't. His mother has. He's looking very, very handsome.
Oh, we've been invaded by the Russians.
Oh, the Russians have come. Oh, it says it on the front here. It says, look, warning of impending Russian-UK attack. There, look, that's what it says. And Elena's just turned up. So I don't know if she's brought any goodies with her. But, coming up in the next hour, we've got loads of you to talk to. Rich the Obscure, Economic Social Governance. Oh, Economic Social Governance is what ESG stands for. Somebody else says it's Environmental Social Governance.
They all know.
So it's something to do with, generally speaking, an edict that's gone out. Maybe Claire Fox can help us with it. I think she's here, the Baroness, of course. Claire, very good morning to you. How are you?
Good morning, Mike.
We've just played a little advert for the Battle of Ideas, which I've said, hopefully not wrongly, is coming up in October. Is that right?
That's right, 17th and 18th of October.
Yeah, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It was a fantastic event. It's always a fantastic event. I was there last year, and then something happened afterwards, which was slightly surprising. But we seem to have recovered from that, and we're back with the Mike Graham Show and UK Live Online, which is going really well. And I've got a best-selling book out, by the way.
I know, God, I'm so impressed.
Well, I mean, I'm so shocked, actually. I picked up the Sunday Times on Sunday. It's in there as well. Sunday Times bestseller list, number 4.
As you said, your mum would have been very proud.
Yes, she absolutely would have been. Let's talk about a great many things. At the moment, we've got, obviously, you put out a tweet about Dolly Parton, so let's start with that, because she was quite a remarkable woman, wasn't she?
God, I mean, obviously the tributes are pouring in and it's very difficult to have anything remotely original to say. But the couple of things that I would like to emphasise was that she was born with absolutely nothing, no advantages, and she never let that be an excuse. And I had a bit of a run-in last night on another channel.
Oh, yeah.
In which somebody was explaining that the boys who were driven the wrong way down the motorway, you know, that we had to remember that people from socially deprived backgrounds.
Oh, yeah.
I pointed out that this was a condescending attitude and that Dolly Parton was from an equally, if not more, humble background, and it didn't turn you into a criminal just because of that. So I hate that excuse. So I thought that about her. She absolutely fought to get her position in the world. And secondly, I loved one of the songs that I loved that she did was Dumb Blonde, which she kind of made fun of people who didn't understand that you shouldn't be judged by your looks and your appearances in that way, and that she was always very shrewd and a fantastic talent. I mean, that songwriting ability was something else. And despite her obvious appeal to the opposite sex and her almost caricatured version of what it was to be a woman, she was very much a woman's woman. And that's why so many women are grieving today, because we all could see that she was kind of had our backs, as it were. So yeah, very. I mean, the main thing is just her talent was amazing, and then her philanthropy was such that you just knew that she meant it. It wasn't one of those kind of charitable for the sake of being seen to be.
No.
And her work on literacy was very important, in fact, made a big impact on people. Anybody these days who says that books are important goes down well in my book.
Absolutely right. Because that's the thing. I mean, a lot of people have said to me how nice it is to pick up a book. Because I mean, again, not to make it all about me, but the book is a short book, so you can read it quite quickly. It's not like you have to invest a load of time. I mean, I've been sort of jokingly saying it's the book for the ADHD generation. If you've only got a short couple of hours, you can read it. It's good. But apparently she provided something like 100 million books around the country in America to kids who perhaps wouldn't have ever been exposed to it, which is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a great story, which was that she, so the Times were doing some project. They had some project with schools and literacy, and they wanted kids to read, and they contacted her foundation, and she said, "Yes, I'll help."
Yeah,
it's like one of those, gave them this massive boost.
Yeah,
and it wasn't like something they expected her to get back on personally, and she therefore guaranteed that work happened in the UK. She was absolutely brilliant. By the way, I've got lots and lots of criticism of Donald Trump about lots and lots of things, but I have to say his reaction to Dolly Parton dying was sort of spot on. He recognizes her role as an American icon as more than just a celebrity. And it might sound OTT to say you'll have the flags at half-mast for a week, but I actually think that will have summed up the mood.
I think it was spot on. I actually put a tweet out last night. And of course, I got the usual, pile-on from lefties who were like, "Don't mention his name. She hated him. He was a horrible man. He's ruined the world." It's like, I just think it's nice that he's done something, which is to recognise a great woman, and I mean that's what maybe lowering the flag for half-mast is for people like that. A genuine sort of heroine of society.
Indeed. I know that. I mean, it will have touched people, and I think that the one of the things is that you can say that she was from a generation that. I mean, she knew what a woman was. That's one thing.
Yeah.
She's from a generation, though, that understood the importance of hard work, being authentic in yourself. I mean, none of the identity politics for her. She just had something about her that knew that you should try and pull yourself up by your bootstraps and, get to where you wanted to be. And I think you can't underestimate how hard she worked to get into that position. Of course, she had a natural talent. And it's just sort of in contrast to those people who have a sense of entitlement and imagine that, they can be an influencer and influential by sticking out a few things on Instagram. This was somebody who was genuinely influential, but knew you had to tread the boards. And there's some great films coming out, but one of them is that she was on holiday in Ireland, popped in for a drink.
Yes.
And they just did a song. I mean, there was no sort of flies on her. She wasn't in any way pretentious, and people like that.
Right. And also I'm told that she was one of the first kind of women who took very much control of her own career, and she wouldn't sell, for example, the rights to I Will Always Love You, which apparently Elvis Presley wanted to buy.
I saw that, yeah.
And she was like, "I'm not selling them." And so she was the sort of the first Taylor Swift-like figure, I guess, if you like, where she wanted to run her own business, and very successfully. I think she died with about 650 million quid or $650 million.
Yeah, well, she certainly was successful. She'd given a lot of money away, but she had acquired quite a lot over the time as well. Fantastic businesswoman, and I mean that's the whole thing. Very much her own woman, and one of everybody knows the song 9 to 5, and that's become an iconic association with her in the film and the subsequent shows that are on and so on. But one of the reasons why that matters is because she understood the plight of ordinary working people and being taken for granted, being, taken for being stupid when you were the ones putting all the work in, ridicule the bosses. The reason I'm saying that is that she was far more radical about what it's like being a worker than anything that will have come out of Angela Rayner and the Employment Rights Bill.
Yeah.
This was a kind of real understanding of the plight of ordinary people. And she, I think in that sense, she understood, she got under the skin of a lot of ordinary people in America. Anyway, that's all to say.
Yeah, no, I think so. And it's good that you mentioned Angela Rayner, because we've got a little clip here, which I think was ready to go, Pooch, if you've got it. This is Angela Rayner, because I want to ask, because I don't think I've spoken to you since Andy Burnham took over as our Prime Minister, or Mayor of Britain, as I like to call him. Have a look at this. This is Angela and our Andy having a little chat.
What clip number is that?
Sorry, it's just the last one in the live studio.
Ah, okay.
It's literally just there. Last.
Like a baby's yet.
What's a baby jet? If you could bring back one shot from your childhood, what would it be?
It would be the sports shop in Culcheth where I used to live.
Really?
Football
Oh, okay.
boots everywhere. The proper old school.
Mine was Woolworths, 49p for a single.
And
first ever Oasis track.
Tell me, you never took something out of the pick and mix, no?
Absolutely not Prime Minister.
I thought as much. What's your favourite shop or cafe on your local high street now?
I like the real boutique independent ones, so I love it when you find a little quirky shop, but I'm not going to lie, I love a good steak bake as well, so Greg's all the way.
We've got one down there, you can go before you leave.
I know they said that one's well trodden. Where did you spend your pocket money as a kid?
Yeah, just at local newsagents, on Shoot magazine, Panini stickers.
I used to have to go around our estate and collect the bottles, 1p bottles, and then send them back to the pop man at the shop.
Corona
and that's how I got my 10p mix.
Yeah.
The kids don't know they're born these days.
They don't. I did a paper round, and the Sunday paperback used to be so big. It was like an industrial injuries scheme I should launch for that.
Right, final one for you. Your go-to chippy order.
I would normally go for... I like a baby's yed.
What's a baby's head?
You never... steak pudding.
Oh, we call them a baby's head.
That's what I said.
Or a rag pudding.
That's what I said.
I mean, that's what we call politics now, apparently. What's happened? What the hell has happened to this country?
So, I mean, I hate all this folksy stuff, just like you're implying. The only thing is, and this is that I don't want to be over contrarian, but I also don't want to be overly cynical about this stuff. I can't stand it, but I know a lot of people who are cynical about it, funnily enough, are part of the Westminster Village. You know, it's a bit like, well, it's all the serious politics. So I want to kind of give a little bit of leeway and say it's harmless enough. What's harmful are some of the things he's doing politically. Yeah. But I think that the nervousness I've got with these kind of in these endless films of him having chats about the old days and this sort of like jolly is that he's trying to be everybody's friend.
Yeah.
Actually, what he's got to do at some point is to fall out with the odd person because he's got to come in with some very hard hitting policies that not everyone's going to like. And we're yet to see him do that. And also, I've got this sort of suspicion that that there's something condescending about it, you know, that he thinks that these kind of fireside chats are going to mean that all those red wallers who deserted Labour will come flooding back.
Yeah.
But we do have to acknowledge that in comparison with the kind of robotic, tone-deaf Keir Starmer, people do feel as though they've got to know him. And I've been surprised by a lot of young people who hadn't, to be frank, ever had a clue who Burnham was.
Yeah.
They now do know who he is. And they have some, you know, they've seen him. So all this social media
Yeah, no, I mean, some people tell me that young people in particular quite like all of this nonsense, like the playing of the guitar and all of that sort of stuff, which I find... The reason I find it distressing, if you like, maybe that's not the right word, is that I know that it's all being planned and it's being war gamed and there's somebody in the background saying this is what we do now. You know, somebody told him to wear a short-sleeved shirt, which I was told by Jeff Banks the other day was a half-zip turtle, apparently. Because the zip comes to here, he's got short... I mean, you know, he's not 25. He shouldn't be wearing stuff like that. But there'll be somebody in the background on the train saying, here, put this on. This will work. You know, here, sit down with Angela Rayner, talk about a baby's yed, you know, and talk about how you used to collect panini stickers when you were a boy. it's not as if it's natural. It's all choreographed. It's all scripted, and they're doing it deliberately. And I think it's quite cynical. And I take your point about the Westminster bubble, who are so far out of touch with the rest of the country. It's not true. But I just hate the idea that they're treating the people like idiots, and they're just going, "You'll fall for this." And then by the time we've told you that we're taking all your money in November, you'll have already decided that we're quite nice people.
Yeah, I mean, so do I. But all I'm saying is we've got to hold them to account for different things than that. I mean, I think it was amusing that when they set up Number 10 North, that the first 5 jobs that were advertised were for social media. Very well paid social media jobs. So but it shows he understands modern political discourse and how you relate to people. I don't like it. And I even hate all that stuff about, what do you get from the chippy? And I used to go to Woolworths. I mean, there's something cod proletarian about it as well. You know what I mean? It's like sort of, we prove that we're part of the ordinary people because we're from these kind of backgrounds. And although it's a much more sophisticated version of My Father Was a Toolmaker, it's exactly the same stuff.
Yeah, it is.
It's the same shtick, And in the end, he's got to be judged by how he runs his country. Yeah. And we haven't even seen it yet. I mean, it's been summer recess. A lot of the things that they've announced are not promising, to say the least.
No.
And he's yet to be held he's not, that cozy chat with one of your colleagues is not the same as being absolutely grilled under scrutiny by, the likes of Andrew Neil or yourself or any, you know what I mean?
Well, he's never coming on this show. They don't do it. And I mean, he's so far he's given interviews to Gary Lineker, some woman on a podcast I've never heard of, Andrew Marr for about half an hour. And everything he said he would do, he's already reneged on. He's now not going to privatise, not going to nationalise Thames Water because it's too difficult, too expensive. He now says he's not going to take VAT down on hospitality, which he promised as well. It looks as though they're going to go after pensioners on tax. Looks as though they're going to probably raise income tax of some kind in November. So all the things he said he wasn't going to do, he's going to do. And all the things he said he was going to do, he's not doing.
I've also noticed that his way of dealing with everything is to say, I'm going to set up an inquiry. So I've always been very involved in the campaign for IPP prisoners. They're those prisoners who were given indefinite sentences for relatively trivial offences many, many years ago. And we abolished the sentence and they're still inside. And when we've got early releases, they're one of the people who should be prioritised. And guess what? Andy Burnham comes along and says, I agree with that, right? I think that, I don't mean he agrees with me, but he says, IPP, that's a scandal. I should do something. And then he says, I'll set up an inquiry. But there's already been about 20 inquiries into IPP, and they've all said release IPP prisoners. Yeah. So we don't need another inquiry. But even yesterday, he was saying, yes, I do think that there's a problem with first past the post in the voting system. We should do something about it. But what does he say that he's going to do? He says, I think we should set up an inquiry. And so what you get is that he signals something. He says, this is very important. We need to do something. And then he basically outsources it to someone else, to a talking shop, effectively. So I think that one of the things that, that it's fairly obvious is that he's great at saying, I think we should do this. And then actually either slightly U-turning or deferring it to some other date. And so he gets the credit a little bit for looking like he's picked up an unpopular subject and then kind of walking away from it. So, as I say, we've got to see how he actually genuinely governs. Yeah. And, he's just announced, this is very serious, that he wants to have an effective boycott in relation to Israel, in relation to the illegal settlers. Fair enough, right, in Israel. But nonetheless, he wants to be seen very much, and he says he's going much further than the previous administration. He wants to be seen to be on the right side of history when it comes to being anti-Israel, i.e., on the side of all the progressives who want to demonize Israel. Yeah. And I think that when it gets onto serious politics, a lot of what he said is actually terrifying.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I couldn't agree with you more, in fact. And I mean, the Russian situation is also bad. You know, he's effectively poking the bear without any real clue as to what he would do if they retaliated in any way, shape or form, because he doesn't know.
No. Well, his international, I mean, we'll see how he gets on. But I mean, events, dear boy, events. I mean, there's lots of external events that he needs to be able to relate to.
Yeah.
And he needs to be able, and they could be, you know, there are things that happen out of the blue. The international situation is very serious, very unstable. And I have, you know, we know that in many ways, Donald Trump, whatever else you say, has made a mess of Iran. And things are now very nerve-wracking. And I've yet to see Andy Burnham as a serious international politician. Domestically, you couldn't have anticipated that there would be this huge, horrible thing happen in the northeast in Middlesbrough with the accident, but which has made people very angry and furious in lots of different ways for lots of different reasons, which we can talk about. But that's not the point I'm making. Andy Burnham will have to negotiate a huge range of difficult challenges as Prime Minister. And at the moment, there's no indication that he is running a government that knows how to do that. It's not just about him. It's about having a government. The Labour government is, in my opinion, not totally serious. The devolution plans are, in fact, a way for him to have gained more power from the Treasury by outsourcing, you know, by saying we're going to do Number 10 North in Manchester. Sounds like a big, you know, I'm not forgetting the North and so on. But what he's actually done is given himself more power.
Yeah.
By just having two offices and people loyal to him. It's like fiefdom. And it'll just
cost more money, won't it? That's the point.
It will, but I'm also just very anxious that there will be a huge amount of, I don't know, constitutional vandalism, a huge amount of a political shifting of focus that actually takes our eye off the fact that we live in a stagnant economy, that there's a new report out that says that we're paying 4 times what anyone else pays for electricity, for energy, because of net zero policies. And yet he is frightened to do anything radical and dramatic that would challenge that.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah, it's not good. I'm not looking forward to anything that he does, but I am looking forward to the reality check of the rest of the country actually working out that playing a guitar and chatting away about babies' yeds isn't really the way forward. But anyway, listen, I look forward to seeing you at the Battle of Ideas, if not before.
Absolutely, Mike.
Absolutely, good stuff. Great to see you. Dame Baroness, I should say, Claire Fox. Absolutely brilliant woman. And the Battle of Ideas coming up in October in Westminster. You get your tickets. We'll also be doing a show in February, which we announced a little bit earlier on in this show. We're going to be returning to the show Shepherd's Bush Empire, MG and friends, Mike Graham and friends. We're going to be talking coming up to Johnny Gould. Alp Mehmet is going to be here as well. Kane Blackwell. We're going to talk about the National Lottery, these figures that have come out over the last couple of days, in which it shows that £114 million of lottery money given to left-wing pro-migration organisations, 10 million quid to the UK Refugee Council, 5 million to the Scottish Refugee Council, and 6 million given to Refugee Action. All sorts of money is being passed over to these big organisations that basically help illegal migrants to invade the country and to get to stay here as well. Should we have a bit of news before we talk to Johnny Gould, if he's here? Yeah. Bit of news from Edward Hughes. Let's do it.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. The Knob of the North has just returned from his first foreign trip to Kiev. We are an English-speaking channel. It's Kiev, not Kyiv. He handed Ukraine the blueprints to build its own long-range missiles and pledged to push US President Trump for Patriot air defense systems. At home, 5 more people have been arrested over the deadly A-66 crash near Middlesbrough that killed 7, including 2 police officers, bringing the total to 17. The government is preparing to tell people to stock up on food and essentials amid climate and security threats, while energy bills are set to hit a 3-year high this winter. Housing plans for tens of thousands of new affordable homes have been outlined, though Burnham has softened some earlier pledges. Yellow weather warnings are also in force for heavy rain and thunderstorms across parts of England and Wales. Laters, tigers.
Thank you very much indeed, Edward Hughes there with the news. We've got lots more to do. Johnny Gould is here. We were supposed to talk to him yesterday, but it all got a bit complicated. So Johnny's back. Johnny, very good morning to you.
It's a pleasure to be on the show, Mike. How are you?
Yeah, very well indeed, although still not entirely enamoured with the Prime Minister, who I've decided to call the Mayor of Britain, because that's kind of what he's doing. Yeah. He's not really the Prime Minister of anything at the moment. But, I mean, you'll probably have something to say about his plan to boycott Israel's goods, I would imagine.
Apparently, absolutely. I've got that. And also I wanted to talk about housing as well, because he came out with a very expansive idea about council-owned homes. And then, again, as you've just said with Baroness Claire Fox, he's watered it down to social housing. Yeah. And the reason I want to talk about this, Mike, is that I am a very specific eyewitness to the success of the right to buy policies of the Thatcher era in the 1980s, because I, at that time, was involved in second mortgages, loaning money to people who suddenly found themselves empowered and brought out of permanent poverty from being a council tenant with a preemption clause with the right to buy their own homes at a slight discount. And the reason why I feel so very strongly about this is that the housing policies of both Labour and Reform are a sorry state as to where things have happened and moved on to today. So Thatcher's idea was a very simple one. If you've been a council tenant for 10 or 15 or 20 years, depending on the amount of time that you were a council tenant, you had a preemption clause discount to buy your property off the council at a discounted rate. And I went to council estates like the Beechdale in Walsall, the Mossley Estate, New Invention in Willenhall, and I saw these streets develop as people started buying their own homes. And things got better. Society got better. The lawns were cut. The double glazing went in. Even, God forbid, the cladding went on the walls as well. And I went into these homes because I had to spec out the valuations of these properties. But what it did to people, to couples, to young families, was it enabled them to get richer, to take holidays, to have one or even two cars in the driveway. Where it went wrong, of course, was that it wasn't kept going, that actually the welfare state has just ballooned in and sort of subsumed all the great work that Thatcher did. But you could see the houses that had been bought and the houses that remained in council hands. And, you know, some of the neighbourhood streets had slums in them and some of them had nice houses together. And I just say that this should be a generational policy. But because we've seen both policies looking at social housing, because the property prices are so massively more expensive than they were in the 90s.
Oh, we're just freezing up a little bit there. We might have to. We're just losing your signal there, Johnny. Let's try and see if we can get it back a little bit better, because at the moment,
sorry about that.
Yeah, okay. Try again. See if that works. Go on.
See if it works.
Yeah,
I just
you seem to be
really
back.
what I wanted to say was that the news housing issue here.
No, he's gone again. No, I think he's gone. I think we'll have to can it. And Johnny, we're not having much luck this week, are we? I think we'll have to can it because we can't quite hear what you're saying. It just seems to be still sticking. So apologies for that. But Alp Mehmet is here. We can talk to Alp about a great many things, including, of course, what we've just discovered about the money that's going out of the National Lottery towards the refugee business, because that's what it is. It is a business. Alp Mehmet, very good morning to you, sir.
Morning to you, Mike.
Good to see you. Thank you very much for joining us. I don't know whether you've seen these figures that have just come out over the last couple of days about the National Lottery. I was rather incensed about 10 days ago when I discovered that Vodafone, the phone company, the mobile phone company, apparently gives free SIM cards, free phones and free data to illegal migrants as soon as they land on our shores. So I've actually cancelled my my Vodafone account, which I've had since 2006, on the basis that I don't see why I should be subsidising illegal migrants getting free phone calls when I don't get free phone calls. But it now turns out there's an awful lot of money going south out of the National Lottery Fund to refugee-style organisations. And it's a lot of money, 114 million given to left-wing pro-migration organisations, £10 million given to the UK Refugee Council, £5 million to the Scottish Refugee Council, £6 million given to Refugee Action, and a whole host of smaller organisations getting sort of 20,000 here, 100,000 there. I mean, I think many people will be quite shocked to see that this is where the National Lottery money is going.
I agree. The people who buy lottery tickets, by and large, are the very people who are most concerned about illegal migration, the vast scale of legal migration. And yet they are indirectly paying for it all, paying for the people who run the lottery to signal their virtue. I really think it's something that the majority of people would feel utterly conned by. And it's time that the lottery started thinking again.
Yeah.
I wonder whether there aren't going to be a lot of people who stop buying lottery tickets now that they know that this is what's happening with the money that they're paying into it.
I mean, I think the problem for a lot of people will be that they've discovered this. It's probably been going on for years and years and years and years, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've always had questions about some of the migrant charities and what their actual role is, because it seems to me that an awful lot of them are involved in giving advice to these migrants when they come in, which is the kind of advice which, even if you were to be charitable to them, is likely to kind of, shall we say, encourage them to be economical with the truth in order to get to stay in the country. Like, for example, advising them to say they've become Christians, or advise them to say they're gay, or advise them to say that, you know, they face torture in their homeland and that's why they've come to Britain. You know, all of which are kind of claims which you can't verify, but which will help them on the way to getting indefinite leave to remain.
And that's the point, Mike, that we can't verify what they're saying. We can't confirm one way or the other. Now, 15 years ago, or 11 years ago, 2015, we had something in place called the fast track detention process, whereby people who arrived would be dealt with very quickly, arrived not just illegally, but including those who are arriving illegally, whereby you would deal with them quickly. You would very soon establish with, frankly, a few minutes conversation, whether you were genuine or not.
Yeah.
And having decided that they weren't genuine, you would send them back. In 2015, there was a judgment in our High Court that said this was unfair, that this was illegal because it was unfair. And it was, in fact, Cameron, the Cameron coalition that did away with it. Now, instead of doing something about that and passing legislation which said, no, this is not unfair and it's okay to go on with it, we abandoned the fast track system. It just so happens that the Swiss have recently cottoned on to the fact that these people are not, the vast majority are not genuine asylum seekers.
Right.
They deal with them quickly and remove them. And guess what? The numbers have gone down. Now, Switzerland being Switzerland, it still attracts a hell of a lot of people per head, but nevertheless, it has had the desired effect. That's the sort of thing that we should be doing. What Andy Burnham should now be considering before Parliament returns is how when, in fact, I'm not sure that we need Parliament to return, when he's going to resile, he's going to pull out of the ECHR. He can do that with 6 months' notice. No problem. Having done that, then what we do is we detain those who arrive, deal with them quickly, and remove them, either to their countries of origin or where they came from.
Yes, I mean, it doesn't seem difficult, does it? And yet, all of these make-peace noises that come out of the Home Office and come out. I mean, last week's ridiculous spectacle of those leaflets that were being handed out to people to tell them not to commit crime and not to rape women and not to approach children, and that women are allowed to go to work without having to get permission and all this kind of stuff. More or less admitting, by the way, that many of those being admitted into the country are not suitable to be here. We then get Shabana Mahmood urging us all that we should take our fair share of migrants in every part of the country. It's like might as well change Andy Burnham's growth in every postcode to a migrant in every postcode. That seems to be what they want.
I couldn't agree more with regard to what was in that leaflet. It was an egregious piece of government nonsense. What it acknowledged, as you point out, Mike, was that we don't know who's coming in. We don't know these people, because if we knew that they were rapists and criminals of one form or another, we would not let them in. The courts might then say, well, we can't send them back anywhere, so you've got to have them. But at least at that stage, we would say, no, you can't come in. And it's just an insult to people's intelligence. And as for saying that we've all got to take our fair share, just imagine someone breaking into your home who may or may not be a criminal, quite often turns out to be just that. You want them out. You don't want them to have a bed and share your food and be clothed by you. You say no, and they're given the right of appeal. I mean, that's just bizarre. It really is. What we should be doing, as I say, is detaining, dealing with quickly, and removing. That's the only thing. It's the only way that people are going to be dissuaded, that they're going to be deterred from coming here. And it will deter the gangs, and it will deter the migrants themselves. Anything else, and they will just keep coming in their thousands, and not just in boats. They'll be coming in all sorts of other ways as well, because they can, and once here, they get to stay. That's what attracts more and more.
Yes, exactly right. Because at the end of the day, you have to stop the desire, if you like, for these people to come here, and you won't do that by stopping them in the channel and sending them back. You'll stop them by, as you say, doing what Switzerland does, and making it more difficult for them to actually stay here forever.
Yeah. Well, someone asked me the other day, what do we have to learn from Switzerland? And I said, well, it's what the Swiss actually learned from us. And we should be copying our own actions, not the Swiss. The Swiss have simply really, they've cottoned on to the fact of what's sensible and how migrants should be dealt with. Illegal migrants should be dealt with. And we taught them that. Just as we taught the Australians how to control their borders, and then having taught them to do it, we're now saying, oh, let's copy the Australians. No, let's just go back to doing things the way we used to do them. The appeal system, when it was introduced, and I was an immigration officer at the time, it was supposed to be an informal little arrangement whereby anyone who arrived at the border and was being refused would have their cases reviewed within the system.
Yeah.
that they would sit around a coffee table, and this is how I remember with our training, how it was described. Would sit down for a chat, the immigration officer together with a senior immigration official, and we were genuinely doing it in a way that was fair. We were not making it up as we went along. We were trained, we knew what to look out for, and we worked in accordance with the law. All that became this vast system, judicial part of our overall judicial setup. And that the judiciary have no business to be involved in dealing with people who want to come to this country. That is for the individuals who are trained to do the job in accordance with our law, not to be watched over and judged as to whether or not they're doing that job properly, or indeed make the decisions instead of allowing them to get on with it.
Yes.
Our judges, we may as well do away with a border control and have people just coming in and applying to a judge as to whether or not they can stay or not. The people at the border, as my friend, old friend, and former colleague, Tony Smith says, the people at the border would be only too pleased to pick up these people coming across the channel, deal with them quickly and remove them. But they're not allowed to. They're not allowed to do that. And that's where the government comes in. It's time that the government really did its job and put in place arrangements that would allow the people who are there to do the job to get on with it.
Yes. That would be nice, wouldn't it? That really would be nice. If only after all these bleeding years. Alp, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Alp Mehmet there from Migration Watch talking to us about what is going wrong on the borders, what is going wrong with the funding as well. All of the money that's running through various refugee organisations like the Refugee Council, millions and millions of pounds coming from the National Lottery, who are collecting the money on your behalf, obviously, giving some of it away. But the good causes part of the National Lottery scenario is supposed to give money to charities, good causes that are supposed to help people here in Britain, as opposed to helping people come to Britain, which is what a lot of these migrant organisations are actually doing. It's extraordinary stuff. We'll be talking some more about that. Lottery money should pay for local boats to return them to shores of origin, says Wishpal. Well, yeah, absolutely. Jimmy says, just cancelled my lottery payment and so has my wife. I think they're going to have a problem because people are going to be waking up to this kind of nonsense and they're not happy about it. Because why would you be? Because we're basically being gaslit by the government. Not only are they lying to us and telling us that they're going to try and stop the boats when they clearly are not even interested in trying to do that. Then we get Shabana Mahmood telling us that we have to take migrants into all parts of the country, particularly wealthier parts, right? It's absolutely ridiculous. You don't have to tell people, good people, not to rape or murder other people, no matter where they are from, says Nigel. I know, exactly right. Exactly right. Coming up next, Kane Blackwell's here. He's going to talk about a story from, I think it's Swale Council, about a taxi firm that's been told to remove poppies from their cars, and lest we forget signs as well as we get into the autumn months and the heading towards Armistice Day and Remembrance Sunday, of course, as well. We'll find out what that's all about. Coming up next, though, let's get some news with Edward Hughes.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. The Knob of the North has just returned from his first foreign trip to Kiev. We are an English-speaking channel. It's Kiev, not Kyiv. He handed Ukraine the blueprints to build its own long-range missiles and pledged to push US President Trump for Patriot air defense systems. At home, 5 more people have been arrested over the deadly A-66 crash near Middlesbrough that killed 7, including 2 police officers, bringing the total to 17. The government is preparing to tell people to stock up on food and essentials amid climate and security threats, while energy bills are set to hit a 3-year high this winter. Housing plans for tens of thousands of new affordable homes have been outlined, though Burnham has softened some earlier pledges. Yellow weather warnings are also in force for heavy rain and thunderstorms across parts of England and Wales. Laters, tigers.
Edward Hughes, thank you very much indeed. This is the Mike Graham Show. It's coming up to 9:37. It's, believe it or not, it's the end of August. I don't know how we got here, right? It's Wednesday, the 26th of August. This time next week we'll be in September. But Kane Blackwell's here. Kane, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike.
Good to see you. Amazing stories this morning about the kind of... It's almost as though there's a kind of awakening going on where with every day that passes we discover something else that is going on that we didn't know was going on. Like, for example, we just talked about Mehmet there about millions and millions of pounds being sent by the National Lottery Fund to all of these migrant organisations, to the Refugee Council, millions and millions of pounds. I mean, you know, effectively bankrolling the invasion, for want of a better word.
No, exactly. And I think people are just realising that the establishment, you know, whether it's, you know, things like the National Lottery or it's, you know, whatever organisation it is, they just seem to have a left-wing perspective on everything. They're just full of people who are left-wing. Who are
it's the left-wing establishment, isn't it?
It is the left-wing establishment. And when normal, average Brits who, you know, get up, go to work, who, you know, want to get on with their lives and contribute in whatever way possible, whether it's through their taxes or through, you know, charities and other things like that, to find out that it's then being used on something that is so political. I think that's the problem. Is it's such a political thing to be spent on. You know, no one, you can't say, you know, helping, you know, children with cancer is a political thing. You know, it's a wonderful thing to be able to donate
and I think
to. And
when people think of good causes
Exactly.
and they think of National Lottery giving money, because that was one of the reasons they got the licence, was that they were going to give money to good causes. And when people think of good causes, they don't think of a bunch of men, mostly young men, marauding into a beach at Dover and getting handed a free phone and getting handed a free, you know, hotel key and all the rest of the stuff they're getting for free. But that's what we're doing.
And this is the thing, it's the infiltration. And it's the thing that the communists spoke about many years ago, which was the long march through the institutions. And it's happened. And we have to wake up to the fact that we have, I'm not even going to call them woke people anymore. They are communists
They are.
in our society and in our institutions. We have to remember this. These people are communists. They may dress themselves up in other ways and they don't say communist anymore because they learned that after the Cold War they can't say communist because no one will take them seriously.
No, exactly. But the point is that, as you say, they are the left-wing establishment. Bizarrely, I haven't got a book in front of me because I've given them all away, but I'm going to bring one in tomorrow. My book, Fake News, talks about this whole kind of, you know, this unholy alliance between the press now, the establishment press, particularly papers like the Times, Pravda, as I now call it, and the established kind of, you know, government and all the institutions. Everybody's come from the same pot, if you like. They've all been to Oxbridge. They've all been taught about climate change is the biggest threat to the world. They've all been told that, you know, migrants are good and immigration's great, and, you know, the economy needs to be supported by, you know, more money being paid in tax by people who've got more. You know, it's incredible how we've got here, really. And Liz Truss, who you work with, obviously is a great protagonist of all of these, of being critical of all of these institutions and somehow changing the way things are. But you've come across another story today, which is from your local area, Swale Council. Tell us about that.
So it's a shocking story, Mike, and, you know, Swale Borough Council should hang their heads in shame for what they've done. So iCars, which is a local taxi firm, in Sittingbourne and Sheppey in Swale, who have obviously a contract through the licensing department. They have had a complaint about their taxis because they had one complaint because it had poppy signs and Lest We Forget signs on them in the run up to Remembrance Sunday to promote the poppy appeal, something that I think millions and millions of people, I know millions and millions of people in this country support and want to help. We do it every single year and we've done it for hundreds of years now. So what has happened is that Swale Borough Council, after one complaint, has basically said to the taxi firm, you can't have it on there anymore. Actually, our system we don't allow it type thing, even though they have allowed it for many years. But now after this complaint, they say, oh no, we can't do it anymore. It is unbelievable.
It is. And this will no doubt be part of the causing distress to people argument, right? They'll say, well, somebody's been distressed. It's the same way that police turn up on people's doorsteps and say, well, you haven't committed any crime, but somebody's reported that you've distressed them by your post on social media or by putting a sign on a car that says, lest we forget. I mean, it's unbelievable, isn't it?
It's totally unbelievable. The problem is now Swale Borough Council is going to say, oh, well, at the next licensing committee, we will do that. Whenever that is, I don't know. But also the fact is why does it have to take a committee to do this sort of thing? But it's because Swale Borough Council, the Labour Swale Borough Council, changed the system from a cabinet system to a committee system, which basically means that if you want a decision made, you have to go through the committee. Oh, everyone round the table has to say their bit, has to make the decision. Oh, we're not quite sure, blah, blah, blah.
And they have to presumably schedule that sometime in the future, so it takes forever.
Exactly. When actually, this is the run-up to the Poppy Appeal. It's very, very important that we promote what's going on and ensure that people, remember and know about what's going on, but also just support our veterans, quite frankly, and those who have given the ultimate sacrifice for this country. And it just sort of strikes to me that, Swale Borough Council currently would rather take the complaint of one person over the dedication of millions of people who helped the Poppy Appeal, the veterans who have lost their lives and those who are still with us. And I just find it absolutely appalling that this Labour Swale Borough Council has allowed this to happen. And, I'm a member of Reform UK. We down in Sydney and Sheppey and Swale have been very, very furious about this action. And we are fighting it all the way with our councillors, but also just as a party generally with our party members really taking
and the thing
an
that
active
really
role in
irritates
this.
about these kinds of stories is that no doubt part of the opposition to putting the poppies up in the cars and in the taxis will be, oh, what are you getting so excited about? What's it got? What difference does it make? If some people don't like it, then it shouldn't happen. And it's almost like they're willfully kind of forgetting our history, willfully forgetting what people believe Britain stands for. One of the few times the country kind of gets together is on Remembrance Sunday. On the morning of the cenotaph and all of the great institutions around all of that. And it's like they just would rather it wasn't there, almost, right?
I know, I find it shocking that the events that are meant to unify this country that even 10, 20 years ago, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
No.
But now we have a fact that Remembrance Sunday and supporting veterans and the poppy is now a symbol that is contentious. That is, something that people could be, get emotional distress from. This is the situation we are in this country, and we have to actually take a stand and say, no, we're not doing this anymore. We're not putting up with this rubbish, quite frankly, because I find it so... I think everyone finds it so frustrating, and so many of your viewers will feel exactly the same as, how does this happen? How is this so crazy? But it's because, going back to the original story, we have people in our institutions, whether it is at the lowest level, in council level, or at the highest levels of government, who are quite frankly communists who hate this country, who hate everything that we stand for, and want to destroy it. And we have to remember that.
Yeah, it's absolutely shocking. Absolutely shocking. Let's talk a bit about the Tory party, because they've got themselves into a bit of a bind, haven't they? Yesterday, interestingly enough, the Times, once again, Pravda, who I've said, again in my book, have got an absolute and utter kind of, MAGA campaign going against reform. They keep publishing stories about Nigel Farage, about Posh George, about Richard Tice, anything they can get their hands on in order to try and create sort of division within reform and to try and wreck their chances of becoming, the next government. So they published a story yesterday morning in which Kemi Badenoch's gone to Rome, put on a toga, by the looks of it, I don't know why she was wearing that, put on a toga and met with Giorgia Meloni, came back, gave a briefing to the Times in which she said, basically, that Giorgia Meloni had advised her to stay away from reform, not to do any kind of deal with them about a coalition government, and to sort of more or less plough your own furrow, keep your own council, stay as you are, don't do any of that. Sorry to sum up the story so that you won't have much to say about it, but then Jeremy Kyle interviews Nigel Farage in the morning and says, what have you done to upset Kemi Badenoch? Nigel quite rightly says, well, hang on a minute, where are the quotes from Giorgia Meloni? Because there aren't any. The Times says that that's what you were told. But there's no actual quote from Giorgia Meloni. And I, funnily enough, spent the day looking to see whether Giorgia Meloni had made any comment at all. on social media or anywhere else, and she hadn't. She hadn't even mentioned that she'd had a meeting with Kemi Badenoch. It now turns out that it never happened.
I find it extraordinary that the leader of a once great party, that governed this country for hundreds of years, is now, quite frankly, making up stories about a world leader, saying that the world leader thinks that she shouldn't go into coalition with Reform. I find it astonishing. It's crazy, but we live in a crazy world. And quite frankly, CCHQ and Kemi's team obviously crossed the Rubicon yesterday when they decided that they were going to put this out, and they must have known that this didn't happen. Someone must have gone, well, actually, I don't remember anyone saying this. I don't remember, well, the point is who has that come from? This has to have come from the leader's office.
Yes.
Because only the leader would know. I can't imagine she said this. If she said this in a public arena, everyone would have known.
Sure.
You would have known. They would have been recorded. It would have something would have happened. This is obviously a private conversation. So who's it come from? These are the questions that, frankly, the Times should be asking. But they're not going to do that.
They don't.
Because the Times newspaper is part of this establishment setup that hates Nigel Farage, that hates Reform UK, because Reform and Nigel pose a threat to the establishment. This is what people have to remember, is that if you pose a threat to the establishment, they will try to take you down. That is it.
And there's no question that that's exactly what they're trying to do. Because, you can see the playbook running from the beginning of the year. First they started on Richard Tice and his business affairs, and then tried to sort of pin a load of dodgy tax receipts on him, which he more or less explained away, and it's sort of gone nowhere. Meanwhile, they then went after Nigel Farage and the 5 million gift that they found out about, which may or may not have been obtained by nefarious means, right? He says it was. He's looking into the NCA, the National Crime Agency, to see whether they've got a leak. There's a possible lawsuit going on. Then they go after Posh George, George Cottrell, because of some of his rather interesting connections. As Nigel said to me in the interview I did with him in Clacton, he's a very colourful character. But, nothing that was published this year was not known about before.
No, exactly.
Right? And then they went after them after they won big in the May elections, in the council elections. And it almost sort of turbocharged their campaign. But this is extraordinary to me, because presumably at some point yesterday afternoon, something happened inside a Conservative central office, and they went, we better tell the Times to pull the story, because that's what then happened. Guido Fawkes reported it very well, saying that, suddenly the quote about what Georgia Maloney supposedly said has been pulled out of the story. And so there is no story now.
Exactly.
So the story is what? Kemi Badenoch went to Rome.
And met Georgia Maloney and a nice photo with her. Lovely stuff, but that's not news.
No.
And quite frankly, the idea that you would even share a personal conversation, even if she had said it, to say that you would share that information without that being a formal press conference from the Italian Prime Minister is outrageous in itself.
It is.
It is outrageous in itself, and it's no way to conduct.
Right. Well, again, this is what Nigel said, wasn't it? He said yesterday morning, he said, look, I had a conversation with Georgia Maloney a few weeks ago, but I didn't tell you about it, he said to Jeremy. I didn't tell anybody else about it because of private conversation.
Exactly.
And I happen to be one of those people who has conversations with world leaders, and I don't tell everybody what they said.
Exactly.
Because if you did do that and you did operate like that, presumably they wouldn't see you. Because there are certain things, certain protocols, you would think, which are supposedly kept within
100%
these walls.
100%. And, I have had the privilege of working with, politicians of this country, meeting world leaders and whatnot as well. And I wouldn't sit here and tell you what I've heard in those conversations and whatnot, because it's not my place.
Right.
And also, if you want to have a relationship with these people, how are you ever going to be able to be trusted if you then go and tell the press? But I just think it's so important that the press tried to paint Kemi Badenoch as this, new stateswoman who, she's the sensible choice.
They keep telling us the Tories are back. The Tories are not back.
They're not back. They're not back. And, she's the sensible choice and all of this sort of stuff. Well, this isn't very sensible.
No.
This is very juvenile politics, if you ask me. And she should know better, and her team should know better than to put this out. I just find it ridiculous. The idea that, the leader of the opposition is going around telling people what world leaders are saying.
Yes.
I think it's very, very damaging.
Well, one, it's about damaging because of the very fact of doing it on its own, but to then actually invent something that was said. I mean, somebody must have. I mean, I don't imagine that Georgia Maloney's people were particularly happy about it coming out, but somebody must have made a phone call to say, by the way, you better lose that.
I think
right?
so.
Because our relationship with Nigel Farage is perhaps a bit more important than the one we've got with you. But we've got, I don't know if you can see that clip, Elena, can you? Of Kemi Badenoch. Can we play it? This is what she said before all of this happened, right? You might find this amusing.
I know how certain things might sound if they're not said properly.
Yes.
So I never have gaffes or, apologizing for something that I said, oh, that's not what I meant. I never have to clarify because I think very carefully about what I say, make sure that we don't sound shrill.
I think very carefully about what I say, and I never make gaffes.
No gaffes?
No gaffes?
No gaffes? Well...
No gaffes, Badenoch.
Well, there's a first for everything, apparently.
Well,
so...
no, you have made one, and it's a pretty big one, to be honest.
It's huge.
Peter Barnes was in here earlier, who normally speaking is pretty supportive of the Tories, even though we're not quite sure whether he's still a Tory or not. But, he was like, they've literally just blown themselves up, for no reason. Because what would they have gained anyway?
I know.
From that one thing,
I know, and I think this is the problem, is that they're so obsessed. They're so obsessed with taking down Reform and Nigel Farage that they are going to do anything.
Yeah.
They are literally happy to, one, share a conversation with the world leader. Well, one, it didn't happen, but they were happy to share it anyway.
Yes.
And two, to then, for the Times, to feed the story to the Times. And for the Times, they're not to actually follow
it
up
doesn't
on
say
it.
much for Stephen Swinford, the Times political editor, who just basically runs whatever he's told to run by the Tories. Unless it came from on high, which is equally possible, that it came from somebody inside of the Times organisation who'd had a quiet word with somebody in the Tory party and said to Swinford, why don't you write this? And maybe he did. Maybe that's how it worked.
Who knows?
That's the other way.
Who knows? But this is the problem. We're never going to find out. We'll never know because no one's actually going to do a proper investigation.
But it's another nail in the coffin, it seems to me, of the Times and of the establishment sort of media and why people like me are doing so well, because people just don't believe a word they say anymore.
No.
I mean, why would you?
After things like this,
right.
Why would you?
I know.
Why would you believe
Extraordinary. Kane, great to see you. I think we've got a Pooch's Pooch, if you can find it. Have we, Elena? Let's do it.
Minutes after a dominating win at the tennis championship in Toronto, this player had a precious exchange with a fluffy friend.
There we are. I don't know how that dog is just lying there, but the funny thing is when we play these pooches now, people go, is that AI? And I don't think it is. I think it's actually real. The trouble is you can't really tell now. That's the problem, isn't it? Coming up at 10 o'clock, it is, of course, Littlewood and Cox, but it's Mr. Cox more than it is Mr. Littlewood today. Are we doing a handover?
Yeah.
Oh, we are? Are we ready to join him? We'll find out from Paul Cox what he's up to. I know he's been asking some questions again this morning. He's getting quite good at this. He asks questions about what would you like to see happen next, or what would you like to bring back that we don't have anymore. We never really got to talk about Birmingham. We might do a bit more of that tomorrow. Birmingham is set to be the first 20-mile-an-hour city. That would be an ambition for London, by the way, because generally speaking, the high speed that you can travel around London is 9 miles an hour, apparently. But I think it's now time to talk to Paul Cox. Let's see if we can. Mr. Cox, very good morning to you. Oh, can't hear you. Can we hear him?
No. Hang on, they're doing some stuff.
Yeah, there we go.
Hello, Mike. How are you doing?
I'm all right, very well. Bit sleepy today. I don't know why. I don't think I had such a good sleep last night.
What was it last night? Was it usual gym for 4 hours, then clubbing till 3 a.m.?
Something like that, yeah. But normally I sleep like a baby, but for some reason I woke up tired this morning. It's one of those things. I think it's a change of season. It's the dark, I think.
It's there, isn't it? It's there. I don't like. What do you make of autumn, Mike? I mean, let's abandon all other questions. I'm not keen on autumn.
No,
autumn
I like autumn.
Oh, right. It signals the end of summer to me, and I like summer.
Yeah. No, I'm quite keen on autumn. I find autumn to be a very comforting month because you start setting fires, which is what I quite like to do. I mean, all summer we get told don't set any fires, and you're not supposed to. But as soon as autumn comes, just fire away.
Do it. Fill your boots.
Get the old wood burning stove out. Watch out, Michael Gove isn't knocking around to try and shut you down. And just warm yourself up to the heights of luxury.
We, by the way, do have an absolutely amazing show coming up, Mike. Thank you for your tremendous show. But we do just a couple of things of note. We've got AY Audits on. We've got Bruce Unfiltered, or Bruce Hamill, as he's now known as my presenter buddy, and June Slater are becoming. And that's not either. We've got so much more than that, but it's going to be a jam-packed, exciting show.
Sounds fantastic. Paul, good to see you. Paul Cox kicking us off. Littlewood and Cox, of course, every single day now from 10 o'clock here at UK Live Online. Brilliant. Kane Blackwell, thank you very much indeed for popping in. And we will see all of you tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. sharp. Don't worry, as well, if you've got nothing else to do later on, you can watch Thought Police. That's out there as well. Episode number 8, myself and Lewis Schaefer. You get your hands on that. You can also go, of course, to our website if you want to buy some merch, because we've got some T-shirts going. You can go and buy the Fake News book as well from Amazon, which is currently running at number 4 in the Sunday Times bestseller charts, which is not bad. And so we'll be back, as I said, tomorrow morning. Oh, and the other thing is February the 6th. Put that date in your diary, because we're doing another live show, this time Shepherd's Bush Empire. It's a Saturday night. There you go, Mike Graham and friends. First birthday bash. It's our birthday, February the 6th. Should be absolutely brilliant. We will see you tomorrow at 7 o'clock sharp. Don't do anything stupid.
The revolution will be televised.
There's Paul Cox here, hosting the Littlewood and Cox solo, as I have been all week. We've got an update from Mark Littlewood very shortly. But let me tell you about what's coming up on the show today. Please do stay tuned. Thank you very much for everybody coming from Mike Graham. And thanks everybody from UK Live Online. Stay where you are. I promise you we have a jam-packed show. Coming up in the show today, we have Jess Parkin, who is the councillor, Reform councillor for Birmingham. I'm going to talk to him about that. That is a very interesting council to try and lead. We've got AY Audits, which many of you might know. And this is a guy who goes around the asylum sneaker hotels asking questions of security, asking questions of the asylum sneakers themselves. He'll be in the studio with me. That's going to be a fascinating interview. Mark Littlewood will be here talking about Danny Kruger. Then Bruce Unfiltered, Bruce Hamill from 11 o'clock will be my presenter buddy. Plenty to talk to Bruce about. And during that hour, we will have June Slater. June Slater for slating it. Look, what's not to love about all of that? Thank you very much for joining me. The Chike's back in the comments. Morning, all morning, the Chike. How you doing? But none of this could happen without, of course, Charlotte, Pooch, and my team sat in the room with me. We have got Luke the Duke and Princess Scarlett. Luke the Duke has been up all night drinking. All night. Relentless. It's been ridiculous. The bins in our area are empty and there are cans everywhere, but he's working hard over there. He's pressing buttons, God bless him. And Princess Scarlett is keeping him in order. Morning, team.
Good morning.
There they are. I'm not making them up. I'm not mentally ill, despite what you might believe. Look, first of all, let's just discuss some of the breaking news, shall we? I know it's been covered a lot on Mike's show and covered a lot elsewhere, but the dearly departed Dolly Parton left us yesterday at 80 years old. And it's weird, isn't it? Thank you very much. The Duke stumbled in over there, tripped over his special brew to give me the papers. And of course, at 80, it's a great innings, but many of us thought she'd go on forever because she looked so magnificent. Never had any work done, of course. God bless her. But we've got on the front of the Daily Mail, Burnham warned of impending Russia attack. Of course he has. He has to, doesn't he? Love Bruce there in the comments. Boycott fears over Burnham's Israel plan. Imagine this, right? Just for a moment, because we keep being told that World War III is just around the corner. Do you know what's worse than World War III? Having Andy Burnham as your Prime Minister for World War III. Absolutely ridiculous. Jenny Parker there saying, Bruce Almighty. Bruce will be with us later on at 11, of course. And the Sun. We will always love you, Dolly. Please feel free to continue your Dolly comments in the comments. I'm not going to go on about it too much today. We know the news and we know it's very sad, but it's a celebration. When someone lives 80 years, I always think it's a celebration. Talking of celebrations, of course, this is the Littlewood and Cox show. We've been celebrating now for a couple of weeks. And you may have noticed that Littlewood isn't here. He, of course, if you're unaware, has travelled to countries far away to have some surgery to deal with a rather delicate situation, but he has left us a video update. Let's play that now, shall we?
Well, hello Coxie, hello Common Sensors. Mark Littlewood checking in from beautiful, beautiful Calidore. Everything is going well here. I have to say, I love Spanish doctors. I asked what should I do to, for a bit of rehab, a bit of rehabilitation after my kind of accident and injury, and they couldn't have been clearer. They just said, Mark, do whatever you usually do to relax. Well, one thing I usually do to relax is to consume vast amounts of nicotine. This is the tobacco here in Calidore. Cigarettes, €7 a pack. €7 a pack. What's that, about £6? Less than half the price that they are in London. Absolutely fantastic. So plenty of nicotine will be consumed. And then I thought, well, what else do I do to relax? Well, as you know, I treat, beer as my principal anaesthetic. So found a good restaurant here. This is the Indian Fusion restaurant here in Calidore. Calidore's greatest Indian restaurant. Absolutely fantastic. And beer here is, guess what? Have a guess. Even better value than the cigarettes. Beer here is, for a pint, I kid you not, €4.50. Get a bit of that, Common Sensors, €4.50. So the rehab is going pretty well, and I'm now just going to sit down and enjoy a delicious curry here at Indian Fusion. And you know what, Common Sensors? I reckon I'll be fighting fit by middle of next week. So Coxie, keep the revolution televised. I'll see you soon once my nicotine, beer, curry rehabilitation has finally concluded. Take care, friends. See you soon.
Well, I still think I've got the best end of the deal. Mark does get to travel the world, having surgery for hurting himself during special alone times. But I get to sit here and talk to you guys. And what greater pleasure is that? And every day this week, I've been asking a question. I've put it on my X account, at Paul Cox Comedy. Do come and follow me there. Also, I've been asking it here. And my question of the day is, what does Britain spend taxpayers' money on that you would stop tomorrow? Or now. Do it now if you want. We don't have to do it tomorrow. Immediately is the answer. And Nanny Lulu is straight in the comments. Good morning, Nanny Lulu. How about translating every leaflet into 40 languages nobody asked for? Great point, Nanny Lulu. Thank you very much for getting involved. The Hayoka said, Britain doesn't spend taxpayers' money. It spends money created by the Bank of England. Tax money is destroyed to take money out of the system to control inflation. There is also no such thing as government debt. Well, thank you very much, Hayoka. I hope you're well this morning and you managed to get the right level of sertraline. Thank you, mate. Mary F, just about everything at present. We can afford nothing. That's a good point, Mary. We can afford very little, which is why I asked the question, actually. FTT Ukraine, MP's second home, fuel bills, migrant hotels, and free NHS for migrants. The royal family, Westminster state visits. Well, do you know what? I am a royalist. I'm a monarchist. I love the royal family. I love what they do for the country. We've got to stick by them, haven't we? Through good and through bad. And I'm not sure we're in good anymore. Obviously, the late Queen Elizabeth II was absolutely fantastic. Not too sure about this latest king. Hello, Paul. You're a wonderful presenter. Thank you very much, Cindy. I needed that this morning because I don't get any feedback from the production staff, mainly because Scarlett has to look after the Duke while he's throwing up. Johnny Stella said, morning, Coxie. No need for Putin to attack the UK. You can just sit back and watch us doing it from within. Johnny, very true. Dark humour there, but very, very true indeed. Do let me know in the comments what you think of the current state of affairs in the UK. It's absolutely depressing. But back to the big question. What does Britain spend taxpayers' money on that you would stop tomorrow? In the comments, we have got net zero. Net zero. Who wouldn't stop that? I definitely would. TikTok videos for MP, says Justy. And Cuthbert Calculus says overseas aid. I think that's a really good point, actually. I've always wanted, if you had no money, just imagine that. Could you imagine such a thing? If you had no money, you could barely afford to pay your lecky bills, you could barely afford to pay for anything. And then you just started giving it away anyway. For, transgender studies in Mumbai. I mean, why? Look, I understand that foreign aid has its benefits. It gives you leverage in some negotiations. It's helpful to some other countries. But we're a developing country now. We pretend to be a first world country, but there's nothing first world about Great Britain. I would say across Europe, Great Britain is definitely one of the developing countries. And I don't mean that tongue in cheek or in any humour. You travel across all of the major European countries like Germany and France and Spain and the UK, we are developing. We are regressing, if anything. Go to Lithuania. Now that's a first world country. People travel from the UK to Lithuania now to have medical care because their medical care is well beyond anything we have ever had in this country. Sharon Lewis said the list is just endless, the things that we would stop. But please do keep putting your comments in there. I will read them all out. We don't want this all to be doom and gloom. Please come up with anything you believe is humorous. We're going to our first guest shortly. It's Jex Parkin. Jex, are you there?
Morning, Paul. How are you? I didn't hear that question. Sorry, can you just repeat that? I think my signal.
No, all I asked, Jex, was how are you? That was it. That's all I've done so far, my good friend. And how are you?
Yes, very well, thank you. Do forgive me, the Wi-Fi in the council house isn't particularly great, as you might imagine. We've got enough problems to deal with, and now the internet's cutting out, so sorry to need
wonder what that's going on. Look, Jex, you're the leader of the majority party in Birmingham Council. You do look like the whitest person I've seen on the Birmingham Council for some time. How are you finding it? Because you're not actually able to lead, are you? They never managed to agree on the situation in Birmingham. Tell us a little bit about that. Tell us a little bit about you and how you got to where you are.
Yeah, sure. So we are the largest party. We're not quite the majority party. So to achieve a majority in Birmingham, you need 51 seats. And that would be the majority out of 101. We achieved 23 seats just after the elections and became the largest party, which for Reform we thought was quite remarkable. We're really proud of how we tackled those May elections. In a city like Birmingham, to still become the largest party as Reform was something that nobody anticipated us being able to do. But of course, it still left us well away off achieving a majority. So we proposed ourselves to lead the council, of course, as the largest group. We felt that was our duty. The Conservative group, who many voters would put their faith in as a right-wing party, didn't back us, and they instead voted alongside the Lib Dems, alongside the Greens, even the Gaza Independents, in a different pre-arranged deal, which resulted in the Liberal Democrat leading the council alongside the Greens and Independents, which we thought wasn't right to the people that voted for them.
Well, that's a really good point, Jack. So that doesn't feel like democracy to me. That feels like a cabal within the Birmingham Council doing their own thing, irrespective of what the voters actually wanted in Birmingham. Obviously, a lot of people voted for you. How do you think this has left the voters and the people of Birmingham feeling?
Well, I think people see what reality is, don't they? And the problem with some of the mainstream parties, you think about the Tories, think about Labour, even the Lib Dems, is they treat the general public like mugs. And I'm sorry to use that kind of term, but frankly, I feel like it's something which we've all seen over the course of our lifetime. And the problem is, if you're a mainstream party and you try and keep fooling the general public, eventually you're going to run out of steam and you're going to run out of time, and people are going to run out of patience. And that's part of the reason why Reform is seeing such a surge in the polls over the last 18 months, becoming the largest party in Britain.
Yeah, surely it's just going to embolden Reform voters and maybe others. I mean, I joked at the top, but Birmingham is very much a divided city in terms of culture and its political leadership. You know, anecdotally and on the internet, I hear lots of things and I see videos, you know, of people speaking in languages that I don't understand, but the majority of people in Birmingham, I'm sure, must understand. What does that tell us? What does that mean for our politics? How do we move on, and particularly from a reform perspective, to try and make Britain, to try and consolidate Britain around British culture? What does that do? Because how do you sort of, in your position, manage what feels like managing in a foreign country?
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the challenges that we've seen in Birmingham. People talk about Birmingham City Council as being a really fragmented council. And it is. We're the largest party. We got elected with 23 seats. The second largest party was the Greens at the time with 19 seats. And following that is a lot of parties, none of whom on particularly massive numbers of seats. And it's really spread. You know, there are something like 7 or 8 parties now on Birmingham City Council. There's several independent groups which rotate and move around. And it's a fragmented council. But what I say is similar to what you're suggesting there, Paul. It represents a fragmented society. And that's one of the challenges that we've now got, not just in Birmingham, but we're going to see this across the United Kingdom too. And as far as I'm concerned, we should all be uniting, yes, under the British flag, under British values and British principles. And that's how we bring people together. Because people call Reform a divisive party. But actually what we seek to do is to unite under one common purpose. And of course, that is the British flag.
Yes, quite. So there was a story in Birmingham just recently. Birmingham City Council had admitted staff witnessed attempts to breach the secret ballot at 50 polling stations in May's election. Now, this in May was something that was covered quite a lot. But it feels like they're admitting this actually happened now, and there were people within the council or people checking within the council that actually witnessed this. Is this true?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is part of the problem in that Reform, and certainly our leader Nigel Farage, have been pushing this issue for many, many years, not being taken seriously. We saw it in the Gorton and Denton by-election earlier this year. We told everybody this is what was happening. We made it very clear that this was a challenge at the ballot box and something which people should be very, very concerned about. And we got laughed at by the mainstream media. Nobody took it seriously. And now here we are all these months later with evidence of this happening in the largest council in the country's elections back in May. And I think finally people are starting to see that actually perhaps Reform are just ahead of the curve on this particular issue. So it's quite right. We saw suggestions in the media, alleging family voting and pressured and several other tactics which are quite unappetizing and not really suitable for a democratic nation like ours. And we decided to investigate. So as Reform UK, we submitted a Freedom of Information request following seeing those stories. And the response that we got back was quite alarming indeed. There are cases of people ripping up ballot papers and throwing it at polling station staff because they were getting told that they couldn't vote alongside their family, people telling their sons and daughters how to vote, trying to walk into the ballot box with them and trying to sign the papers with them and tick the correct box. It was absolutely disgraceful. And one of the things that we found from this research is that it's not just a problem which is happening now. This isn't the start of something. This isn't the genesis of family voting here in Birmingham or in the United Kingdom. Some of the language and behaviour from some residents and voters suggested this is something that they've been doing for quite some time. And actually, lots of people in Birmingham now clearly, as shown by this evidence, have gotten comfortable with the fact that they can vote with their family, for their wives, sons and children. And I think that's completely disgraceful. This is becoming, make no mistake, in some areas of Birmingham, the new norm when voting. And that's completely unacceptable in a democratic country.
And isn't that just testament to the fact that we are seeing such great cultural changes within the UK? And Birmingham is a test bed for this, isn't it? Because Birmingham and Bradford and Luton and cities like this have the greatest contingent of, Muslim communities or Asian communities that are used to this. This is their cultural way of life, which is great. And, everyone's entitled to their cultural way of life. However, this is the UK. This is not our culture. And we simply can't allow this to happen because it's just going to be an issue forever otherwise, isn't it? It's not compatible, is it?
Yeah, it's quite right. And to be clear, I'm not interested in somebody's ethnicity or religion. What I'm interested in, as I'm sure you are, is whether the person holding the ballot paper is the person deciding how that vote is cast. And we're really clear about this now. We want Birmingham City Council to publish the full post-election review, to publish clarity about the outcome of cases that have been passed to the police. Because don't forget, the West Midlands Police are now saying that they're reviewing some of the suggestions and, in fact, some of the documentation surrounding this. And we want to know what firm safeguards are going to be put in place before Birmingham next goes to the polls, because that's what's really important. You're quite right. This can't happen in our country.
And you saw this with your own eyes, did you, Jex?
I didn't see this with my own eyes, no, but this is why we submitted this Freedom of Information request, and there are clear reports. This is now substantiated. Been reports, concerns flagged by presiding officers, polling station staff, and it's clear as day now. This is a genuine problem, can't be ignored by the establishment any longer, and this has to be dealt with.
Do you think, just lastly on this point, do you think that even if it's proven this has happened, and a very good chance that it has, that anything will actually be done? Or do you think this is too sensitive a subject because it's too aligned with a culture that people are worried to question?
It's a fair challenge. I certainly hope something is done. I think one of the problems that we have with this government actually is that they aren't dealing with big macro issues like this that Reform Nigel Farage have been flagging for many, many years. But ultimately something has to be done. And of course, under a Reform government, this is something that would be dealt with promptly. And with a bit of luck, we'll see that in not too long at all.
Okay, the 20, I got to mention this. Birmingham City, on the front of, I think it's the... No, we haven't got it. It's on front of the Telegraph, which I don't have with me. On front of the Telegraph, Birmingham is to become the first 20-mile-an-hour city in the UK. Now, here in London, we've got 20-mile-an-hour roads all over the place. It's an absolute nightmare. And, of course, Wales is 20 miles an hour. Is the 20-mile-an-hour city something you support, Jex?
Well, I think you could probably guess the answer to that one, Paul. No, of course it isn't. From my perspective, it's absolutely remarkable because you look at what's happened on the roads here in Birmingham. First, they leave the highways to ruin with potholes blighting the streets, making it incredibly challenging to drive without causing damage to your cars. Then they introduce a clean air zone, charging some drivers to visit Birmingham city centre. And now they want to reduce every local road in Birmingham to just 20 miles per hour. So the question that I'm asking, and that residents will rightly be asking, is just how difficult does this council want to make it for residents to drive in Birmingham?
Well, this is it. And I can tell you from my own experience, because for 12 years I worked for Transport for London when I was at the beginning of my comedy career, and before I worked in broadcasting and media, and it was rolled out across many streets in London. Now, the argument often is it reduces KSIs, which are killed and seriously injured statistics. And to some degree it does. And there is statistics to show that it's reduced by 30% over about a 30-year period. But there are also a lot more cars on the road. It doesn't really remove pollution because there is lots of idling going on. It's really just anti-car. There's no two ways about it. I can tell you this from working within Transport for London. It was definitely anti-car. You know, I'm not speaking out of school here. They definitely didn't want cars in the city. They think that they can make that happen through making it very difficult to drive. But of course, our economy thrives on moving things around by motor vehicle. All freight, and so all goods are moved by motor vehicle in major cities like London and Birmingham. And it's going to actually have a knock-on effect on the economy and the growth of the economy in somewhere like Birmingham, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And to be really clear, Reform's stance is that we absolutely support these kind of safety measures on speed where it's deemed appropriate, where evidence genuinely suggests that there's a concern for safety and it's necessary, such as outside of schools. Of course, we don't challenge that. We absolutely back that. But everywhere else should remain at 30 miles an hour unless there's clear evidence to substantiate that should be changed. We're clear, 20 miles an hour shouldn't be a blanket rule. It shouldn't be the new default. It should be the exception and not the norm. And it's an interesting point that you pick up on around the KSIs, the serious incidents and collisions that, of course, are a serious concern on the roads that we don't want to see more of. But actually, Birmingham's done some monitoring on this. And Birmingham's own 3-year monitoring said that it could never be stated for certain if the reduction to 20 miles per hour was the main factor in areas that have already seen this reduction. And in one pilot area in that report, those type of collisions actually rose by 31%. So yes, absolutely, this isn't necessary. It's an overreaction. And quite frankly, it is a war on motorists. It is most certainly anti-car. And another point that I'd like to pick up on, if I may, is that if you make 20 miles per hour the new default across the city, because bear in mind, this is every single local road. Every road that is in an A road in Birmingham under this plan would be reduced to 20 miles per hour. But if you do that, you undermine the respects for the areas that genuinely need it. Because outside schools, of course, you may well genuinely need it. In some other areas where there's a genuine safety concern, you may genuinely need that reduction. But if you implement the blanket rule, it just means people are going to ignore it there. And by extension of that, they're going to ignore it everywhere. And that's not what we want. We want safer roads, but done correctly.
Well, absolutely, Chex. It's been fascinating talking to you. Please do come back on. Tell people where they can find you online, how they can follow you.
Yeah, sure. So I'm at Jex Parking on X. It's the best way to find me.
Chex, thanks so much for taking time out of what I'm sure is a very busy schedule for you. Good luck with everything you're doing in Birmingham. We really do appreciate it, my friend. We're going to go to the news now, and then we'll be back with AY Audits.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. The Knob of the North has just returned from his first foreign trip to Kiev. We are an English-speaking channel. It's Kiev, not Kyiv. He handed Ukraine the blueprints to build its own long-range missiles and pledged to push US President Trump for Patriot air defense systems. At home, 5 more people have been arrested over the deadly A66 crash near Middlesbrough that killed 7, including 2 police officers, bringing the total to 17. The government is preparing to tell people to stock up on food and essentials amid climate and security threats, while energy bills are set to hit a 3-year high this winter. Housing plans for tens of thousands of new affordable homes have been outlined, though Burnham has softened some earlier pledges. Yellow weather warnings are also enforced for heavy rain and thunderstorms across parts of England and Wales. Laters, tigers.
Welcome back and cheers for the news there, Edward Hughes. I am joined with somebody who's very well known, particularly on YouTube, as someone who has gone around and very much highlighted the problems we've got with the illegal immigration hotels in this country. I'm with AY Audits. Morning, mate. How you doing?
How you doing? You all right, buddy?
Yeah, great to see you.
Yeah, good
do I call you AY? Do I call you?
Yeah, it's all right, mate. Yeah, fine. Yeah.
No, so, look, for those who don't know, tell us what auditing is. Tell us how you got into it.
Well, it's been well documented. I've done a couple of podcasts on it already, but basically I couldn't believe it was happening, to be honest with you. I was looking at some stuff on social media, totally, even now I might have an iPhone, Google Maps and make a telephone call. That's what I know how to do with a phone. I've learned a little bit more since then, obviously, but wasn't really into social media and seeing all this stuff, and I just wanted to see it for myself. So I thought, right, you know what, I'm just going to go and visit some of these places. And then you did.
So you picked up your own phone and you went down to, I guess, was it a local hotel?
Yeah, so like local-ish. I actually bought like a GoPro, proper thing and stuff. And so yeah, I just wanted to see, like I wanted to see if it was, because you would hear like a lot of stuff, like at one stage they were saying, I don't know, there was 90% of these were women and children that was coming over on these boats. Then it went down to 40%. And then when you actually look and you're like, well, actually.
Well, that's really interesting because that kind of leads me on to my next question. What have you seen that's just not being reported by mainstream media?
You see everything. Yeah, like you go to these hotels, I've seen, first of all, you're seeing like people working illegally. You're capturing that on camera.
Yeah.
And then,
so people who are staying in the hotels, going out and working illegally, what's that, Deliveroo? Or?
Yeah, Deliveroo. And then you seem to find that like the mainstream see something that becomes like hot on social media and they think, oh, that's actually correct. And then they go and blow it up. But that's fine. That's what you want to happen, isn't it? Like if you've got illegal men, they're waiting for their asylum and they're working illegally, living rent-free, getting 4 meals a day, getting driving licenses, getting karate lessons, getting self-defense lessons, getting yoga lessons.
So you could get a driving license as an illegal migrant staying in a
I've seen hotel. Like in these hotels and stuff, you see it quite clear as day, all from the signs on the walls. I know someone else that actually got footage of them inside like a theory test place where they was getting them through their theory tests.
So we're teaching them to drive. You said we're teaching them, did you say karate?
Karate's like self-defense lessons.
Brilliant, that's what we need, isn't it?
Well, I said at the time, like I'm looking at this thing and I'm like, look at this sign and because you see like a lot of signs in there about, this is far right, this is that, this is this. So they look at us white people as being far right racist, and then you go and teach them how to karate lessons and self-defense lessons.
Wow.
So you're thinking to yourself,
I mean, you are what I would call a unit. You're a big guy, mate. So, and this is a dangerous job you're doing. Have you seen anything that's really shocked you? Because you are putting yourself in a situation, and many people will be very grateful that you are, because without you doing what you would do, and I'm sure the police aren't happy with it, but without you doing what you were doing, people like us and our audience would never have seen most of the things. Have you seen anything that's really shocked you?
I think like it's the disdain that these people have for us.
Really?
Yeah. And I think I've just been fortunate that a few times it's actually managed to come across on camera. So they've actually, the audience have actually seen it and actually felt it as well. So I just think I've been fortunate in that situation where it's actually because you can imagine on camera sometimes.
I can imagine, yeah. I mean, I'm sure it gets a bit tasty. So there's lots of security at the hotels, I imagine.
Yeah.
Are they stopping anyone getting out, or do they check anyone when they come back in to make sure that they've not got weapons or they've done anything on their travels?
These security are not there to keep them in. They're there to keep us out.
Right.
Yeah, they're not there to keep them in, or they've got no control over them. You're talking like you've got 4 or 5 security. Some of them have got 2 or 3 security in them. They're not controlling these people. I'm sorry, they're not.
So what would you say to critics that say, like, you shouldn't be doing this? The authorities are trained. They know the right things to do. We don't need people like AY audits getting in the way. What would you say to someone who would say something like that?
I would tell them, look, if you want to go and watch mainstream media and sit there and watch BBC One and BBC whatever, yeah, it's up to you. If you want to get the real truth, you come to social media. And we've proven it time and time and time again, because we've live streamed stuff. And then we've watched the BBC do voiceovers of the same clips and make out you're saying something completely different, which wasn't true. And if it wasn't for the fact that we actually had it on live stream, then maybe that people might have believed what the BBC was saying. But because we was there, they can't argue with it. And then you look at that and you think, you know what, they want to spin their own narrative. And
so what is it that you want from this? What do you want to tell what is it you really want to get across? Is there a mission here? Do you have a goal? What is it you really want to achieve as part of doing this?
Do you know, look, people need to wake up, to exactly what's going on. And waking as many people up, getting as many people as we can to be able to get into them voting offices. Some people never voted in their lives.
No.
Don't even, and that's where you need to hit, because the only way realistically is if we go to vote. You're not going to change anything in any other way, unless you actually unless you vote your way out of it. Let's be realistic. So.
Yeah, it's very difficult to change hearts and minds with any other way. Look, talking of which way you would vote, I'm sure, much like me, you get labelled as far right.
Yeah.
Are you?
No, very far from it. But these labels, they chuck them around so willy-nilly now that they've just been diluted.
Yeah.
So what does it actually mean now? What? Because I don't want illegal men coming into our country illegally on, well, not even small boats no more. They're like mega boats. Does that make you far right for not wanting these people to come into your country illegally? And
well, it's a way of controlling the narrative, isn't it? If you label someone as far right, if you just went back as far as 5-10 years ago and you called someone racist or far right or bigoted in some way, immediately that would shut the debate down. You'd just be seen as bad, right? Bad. End of chat. Not going to talk to AY audits anymore. Bad. Whereas now, largely thanks to some of the work that people like you have done, where you're going, well, hang on a minute, okay, you think I'm far right, so you think this is all about the skin colour of the person. I've never heard you mention the skin colour of the people, but it's not about that. It's about the way they're behaving. It's the way our authorities aren't looking after us. And I think a lot of men in your position are saying, look, there are women and girls in this community that are vulnerable because these men are free to come and go. And therefore, if we don't do anything about it, no one's going to do anything to protect us. What are you seeing from the authorities, the police, We've already talked about the security, local authorities, councillors. What are you seeing that, has anything that you've seen made you reassured that we are going to be protected from these people?
No, not for the police, no. Like, I've had instances where I've been assaulted.
Right.
Police have come, not done nothing. Just left it to be like brushed under the carpet, so to speak, or make it so difficult. But when you look at Crowborough, yeah, must have heard of Crowborough.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So you had a illegal migrant come from Germany. He was in that camp for 12 days, and they found out he was wanted for alleged serious sexual offences.
Right.
Yeah?
In Germany?
In Germany.
Right.
He was walking around here for 12 days, or walking around Crowborough for 12 days.
Yeah.
Unnoticed. And so if you think they're going to protect you, then think again. Because they're letting these people, they're telling us not to go to these countries. They say to us, don't go to Sudan, don't go to Eritrea. It's not safe for you to go. It's okay, we'll bring them all to you. Yeah, and keep your fingers crossed.
Are you aware of Christian Brogan and the Watchman, and the fact that Isabella Oakeshott managed to get this guy, Christian,
on a dinghy
and get across, and he saw everything with his own eyes? Do you think because of that and because of journalism like that, people are now going to start to think, hang on a minute, this isn't right? Because what Christian is saying he saw is that he saw the smugglers themselves, the ringleaders themselves coming across on the boat, but not just coming across on the boat and going back. Some are staying. The guy that led his escape and invasion is now claiming asylum in the UK. So they're already committing a crime by breaking into the country.
Yeah.
Those guys are committing a crime by being the smugglers themselves. And as you say, within that boat are being harboured people who have got rape convictions or wanted for rape in other European countries. Surely now people are going to start to open their eyes, aren't they?
Mate, you'd like to think so, because last year we had one that was wanted for murder in Egypt, and he ended up on Brighton Beach with a couple of his mates committing, and he's been convicted of a serious sexual crime. Yeah, and you think to yourself, when is it going to end? And the government know about it, otherwise they wouldn't be giving out these leaflets. They're giving leaflets out to them, and so they obviously know that they've got a problem with it. So,
do you see that there is a differentiation though? Do you see that within those people invading the country, there are people that genuinely are seeking asylum, and they're making their way into these hotels, and they should be here? Or do you see everybody as just people that are criminals that are breaking into the country?
To be honest with you, I see them all as criminals breaking into the country. Yeah, I think anybody, you can't, I'm sorry, but you can't distinguish against, just because, I don't know, there might be a homeless guy outside, and he might be shoplifting from Tesco's, or I might be shoplifting from Tesco's, just because I can afford a £2 sandwich and he's still shoplifting. Yeah, you're still breaking into the country. It's illegal. So.
Are you at all worried that videos like yours and journalism like yours may encourage people to take it into their own hands and perhaps get involved in, attacking these migrants? What would you make of someone that would say, look, AY Audits all he's doing is stirring up hate, and he's encouraging other people to do the same?
So what I'd say, watch my videos. Yeah. And if you could actually find anything in my videos, any of my live streams, where I've attempted to do anything like that, then I'd have a problem, because the police would be on my doorstep for a start. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
And so no, I don't do that at all. Got no intention of doing that. All I do is just go around, I show the truth, the whole truth, live stream it, and that's it.
So Christian Brogan, the Watchman, he said that he doesn't believe the previous government, and especially this government, are actually serious about stopping the boats. He believes what they're serious about is helping people not notice. So it's not about stopping the boats. It's not about doing the right thing for the country. It's about not doing anything about it, but changing the perspective that this is a problem. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because they want to control the narrative, don't they? That's why they want to try to push citizen journalism out, so to speak,
Yeah.
so they can then try and control the narrative. You had it not too long ago where they were showing them slicing a boat in the water.
Yeah.
So hold on a minute. So you can do that. Yeah. Either you can or you can't.
It gave the impression that the French police were doing lots about it. And one of the things that Christian's documentary shows is that the French aren't doing a great deal, and they really don't want civilian or independent journalism on the beaches because it exposes them for doing a bad job. One thing I did hear as part of that documentary is that it seemed like UK Border Force were quite strong when they came across, and they're not sending them back, but they dealt with them very professionally. They weren't exactly welcoming. Do you think the UK Border Force are doing a good job?
Look, it's a tricky one, yeah. I've spoken to UK Border Force, like when I've been down at Ramsgate, etc. So I've spoken to them. It's a tricky one, yeah. Are they doing a good job? No, clearly not, because if anything can get through this border is it's a joke, really. Like when you think about it, yeah. Like, should the Navy be out there and pushing them back, etc.? Probably. Would you? If anybody was in danger in the middle of the sea, would you pick them up? Probably, you know, like they've...
What do you think the solution is? How do you see this panning out? Let's just say we don't get a change of government. The right can't unite, the right of politics that is, and we're unable to get a reform government or a reform restore conservative coalition of some kind, and we get this crazy, dangerous coalition on the left between the Lib Dems, Labour and the Greens. How far do you see this problem going?
Do you know what? Like, it's scary to think about, yeah? If the right side don't buck up their ideas, because that's what they're going to have, and you're going to get a constant influx of these, and now they're going to, well, we've seen it, they're putting these unidentified people that nobody knows about into our communities. They're putting them into HMOs, into groups of 4s or 6s, and they're going into communities, and this is going to keep on going. It's going to be a conveyor belt of people. And you just go back to that document that the UN produced, 2001, and it's about, and they go all through this, immigration, and how they're going to do it. And it tells you exactly how they're going to do it, and that's exactly what they're doing. And you wait until all the numbers all add up, you have a look at it, and it's there in black and white.
So is this what you see you doing for the foreseeable future? Have you any plans to stop doing this, or are you just going to carry on?
To be honest with you, like, I think we have to carry on. You have to keep on showing people exactly what's going on. You got to try and report the truth. There's no point, you can't rely on these BBCs. We've shown this ourselves. When they lied, they made a video actually about me.
Right.
And they put it on BBC One, tried to make out I was saying one thing, but luckily enough I had the live stream.
Right.
So when you could actually replay it, you look at it, you're like, well, he actually didn't say that. You actually took something from a different conversation from a live stream 2-3 months ago. Wow. You know, but look, you have to keep going as hard as it gets, yeah, and as tough as it gets, and I get a lot of aggravation. I get demonetized from YouTube and all this sort of stuff.
I bet.
Like constantly, yeah, so.
Well, AY Audits, thank you so much for coming in. There's so much more I could talk to you about. I could talk to you all day about this. Absolutely fascinating. The only thing I want to say to you is keep safe, mate.
Yeah,
it's not going to be, it's not a safe job what you've decided to do. So please do keep safe when you're out there. Tell everybody in our audience where they can find you.
AY Audits.
AY Audits.
Yeah, and that's what it is across all my socials, Facebooks, Instagram, all just AY Audits.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Cheers, bro.
Cheers. Thank you. Let's go to the news.
I'm Edward Hughes. The Knob of the North has just returned from his first foreign trip to Kiev. We are an English-speaking channel. It's Kiev, not Kyiv. He handed Ukraine the blueprints to build its own long-range missiles and pledged to push US President Trump for Patriot air defense systems. At home, 5 more people have been arrested over the deadly A66 crash near Middlesbrough that killed 7, including 2 police officers, bringing the total to 17. The government is preparing to tell people to stock up on food and essentials amid climate and security threats, while energy bills are set to hit a 3-year high this winter. Housing plans for tens of thousands of new affordable homes have been outlined, though Burnham has softened some earlier pledges. Yellow weather warnings are also in force for heavy rain and thunderstorms across parts of England and Wales. Laters, tigers.
Well, welcome back. The comments have absolutely blown up. I've never seen anything like it. There must be 50 or 60 comments in a row, really supportive of AEY audits. That interview seems to have really got your juices flowing. Fascinating stuff. Fascinating stuff. I mean, without civilian journalism like that, perhaps we would never know. I think it's a dangerous occupation for him to join. Trust me, he was a big man. But even so, I think that's particularly dangerous. I'm not going to encourage everybody to get out there and do it. But maybe we should be grateful that somebody is, because without that, how would we know? Well, the guy who's taught me everything I know is down the line now. His name's Mark Littlewood. Hello, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, good, Coxie. How are things back in Blighty, my friend?
Well, they're doing okay. I'm missing you terribly. You look very healthy. Looks like all surgery's gone well and convalescence is going. Tell us a bit about your holiday, mate. Holiday.
Yeah, all good. All good. In lovely, beautiful, sunny Calidore. I think you played a little clip of me earlier, Cox. The doctors couldn't have been clearer. Lots of nicotine, lots of beer, lots of curry. Somebody did point out to me on Twitter, what are you doing eating, Indian in Spain, Mark? I said, I agree. It's multiculturalism gone mad, isn't it? But there's a very, very good curry house there. And it was all going well, Coxie, until I had a little bit of a relapse last night when I had to bear witness to Southampton getting absolutely tonked 4-1 by West Ham United. So that set me back a few steps. But give me a few days, and I reckon I'll be fit enough to return.
I wasn't necessarily going to mention that. I mean, obviously, I enjoyed it thoroughly. Portsmouth in the previous game in the Cup got beat 3-1. And as I said to you on X last night, by the ancient rules of football, undisputable, that means with Pompey getting beat 3-1, Southampton getting beat 4-1, it means that Pompey would beat Southampton 1-0. And that's undisputable, Mark, wouldn't you say?
Well, it may be undisputable to you until October the 11th when we actually play each other, Cox, right? So you leave it to them rather than stitching up.
Well, maybe we should. Maybe I shouldn't get ahead of myself. We'll probably play this back on our show when we get there. By the way, on your wider shot, Mark, I can see you've got the most wonderful furniture in that room. I mean, I don't know where you are, but another exquisite location. But there is champagne. Champagne on the table. I mean, of course, yeah. It's part of the convalescence. It's
look at
that next to the chair, the high back chair. This is what I imagine you doing. Yeah, we're zooming in on that now. You're sitting in that chair. You're smoking your nicotine, and you're just sipping away at the champagne. And this is all long before breakfast.
Oh, absolutely right. And, you don't get that sort of treatment on the NHS, do you, Coxie? No free champagne. You probably, if you ordered champagne, you'd probably be on a 3-year waiting list if you were being treated on the NHS, if they even had any. So yeah, it's all going well. The rehab's going well. Thank you for all of your best wishes. And, the sun is out. What's the weather like in Blighty? Is it nice and warm over there?
It's not too bad because the revolution is being televised and I'm making sure that I'm on every single panel or presenting every single show associated to it. I don't actually see the outside very often, but the last time I saw it, it was doing pretty well. We got some thunderstorms rolling in. And talking of storms, look, you've got a story for us with regards to Mr. Kruger. Please take this away, Mark. This is fascinating.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. So, as part of my rehab, I've been scrolling through social media, trying to keep my finger, Coxie, on the pulse of the nation. And what should pop up yesterday, late afternoon or evening, and a short video by Danny Kruger MP, who is a Reform MP, and he is in charge of their preparations for government. So he's not so much about sort of winning the election, although I'm sure he'll try and help Reform to win the election. The question he's answering is, what will they do from day one onwards were they to form a government? And I noticed what I thought was quite a little interesting story from Danny Kruger, who I'm very fond of and I think is a good MP. We may even have a clip of it that he put up on X, I think, Paul. I think it's clip number 2. Am I right? Have we got that to hand?
That's correct. The Duke will be on that now. He's over there. He's just finishing his special brew, by the way. He won't put clips up before finishing his special brew. Duke, wake up. He's in the bin at the moment.
Since Labour came to power, they've quietly changed the rules on the way that trade unions operate here in Whitehall. There's now no limit on the amount of time that civil servants can spend on trade union activities, and no limit on the amount of spending that you, the taxpayer, make on civil servants working for trade unions. Civil servants can spend time going to conferences, organising committee meetings, all on taxpayers' expense in working hours. And there's now no limit on the amount of time that civil servants can spend on trade union activities. We've even got civil servants that spend 100% of their time as activists for their trade unions, not working for the government, not working for you. So how much does all this trade union time in government cost? We don't know, because the other thing the government has done is impose a total data blackout. Labour have ended the requirement for government departments to report on the number of people taking time off for trade union activity, the hours they spend, and the cost of the whole thing. Reform UK will change all this. No more guerrilla government with activists paid by the taxpayer working for their trade union masters. If you work for the government, you work for the public. No more paid time off for trade unionists in Whitehall.
So I thought pretty solid by Danny Kruger there.
He's an impressive man and politician, Danny Kruger. He's probably the best signing that Reform have made, arguably. And that was an impressive video, Mark.
Yeah. So it's a double scandal, really, isn't it, Coxie? That on the one hand, civil servants are allowed paid time off to engage in trade union activity, which is, let's face it, typically them lobbying for better pay and conditions at the expense of the taxpayer who's paying their salary and therefore paying for the time that they spend on trade union activity. But then the second whammy is Labour are now not willing to release any figures on how much time's actually spent on this. So I think it's a double scandal. As Danny Kruger says, they shouldn't be allowed to spend any time on trade union activity from their salaried hours. They want to do it in their spare time. Absolutely fair enough. But if you were going to allow that, which we shouldn't, but if you were going to allow that, at least tell us how many hours are being chewed up. So I saw that video. I thought good on Danny Kruger. I made a rather innocent kind of quote tweet of it. Is that what they call it, Coxie? Where I said, we need more Kruger, much more Kruger. And that ignited the ire of the Conservatives, Cox. Within minutes of me doing so, Andrew Griffith, who is the Tory MP for Arundel and their business spokesman, and I have to say, a really sound chap, very good on his economic commentary and how Labour are really undermining the economic foundations of Britain. But he weighed in saying, Danny, I announced this back in April. I announced it back in April. So he was laying claim to being first and then tweeted at Kruger. I think we've got a couple of images of it, image one.
Yeah, let's show that.
I want to pull up on the screen. So a little bit of a spat between Griffith and Kruger. Now, Coxie, why? So there you go. I was quite nice to the Tories as well. I announced this in April, says Andrew Griffith. And I said, well, we need more Griffith too, much more. I said we need more Kruger too, much more. So he was saying he got there first. But doesn't this tell us about unite the right if it's ever going to happen, Cox? Because on the one hand, the Tories and Reform have alighted on the same policy. And this seems to be happening in a wide range of areas, right? They're pretty much agreed on carbon net zero. They're both agreed on withdrawal from the European Convention of Human Rights. They both had plans, slightly different ones, to cut the welfare bill. Now there's another point of agreement on this policy area. Civil servants shouldn't be paid in order to be trade union lobbyists. So they've converged, but they seem to be having a spat about who got there first. It's like two singer-songwriters arguing about whether a song has been ripped off by another pop band or something. And I would have thought there isn't really any intellectual property around policy ideas, right? They should be genuinely and sincerely welcoming that they've arrived at the same policy position, and on this at least, and other areas of common agreement, work together hand in glove, right? So I thought it was an interesting tale about how the right is moving together intellectually, but still throwing brickbats at each other.
So many things to unpack there. First of all, the voters don't care. They don't care. Who came up with the policy? We don't care. Have your infighting behind the scenes? We don't care. Also, secondly, it proves that there is so much common ground between Reform and Conservative that two of their best politicians have come up with exactly the same policy. And also, thirdly, of course, there's no intellectual property around policy. If there was, there would just be one or two policymakers that were constantly coming up with it, and that's all we'd have. They say, no, sorry, we used that word in April. I see you've written immigration there. We wrote immigration with the word illegal next to it back in 2016. You would have no policy whatsoever. You just have three people writing it. And fourthly, I can tell you that what they're talking about is 100% true. For 12 years, I worked for Transport for London, and I was never a member of a union. The largest union at Transport for London was TESA, which is the transport union. People were given pretty much unlimited time to work with that. They were also given unlimited time to counter it. So when the unions went on strike, then every one of us were encouraged, even paid extra, to go and stand at the stations and help people out because the staff went there doing their jobs. And even more significantly than that, for about a year period, I worked for a guy who was the head of the Muslim Council of Britain. Now, the reason I mention that is he was given endless time, unlimited time to work on that. So he would have his day job working at Transport for London, but he would also, whenever he wanted, spend as much time during the working day working for the Muslim Council of Britain. Now, that was perfectly, absolutely fine for TfL. But let me tell you, when I was there, working for GB News in the latter part of my years at TfL, there were at least 2 claims from people I work for that I shouldn't be doing that, and the legal team had to get involved and say to them, Paul is able to do what he likes outside of work. But they just kept pushing it, where there was no question about people working for unions, no question about TfL not doing their job but then covering the unions, and absolutely no question whatsoever that the guy who was head of the Muslim Council was just doing as much work as he wanted. Great work, I understand, but this has to stop, surely.
Yeah, of course. I mean, well, your anecdote there, Coxie, is proof positive that the system is rigged, right? Muslim Council, fine. Appearing on GB News, even in your own spare time, not fine. There's no way we can have that. We've got to get back, haven't we? We've got a bloated civil service. It's absolutely colossal. And we should be trimming it down. And they should be focused on their own jobs. So you were working for Transport for London, right? Well, what's that got to do with the Muslim Council? Aren't you just supposed to be making sure that the bus system works efficiently and the underground, is repaired and all that sort of stuff? What's that got to do with Islam?
It had nothing to do with it.
Why our taxpayers' money should be going on that.
If I'd headed up the far-right Legion of Great Geezers in Portsmouth, which is not a group, but perhaps it should be.
Still a work in progress, right? Still a work in progress.
Look, arguably, that's no different than working for the Muslim Council of Britain. You know, both in today's modern society perhaps have a legitimate place, and people would say, are on par with one another, the direct opposites on the spectrum. But obviously there are protected characteristics, and one of them, particularly within the civil service, is working for unions. And it's such a weird juxtaposition as well, because the management class at somewhere like TfL despise the unions, although they can be members of the unions because it's stopping them getting anything done. And they're caught in this trap where they just believe it's the right thing to do, and they just do it anyway at taxpayers' expense.
Yeah, shocker. Absolute shocker, Paul. Look, I'm not hostile to trade unions. If people want to join a club or a society, I don't want to stand in their way. I think what we've got to unpick is that trade unions shouldn't have all these legal and financial privileges. If you want to join a trade union, fine, but it should be just like joining, I don't know, your local chess club or your local bridge club or the Women's Institute or something. We shouldn't have endless rules, laws, statutes around preferential treatment for what should be a voluntary society, which people are free to join and club together. But here's another thing, Coxie. I don't know if you've picked this up. I've seen this rumoured. I think the Telegraph was speculating on it. I know a lot of folk in the chat, and I totally understand where they're coming from and saying you can never trust the Conservatives again. Look at their record in 14 years. Obviously, Kemi Badenoch is trying to overcome that. I mean, it's a big challenge to overcome. People will have long memories about the failure of the last Conservative government. But it's rumoured, Cox, that she's about to reshuffle her top team. When she got elected leader, she promised to offer jobs to all of her defeated rivals, which she did offer jobs to. And she said at the time, or rather her spokesman did, that's it, there won't be a reshuffle this side of the general election. We want stability. We want to know who's in what job. Well, that now seems to be changing. I think Kemi's going to shuffle the pack. It's in part because Claire Coutinho, the energy spokeswoman, well, she's pregnant, so she's going to take a bit of time off to have a baby. But I think it's going to be a wider shuffle than that. And here's my hot tip, Cox. Keep your eyes peeled for this. Will she replace Mel Stride, the rather middle-of-the-road establishment shadow chancellor for the Conservatives, with someone who's a bit more radical, a bit more pro-market, namely Andrew Griffith? So I would be quite pleased to see Andrew Griffith take on the shadow chancellor role. Keep your eyes peeled for that. It would be a sign that Kemi Badenoch is somehow serious about making the Conservatives conservative again. I don't think it's a slam dunk, but could well happen. You heard it here first.
Yes, absolutely, and that's what you're all about. Breaking news, Mark. Look, it's a very interesting point because obviously the shadow, whoever it would be, minister, is often chosen to counter whoever the minister is. And previously it was Rachel Reeves with her exquisite record of economy knowledge, and you know, I think she was head of the Bank of England for I think it was 40 years. And now John Healey's come in, who seems a pretty sensible guy. I haven't got to grips yet with what his economic policies are, but he's at heart a socialist, so I assume ridiculous. But we are going to need someone in, and having read up since your tweets yesterday, which just went off the scale, I thought, well, who are these characters? Obviously, I know Danny Krieger, but I didn't know Griffiths was, so I looked him up a bit. He seems a formidable character, and if he's got the Littlewood seal of approval, then that's good enough for me.
Yes, I had some dealings with him when he was in government. He was at the Treasury, and he was one of the people who was determined to try and push water uphill. Very difficult job, but he was desperately trying to get decent reforms done, always, thwarted by the blob, by the system. But his heart and his head are in the right place, Andrew Griffith. He's well worth following on Twitter. Even if you don't trust the Conservatives, won't vote for him again, just see what he says, and I think you'll like it. He is extremely good at taking down every single mental Labour economic policy. And that's why if I was in Kemi's shoes, I think I'd reshuffle my pack and put Griffith across the dispatch box to take on John Healey. But we'll see which way the cookie crumbles. But yeah, if you haven't come across Andrew Griffith before, definitely one to keep an eye on. Could even, in the fullness of time, be a future leader of the Conservative Party, I think.
Yeah, look, Mark, so good to have you on. I can't wait to get you back. We'll probably see you at least one more time before you're back next week. I hope so anyway, and let's get the combo reunited next week. Thanks very much, Mark. Make sure you enjoy your holiday, and thanks for contributing today and taking 20 minutes out. Take care, my good friend. I will see you very soon. Paul. Thank you. Just going to quickly go to some of the comments, but I do have Bruce Hamill with me. I'm just teasing you. He'll be with you very shortly. He's looking absolutely delicious. I've never seen a man look quite so good. For his age, I think he's 77. So that's not bad whatsoever. So Kez K, hey Kez K, seems to be awake more than I am. They say, and I think I established that yesterday, I'm hostile to trade unions. I was accosted on my first day of work by the union bully who said I had to join the union. Workmates were told to not talk to me until I joined. I left on payday. Very interesting, Kez Kate. That's not the only story in the comments like that. Meow Mog said she can reshuffle as much as she likes. This is Kemi Badenoch. She is part of the uni party seesaw and they will never get my vote. A lot of empathy for that type of stuff there, because morning Hev Chip, I said, agreed, meow. Agreed. Agreed, meow. Now that just sounds like Hev Chip has gone, agreed, meow. But I don't believe so. Just referring back to what Meow was saying. Look, that's enough of all that for now. I've got Bruce Hamill in the studio with me. Good morning, Bruce.
Good morning,
How
sir.
you doing, mate? This is
Very
great,
good.
by the way. This is absolute fantastic. Two sex icons of the internet coming together at the same time. There is all sorts going on out there, and one of the things is the rise in sales of Tinner Lady. So, look, mate, thanks ever so much for coming in.
My
You
pleasure.
are a big deal as far as I'm concerned. And when I met you for the first time, you were surprised that I knew who you were.
Yeah.
I was equally surprised that you knew who I was. So, mate, it's great that we've come
We
together.
had a bit of fanboying, didn't we?
We did do a bit of a cuddle,
Yeah.
some touching, I believe. But
Light and moderate.
Light touching, with consent, I hasten to add.
with consent.
With consent. But Bruce, thanks so much for coming in today.
My pleasure.
I really do appreciate that. Your audience are following you here, and I can see some of them in the chat now. So pleased to see you here. Some hi, Bruce, from Patricia Young.
Hello.
And Bruce, everyone knows who you are, but tell us just a little bit about your journey to where we find you today.
It's quite a length. Well, I'll try and keep it short and sweet. I think a lot of people know it. So I'm a qualified carpenter and moved into education in 2017. So saw the inside of that from training apprentices. So I've got a lot of experience in education and seeing how that gradually got shaped over a number of years, and then moved into digital development. And while I was doing that, started my TikTok account in 2022 and picked up quite a big following on there, and then gradually migrated over to Facebook, YouTube, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And here we are today. Last July, I hung up the 9 to 5, said, sod it, I don't want to have this nonsense anymore. I'm just going to go out and make a go of it.
And make a go of it.
Here we are.
You do. I often watch your videos in the morning when I first get up, and I've said this to you before, but I love
just for that, Paul.
Yeah, well, you know, you got to get the day going, Bruce, and I find it's you that gets me going, my good friend. So what I like, I said this to you before, I like your tempo, the way, and these things are very interesting to me. I like the way you talk, I like your tempo, I like the cadence, I like the way you communicate. You do it in a way that gets the news across in a relatively serious but entertaining way.
Yeah.
It's not all about clickbait, it's about getting the story across, and I like that, and I think that's why you've built such a big following, and long may that continue, which I'm sure it will.
Yeah, I think I'm a bit Marmite, to be honest. I think some people like me and don't like me. Everyone's got to
You
complain.
said that to me when I
it's
said
like-
it to you, and I thought, really?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I get a lot of stick from time to time, people. But I think yesterday's a prime example. You see the headlines coming out about Maloney.
Yeah, that
and
was
the
a great video.
Conservatives. It was and the funny thing is June, who's going to be on later, she covered it as well. Both of us turned around and said, this is absolute nonsense. And what happened was, you saw the Times publish their article, then very quickly, and I was quite disappointed in GB News because they kind of spun this round as well. So did the Telegraph. Multiple news outlets spun this headline around to basically say Maloney has advised Kemi Badenoch to distance herself from Reform UK. Well, what the actual headline, what the article actually said was that Badenoch had already shunned Reform prior to and they just spun it around. We all called it out. And lo and behold, last night, what actually happens? The Tories then, or Maloney's then come out, or the Italian government have come out and totally gone off the rails about the fact that this was even pushed around British media.
Yeah.
She's furious about it, and they've had to retract all their stuff. And I think it's just testament to some of the conversations you've had today that the media just keep misleading people, and it's not the first time this has happened where they've retracted an article. And I think it's created a space for people like me, people like yourself, to talk about this stuff, and lots of other people to try and dig into the news, to try and find the facts, to try and find the things that they're leaving out of these articles. Because going back to what AY said with when he was on earlier about the fact that they're trying to control the narrative, that's across the board with everything, be it from immigration, be it through the education policy, the unions, everything, donations. It's always a case of, when I did videos recently exposing the donations and how much was being pumped into the Uniparty essentially and the Liberal Democrats, that there's always rules created around what they want to do and the narrative they want to push. And I think people like me, June, many others, are exposing that, and they don't like it. Although I generally tend to do all right. I don't get videos pulled because I'm try and be clever about what I do.
Yeah, it's journalism.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
genuine
and I have a lot of
journalism.
qualification in it because I don't think you need one. Journalism is about telling the truth. And if you're finding the data and finding the statistics that generally is public information, if you're telling the truth, you don't need I don't need to go to a college and get a certificate for that.
No, you probably don't, and it's a shame that people do. Everyone feels like they have to because, and that's why they're gripping onto this so much. I mean, June will be on later. Less of a journalist, more of an opinion giver, and such well-articulated, strong opinions as well. She can connect with people who just aren't engaged with politics because she talks their language. And I think sometimes journalism and media lose that a little bit because they lose the connection with how people talk and think. And instead they prescribe it, which is what we see in these interviews. So first of all, you get a casual meeting between the leader, Kemi Badenoch, of the Tory party in the UK, and the Prime Minister, Meloni, in Italy, who's on the right, doing a fantastic job.
Well, I would say she is the Nigel Farage of the Italian. That's what her party was.
Then they write about it, so they give you the narrative, and then the headline writers write about it, which is where the story comes from, because no one's looked at the interview, no one's read the article, and they've just read the headline and gone, that's the story, and then they run with it, and that's how we get so much division.
And then obviously what happens, and I've brought this up many times before, the tactics that get used, particularly in what I do as well, it's the same thing. When you're putting something onto a video, it's the same thing as using a newspaper headline. You're going to use the headline is your hook. The byline is like the first 10 seconds that you're going to say what you're going to say. Then you go into the detail. And the reality is that most people will look at a headline or see something flash up, and it's like, yeah, knew it. Even Maloney's saying Reform UK, you should keep away from Reform UK, and it never happened at all. So what frustrates me about it, Paul, is that then gets planted, that seed gets planted in people's minds from those headlines, and they don't actually look into the detail, which is what then me and other people try and expose is actually, when you break this down and look at the reality of what happened, this is totally manufactured. It's manufactured to just get that 5-second read, plant the seed in your brain, and then, which is why we see everyone calling Reform UK. I get branded a fascist every day. And a racist every day.
And that's
simply
just by
because, that's Paul.
That's just on WhatsApp.
I get messages off him.
Let's just quickly go to a couple of super chats. Let's get those up on the screen, Duke. Duke's in the bin over there, getting out the last of the special brew. We've got Christian Maud, super chat, £5. Thank you, Christian. Brilliant show, Coxie. Bruce and June Slater are fantastic. Keep up the great work. Well, talking of great work, thank you very much, Chris. Really do appreciate that. Bruce, did you see my interview with AY?
Obviously, I listened in a little bit of it. Yeah.
And that was the first time I'd met AY Audit, so I was aware of his work. I try when I'm interviewing people like that to try and ask. I don't want him to feel like he's under the cosh when he comes on somewhere like UK Live. I want him to explain his side of the story. Also asked him, does he think this is the right thing to do? And he genuinely does. That's what he does. What do you make of? Because what you do is look at the news and then report it so that the regular man and woman on the street can understand it. And you do it because you're supportive of reform and you want the country to be better. What AY is doing is something different to that. What he's doing is dangerous.
Yes.
To some degree. And what do you make of all that world?
I think he does well. I've met AY before. Obviously, I'm not sure. We've got RAF Barnham going on at the moment. So RAF Barnham is about 10 miles down the road from where I actually live. So this is very close to me. AY came up a while ago when I was at a protest there. So generally it's exactly the same thing. He'll go out and he documents this stuff. I've seen some of the things that he's done where he's actually gone inside these hotels, got access inside the hotels, and he's exposed live what's actually going on in there. And I think it's very right in what he says. I think there's a narrative out against these guys that basically says they're causing problems, they're stirring up trouble, when I don't think they are. And I do find him particularly good because he is calm, he is personable, he is the kind of person that will hold a conversation. He doesn't get aggressive, he just goes there and holds his camera. And there have been many situations where he's had the police on his case, where people have made claims and accusations against him, and he's proven it. He proves it outright. And I think the only reason people like him and me exist is because of this narrative that the mainstream media push. People are starting to realise we're not actually getting the whole truth. And I think it goes to show in the last few days. I don't know if we saw the other day that apparently the Home Office now are putting things on the southern coast, scanning, facial scanning facilities, and they're heightening the security on the southern coast because they've now proven that Iranian sympathisers are coming in on the small boats, which has been one of the arguments that we've been highlighting all the time. I think what AY does is goes into the hotels and exposes the fact that not all these, and don't get me wrong, I'm not going to sit here, Paul, and say that every single person coming in on a boat is a bad person. Of course they're not. The problem is that some of them are. And some of them are coming into this country with ill intentions. And it's been proven because the Iranian regime have admitted it. Now, whether you take that as gospel and whether that's just them saying things to kind of blow smoke up everyone's backside, but then they go and catch Iranian terror cells operating inside this country. We had a power station get knocked out not too long ago for 4 days that was quite quiet because it was quite small. However, that gets underplayed. That gets underplayed in the news, it gets underplayed in the MSM because they don't want people to realise this stuff. And I think, unfortunately, what's going to happen is it doesn't matter if you've had 40,000 people come in the last year, you only need 1% of those people to have ill intentions towards our country. And I don't think it's going to be a case of, we obviously hear fantastic stories of machine guns and hand grenades are being dropped off in the country and they're all going to pick them up one day and roam around the streets. I do not think that's what's going to happen. I think what they will do is they will attack our infrastructure because they can cause more damage to the entire country en masse in one go with a big coordinated hit against our infrastructure. And you don't need many people to do that, Paul. You need 400 or 500 people tops nationwide.
So have you been following the documentary that Talk TV commissioned?
Yes,
Isabella Oakeshott and Christian Brogan, The Watchman. Now, I watched that yesterday, and within that, there was a scene which he managed to record where there was a big falling out between the guy driving the boat and one of the smuggler leaders, and they were having an irate conversation in Farsi, which is a language spoke in Iran. Specifically in areas which we should be worried about.
Yes.
So it's very obvious that those people are on the boat. That's just two of them there on one boat. And I think what Christian Brogan, the Watchman, has been able to do under Isabella Oakeshott, and by the way, the Daily Tea did a fantastic coverage of it yesterday. Big fan of the Daily Tea and Camilla and Tim. I think what that's exposed is going to blow it up. I think if people are willing, then we will see a big change on that. But we're going to go to the news very quickly. Let's go to the news.
Hello, I'm Edward Hughes. The Knob of the North has just returned from his first foreign trip to Kiev. We are an English-speaking channel. It's Kiev, not Kyiv. He handed Ukraine the blueprints to build its own long-range missiles and pledged to push US President Trump for Patriot air defense systems. At home, 5 more people have been arrested over the deadly A66 crash near Middlesbrough that killed 7, including 2 police officers, bringing the total to 17. The government is preparing to tell people to stock up on food and essentials amid climate and security threats, while energy bills are set to hit a 3-year high this winter. Housing plans for tens of thousands of new affordable homes have been outlined, though Burnham has softened some earlier pledges. Yellow weather warnings are also in force for heavy rain and thunderstorms across parts of England and Wales. Laters, tigers.
Well, thank you very much, Edward Hughes, for the news once again. Before I get back to Bruce, and I can't wait till there's so much I want to talk to Bruce about, and of course, don't go anywhere because we've got Slating It with June Slater coming up in 15 minutes' time. I want to tell you something very exciting that's coming up on UK Live Online, and it's to do with the Intel lady. But let's just play this video to give you a hint.
It's our Vange. Listen, if you're far right adjacent, or you're just a normal, regular, decent person like me, I think you'll agree that I have defo been around the block. It's something we can all defo agree on. I've done many, many things. I've been a carer, a single mother, left school dead early, but I pulled myself up by my bootstraps, joined unions, eventually became a politician, had more kids. I'm even a granny now. I've done all sorts of interesting things, DJing, buying houses and that. I've done loads, and I really feel as though I'm at a point in life where I could defo give back to the public. There's one thing that is really missing in broadcasting right now, and that is a decent agony aunt. So I am going to offer the British public the chance to ask whatever questions you've got. Problems that you might have in life that you really need answers to, not taxes or property or anything, maybe avoid those. But if you've got any problems and you really want somebody to listen and give you a bit of decent advice, then write in to Agony Ange UK Live.
So, you heard it here first. Angela Rayner is going to be our agony aunt. If you've got problems that you want to raise with our Ange, put them on Twitter at UK Live Online, and she will answer them tomorrow from midday. Genuinely, Angela Rayner answering your problems is the future. I've got Bruce with me again here, and Bruce, we were deep in conversation there about what's going on with regards to the migrant crisis and the way it's been covered up. I think it's been a big own goal from the mainstream media since independent media has really got a grip, because they've just dug in. Yeah. I mean, BBC Verify was one of the most sinister things I've ever seen. They basically set up their own, I mean, I hate to invoke the Nazis, but Goebbels would have been well proud of BBC Verify. Yes. They essentially set up their own department to verify what they say. And they expected, and they didn't think that played into the hands of independent media whatsoever. And thank God they did, because I probably wouldn't have a job and you probably wouldn't have such a successful channel. What do you make of it?
I just think it's ridiculous. It's a case of marking your own homework, and it's not just them. It's Hope Not Hate have inlets into all these kind of things. You've got various different organisations that, I mean, I don't want to sit here and make accusations that I can't verify, but I think it would be safe to say that we could allege that a lot of these are being funded by nefarious sources. Yes. So we'll do our wording carefully there on that one. But I think it's kind of a, why do you need to create these? Why do they exist in the first place? Because the very existence of a fact checker means that something's not being put out correctly. And I don't think they were created in the... Why would the BBC need to verify their own stuff or fact check their own stuff?
Can you imagine if you had Bruce Hamill verified?
I think I might start it.
After every video you've come back and said, do you know what, we've checked it and Bruce was absolutely bang on there. You can take it from Bruce.
I think I did this myself yesterday, Paul, when it was actually Guido Fawkes that published the fact that the Italian government were up in arms about what this headline had happened, and then I published it on my own page to say, oh, well, look, it's all come out now, exactly what I said 7 hours ago, and June obviously had as well, but I just find it ridiculous that we live in an age where we've got fact checkers, because the facts should be coming out anyway. That is the job of the media. The fact that they exist, and they're saying that they do this to counter people like myself. But I don't ever get videos pulled. I never get flagged for misinformation. Nothing ever gets... The only time I ever get any video pulled is predominantly on TikTok, and we all know why. Because they simply like a little bit of censorship, so we'll just put that out there now. They're the worst platform out there for it.
Very Chinese.
Very Chinese, which we seem to have a lot of ties with the Chinese now.
We do, don't we? I mean,
with embassies and God knows what else is going up, and meetings going on over there all the time. But yeah, Paul, I think the fact that fact checkers even exist, that predominantly get used by the left a lot. They do like to reference these and call on these fact-checking organisations quite a bit, because I just think they don't understand their own argument half the time.
And they don't debate their argument either. Verify, or as Robert Hughes said in the comments, BBC Very Lie, which I really like. Great work, Robert. Lovely. Loving your work there, mate. Look, they don't debate. They don't say, well, we heard Bruce Hamill say this today, and actually Bruce is wrong, and we're going to get Bruce on to talk to you about it. They'd never do that in a million years.
Of course
they wouldn't want to promote Bruce Hamill if it was the last thing they had to do to keep the BBC alive. Instead, they create a fact checker that cancels Bruce out. They go, Bruce is wrong.
We've proven that this happened and that happened.
How could you possibly trust independent media? They're not even trained. Bruce is a carpenter.
I'm not trained in looking for information and reading. And the vast majority, and this is, I think, the one thing I do that I probably sit relatively alone in, so I can name maybe 3 or 4 people that ever do it, is I do spend a lot of time on the Parliamentary Bills webpage. And I think, just to your viewers, it is a gold mine of just what they're planning and what they're going to do. And I do understand that one of the things, going back to what we said earlier, is I try and take that and break that down into working man, working woman's English, so they understand all the legislation and the articles and the acts and everything that's going on. But the information's out there. This isn't hidden stuff.
Yeah, but not everyone's got the time, Bruce.
No, of course
and you
they
didn't
haven't.
have the time,
No,
but you made time, and then it became your career. Just want to check back into the comments. Emma Carrick said, "Coxie, you're a fan of Tom Stanley and the Daily Tea. You've been sucked into the vortex, mate." Well, look, I take news sources from absolutely everywhere.
Yeah.
I do happen to admire Camilla Tominay in particular. I think she is a great journalist. However, is she right about everything? No. Is Bruce right about everything? No. Is Paul Cox right about everything? No. But at least they seem to be on our side. And I know you will argue, perhaps they won't. But well done, and thank you for sharing your comments. Now, earlier on, I had Jex Perkin on. Now, Jex Perkin is a councillor for Birmingham City Council. He didn't have the majority, but he had quite a few votes, enough to maybe lead the council. He's not leading the council because everybody on the council formed this evil coalition behind his back, and now he's struggling to get anything done or even have a say. I think that's testament to what could happen in the future if we don't get our act together on the right.
Yeah.
We end up being the Jex Perkin, because Jex has got hundreds of thousands of people that have voted for reform in Birmingham. A very difficult thing to achieve, by the way. And congratulations to him for doing it. But he doesn't run that council now.
Particularly there.
He doesn't run that council at all. That council's run by Gaza Independents, the Lib Dems, Labour. Anyone you probably wouldn't have wanted in your, in leading your country or leading your council. If we don't get it right on the right, the rest of the UK is going to look like Bruce, isn't it?
Yeah. And part of the video I did the other day was a comparison to Europe, and I don't think people realise that we're one of very few countries in the world. I think there are only 5 other countries in the world that use a first past the post system similar to us. Most people use proportional representation, particularly in Europe, and I think a lot of people still don't understand the gravity of our voting system. They don't quite get it, and I think I don't like doing this, but because as soon as I mention Restore Britain, I just get abuse.
Feel free.
Yeah, but the reality is politics in this country for the Conservative Party have existed for 300 years. Make no bones about it. And a lot of people don't even understand why they're called the Tories. They don't realise that they're actually called the Tories. That was their original party name for 127 years before they then rebranded as the Conservative Party, same with Liberals and the Whig Party. Anyway, if we just take it back to when Labour came into power, became the Union Party in 1923, they've run this country for 100 years. And they've been the only kind of stable political party we've had on the right. And I would say probably the only challenge that's come to them in recent history would have been UKIP when they became quite prominent through 2010 and 2015 under Nigel Farage. So we've never had any other party on the right side of politics to vote for. And then all of a sudden, within the space of a year, we end up, if we include Advance UK, who have ceased to exist now, 4. If you could even classify the Conservatives as right aligned, I would say them and the Labour Party are more centrist than anything, and certainly what they've done for the last 30 years is blended together. But yes, we're now in this situation on the right side of politics where we've got potentially 2 political parties. And because of a lack of understanding of how first past the post works, in recent polling analysis that was done, it was estimated that reform could potentially secure a minority government with around 280 seats. But if Restore Britain were to stand in those elections as well, they could cost Reform 30 to 40 seats on a 6 to 7% vote share. Now, that doesn't mean Restore Britain will get 30, 40 seats. It means it will cost Reform those seats, which will then go to Lib Dem seats or Green Party seats. And God forbid, Paul, if we ever get into a situation where Labour pull in 180 seats, the Greens pull in 50 or 60 seats, and the Liberal Democrats pull in their usual 50 to 80 seats, and that lot form a coalition to stop us on the right, we are going to be in a lot of trouble.
I definitely think there are people within Restore in particular that almost would be happy with that, under the philosophy that it's got to be exactly how they want it or
Yeah.
nothing else, and therefore would be willing to have another 4 years so it gets even worse, with the view that if it got even worse, then ultimately Restore would win out. I mean, I don't follow that philosophy, and I know you don't either. However, there is definitely a case to argue that we have to collaborate and that we have to coalesce.
Yes.
I don't know around who. Some people say Kemi Badenoch because they're quite impressed by her. Other people say Nigel Farage because Reform is so popular, and that is much thanks to Nigel Farage. I think it's a much smaller percentage of people that say it should be Rupert Lowe. A very loud percentage of people, but a much smaller percentage of people. But at the same time, Rupert Lowe can't be dismissed. How does this get resolved?
I don't know, and it's hard because it's a battle that I fight every single day, because I've got a lot of respect for Restore Britain voters. I have nothing against the voters. I've been very critical of their policy, the party's policy, and maybe its leadership, and that's it. It's not an attack on normal people. I've done the same for Reform, and people generally forget this. I criticised the appointment of Nadine Zahawi because I didn't agree with him, but it doesn't mean I abandoned Reform. Yet I do find that a lot of people that have migrated towards Restore Britain have been sold this notion that apparently Reform have backtracked on things they've said, which they haven't. I've been supporting them and following them actively and doing social media on them since 2021. They've never backtracked on any of the policy they've said. If anything, I would say they've bolstered and strengthened it. But there seems to be this narrative generated that what Reform want to do isn't enough, and it's the remigration thing. And part of the video I did as a long form video last night on my YouTube was, this is a pattern that's happening across Europe. And even going back to Italy, Meloni's had the same thing, where I think it's Vannucci, oddly enough, has created a political party in February, same time as Restore Britain, that is all about remigration, mass deportations, sitting way further to the right than what Meloni's current party does. It's happened again in Sweden. It's also happening in Poland. And this starts to become a bit of a trend. This is not then a coincidence. This is a pattern. That what you're getting is these established right-side parties, for our example being the Conservatives, they drift fully to the centre. Reform comes up harder to the right. Gradually, as they realise they're getting further and further towards forming an actual government, we've now got to start pulling in moderate voters. We've got to pull in conservative voters, people who are disillusioned with them. So they start pulling the conservative vote in. That means they then, yes, I will agree, they have to back down on certain things, but I don't think they've ever weakened, particularly their immigration policy. What happens then is you get a percentage of the voter base there and said, well, they're not doing enough, they're turning into the establishment, we need to go and follow this voice. Who, let's be honest, Rupert Lowe's been in politics for about 2.5 years, 3 years. That's his track record since becoming an MEP in 2020. And I think they stayed there for about 9 months. They were in there. Obviously, then Brexit happened, and then obviously he's done about 2 years as an actual MP in Parliament. So if you want to do a comparison of the two men between Farage and Lowe, I would say you've got a man with vastly larger experience, has been fighting this fight for the best part of 30 years. He was out in the Channel on a boat in 2020. The footage is there of that. He's been stood in Parliament calling out these terrorists coming into the country, being smuggled in on these boats, been proven today because the Home Office have actually admitted it. And you've got another political party on the right-hand side that are basically saying, in not so many words, we want to get rid of all the people we don't like. And I just don't see how they've got a route to winning power, because all they're going to do, all they're doing is taking the vote away from the option we have got. And what I've seen recently is Kemi Badenoch has suddenly shifted her narrative to start sounding very much like Reform UK. They're talking about leaving the ECHR, which 2 years ago, they were condemning Reform UK. There's proof of this. They were
Under the 2024 election, they just did not want that whatsoever.
Didn't have a clue. And as soon as Reform UK mentioned it, it's incoherent. The policy is a joke. There's no way you'll ever see it through. Now, all of a sudden, when they realise that that's actually the narrative of the nation, well, the Conservatives do what the Conservatives do best. They start spinning what they believe is the popular opinion back. They start re-galvanising their vote. And I think when you look at current polling, you see them still sitting there around that 20% pool. That's very worrying. It's very worrying.
Yeah, a lot has to happen for change to happen. I'm just going to go to the comments quickly. We had some flash up on the screen while we were talking, so thank you very much. Nan1964 said, the show just keeps getting better. There was some big love for you, Bruce. There was someone in there who said, I absolutely love Bruce and love your channel.
Thank you.
Which is fantastic. Yeah, absolutely. There was... it's very difficult because I'm doing this just as we do now. I really had a comment I wanted to read out, which is gone. Okay, Richard8331 said, this is nonsense. Farage didn't want anything to do with anyone an inch to the right of him. When they moved to another party, he demanded they should be supporting him. So there are still people in these comments that, you know, are big Restore fans, and Restore fans because they just don't trust Nigel Farage.
And I get that,
And, you know, it's worth pointing out. Anyway, it's the time we've all been waiting for, Bruce and I included. Down the line, we have June Slater, but let's play the slating it video first.
We don't have a video, but we've got a nice photo.
There it is. We don't actually have one. There it is. Sorry, just made it up. Bruce, Luke the Duke just woke up then. He was leant over the bin drinking super brew from the carpet that he'd spilled earlier, but he managed to get up that picture. June, how you doing?
I'm actually really surprised to see Bruce and thrilled because I admire him, and he's often thinking along the same lines as me, although I'm a bit more sucker punch and he's more a detail man. So hats off to Bruce because he certainly puts the effort in. Everybody should follow Bruce. He's better than anything that the media put out, because the thing about Bruce is if he's done stats, you can trust him. You can't trust the media. I mean, you need to look. Can I just get this off my chest because this has really bugged me?
This is your time, June. You do exactly what you want.
I mean. A couple of days ago, it was said that Giorgia Meloni had said to Kemi Badenoch not to do a deal with Reform, to stand, I think something like stand on her own 2 feet and be herself. And I thought, whoa, something doesn't add up about this. So I've got a friend in Italy who's in politics, and I asked them, they said, there's absolutely no documents anywhere. And the Prime Minister is recorded. Whatever she says, wherever she is, it's all documented. There's nothing documented anywhere that says she's mentioned Reform. She's never mentioned Reform. She did talk woman to woman. That's how it was put to me. Woman to woman, be yourself, stand on your own 2 feet. So I put a video out yesterday. I thought, sod it. I'm going to challenge the social media community and say they never said it. She's never said that. Giorgia Meloni was not going against any other party. She was just talking leader to leader, woman to woman, do your own thing, basically. And I said in the video, and if you can prove me wrong, I'll apologise and I'll put it up. Nobody came on. I noticed Bruce had also statistically challenged this and got it right. There is no evidence anywhere of Giorgia Meloni saying that about Reform. And what annoys me with this was an article put out by the Telegraph, a Tory paper, and most people would just believe the headline. And then that's it. It's on a roll. It's in the national press. It's in the provincial press. People read the headline, nothing else. People assume that Giorgia Meloni is recommending Kemi over and above Reform. Nothing of the sort. This is typical of media manipulation. We've had it for years since Brexit, and it's one of the reasons I started blogging. So they had to eventually, the Tories had to apologise. There was an apology up yesterday. It was on Guido. And I thought, yes, get in there. Because I couldn't see anybody else other than me and Bruce that had actually put it out there that this was, in fact, a made-up story.
Yeah. Bruce said the same thing. And as soon as you were weighing on about him so much, even though it's my show, June, and you didn't mention me at all, and you said how good-looking Bruce is, how brilliant his channel is, I'm just going to leave, and I'm just going to leave you two to chat. No, I'm not going to do that. But Bruce is here. Is there anything you'd like to say to June, Bruce?
Is my mic actually on at the minute? I don't know if my mic.
No, we can't do. I didn't realize. I really put them in an awkward position there. But we will get you two talking in a minute. There's so much love in the comments. We just had a super chat in from Nanny Lou. Nanny Lou, one of my absolute favourites. Bloody fantabulous show again. Thank you. You found your. Think you found your place, Mr. C. Loves Nanny Lulu. Great work to you and the team. Thank you very much. Nanny Lulu's a big fan of us all. Now, June, before the show, I sent you a message because we were going to talk about a countdown. You then sent me one of the famous June Slater voice messages. Now, everyone I speak to says that communicates with you, so you always communicate in voice messages. Unfortunately, because I'm live on air, June, I have no idea what that message was. I could have played it because this is not an Ofcom, but because it was you, June, it could have been anything. It could have been C-bombs. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, a wise decision not to play it. I'll fast forward it for see you later. So that's cleared it up for you.
So are we going to do a countdown, or what would you like to talk about? I always want to leave slating it to June, because June, I can't control the narrative for June Slater. This is June Slater time.
I'd like to give the government a good kick up the arse, and the reason for that is I put a post on this morning and I came across by chance through the local church a girl from Eritrea, and she was walking to a cleaning job and she'd walked the wrong way. She's looking on her phone. She's walked out of the town and into a village, and she'd done 4 miles on foot to then go cleaning. She was struggling to speak English, so we gave her a lift back into town, poor sod. Anyway, during the conversation, how come you're here, blah, blah, blah. She's lived in a camp in Ethiopia for nearly 3 years. All her family's gone. She's on her own, mid-20s, very polite, a Christian called Mariam, and she's watched her family die off. I said, will you ever go back? Her head sunk and her eyes filled up. And she said, I can never go back. She's working. And the thing that struck me, because we see all the crappy videos online with the machete, attacks in Britain and all these horrible people coming into our country. And believe me, nobody feels more strongly about it than me. This is wrong. Just getting off a dinghy and coming in and having hotel food and everything provided for. Wrong on every level. But people like her actually exist and come through the proper channels via a disgusting, foul camp. And then they sit there like rescue dogs, waiting for a chance to be rehomed. And the trouble is, the government, the politicians, the civil service have completely goosed our immigration, completely wrecked it. Their way of defending their foul play and their utter neglect and contempt for the British people is to call out to people like me who complain about it and call us racist, to shut us up. Now, what gets me, I put a post out, I wrote it, and the thread, 22,000 people have interacted with that post, and it's been seen 45,000 times. And people have said, June, you sound just like me. I'm up for that. I want genuine people to be able to seek refuge. The thing is, we want them to feel safe. We don't want them to come here to get rich, and we don't want them to come here to be better off than us, and we don't want them to come here to be put in front of us in any form of queue system, be it health or housing. No, we want them to have sanctuary. But the political class, the educated class, the human rights lawyers, the politicians, the civil service, they're all so aloof and ignoring us that they shut it down, they shut the argument down. The defence is we are racist. Well, we're not. So if 20,000 people in a 4-hour period can interact with that post and say, they see it just like me, how the hell can people turn around and call reform racist? Because they believe in everything I've just said, and so do the people that follow me. So we're not racist, are we? We're obviously quite rational people, and we deserve to be put first in our own country, while still having the capabilities to look after those in need, without being swamped by people who are more arrogant in some cases than the politicians themselves, swanning around our country, being chauffeured about, making sure they have a lovely time, while people are here selling their homes, selling their cars, can't afford to keep the maintenance up on the homes because we can't afford to live in these excruciatingly expensive times. Have it, government.
That is, the comments are flowing. That was pure Slater slating it there, June. Absolutely fantastic. Before I go to Bruce, and I'm going to match you two up like this is blind date, and we've got a super chat in from Zara who said, love June and Bruce. Great show, Paul and team. Absolutely everybody is loving June and Bruce together. So let's have them talk. Bruce, would you like to talk to June? I can disappear for a day if you like.
How can I follow what she's just said there? But June's exactly right. Everything she said resonates with everything I believe in as well. You've got so many people that are supporting Reform UK that have compassion. we have compassion for people, and we obviously see the distinction. And when you're finding examples like that, of people that have come into this country and they are genuinely here for the right reasons, they're not trying to milk the system, they haven't got a home to go to, they are genuinely war-torn, we have to look after those people. And I do think we have a responsibility for that. However, our immigration system is so broken that there doesn't seem to be a coherent answer to how we deal with this, because it's got to a point where, how do we fix it, June? How do you think we fix this? What needs to happen? Because it's very easy for political parties to turn around and say, we're going to stop all the illegals, etc., etc., etc. But I also remember when I was working at the college, we had Ukrainian refugees working at the college. They'd come into the country, they brought their identity with them, coming from a genuine war-torn country that we know was war-torn, and within weeks they were working in our system, paying their taxes, contributing, and every single one of them that I spoke to wanted to go back to their country. But I think what we're seeing coming from the likes of South Africa, Somali, Eritrea, the Middle East, they don't. They're coming here for a free ride. How do we separate all this? People always say legal routes, but that's not the only answer, is it?
No, I think one of the main answers is buckle up, France. With one thing, there's only one thing missing. There's one thing missing that sorts the lot out, and that's political will. There's no political will from the Tories, from the Lib Dems, from the SNP, from the Labour Party, from the government, from the civil service, from all the charities, from the human rights lawyers. There's no political will to stop it. They can come out with all the guff they want, and Kemi Badenoch can sound in her resounding voice in Prime Minister's Question Time, which means absolutely sod all, and nothing will change. You need political will. And the first thing you do, bonjour, France. This is Grand Bretagne. As from today, we will stop buying your champagne and your fine wine. You'll have to keep your Chateau Porteus, because we're not buying it anymore until you sort out the immigration and the north coast of France, s'il vous plaît. And we will not be sitting on your beaches, and we will not be skiing down your slopes. We'll go to somewhere else. And we're not having it anymore. Well, that's what we should be saying. We should be putting sanctions on France. They'll soon sort the northern seaboard out, because they'll want to flog us their gear. Helicopter parts, cars, fashion, wine, cheeses. Oh, they'll be absolutely stumped. We're the biggest customer after the US. So you put the squeeze on France and forget it. The reason they built the is it the M21 that stood over? I've used it hundreds of times. The reason they built it 3-lane is for the backup of traffic because of French civil unrest at the port. So we have to do it the backwards way around. Don't make travel hard for us. We're going to make it hard for you. Keep your stuff. We don't want it. We'll buy Australian wine. We'll buy Italian wine. We don't want yours until you sort that northern sea. There's plenty of police in France. There's plenty of police. I've been stuck on a motor. Go on.
No. I don't want to stop us letting it flow. It's not as if, by the way, this hasn't been done before. My father-in-law, God bless you, Ron, he's having a bad time at the moment. He was an immigration officer for 40 years, and he would have autonomy to make decisions about asylum cases. And the people that you're talking about, the genuine asylum seekers, the refugees, would get through. But the people that wouldn't. They had a spidey sense for people. They knew exactly what they were doing, but they would have autonomy to make those decisions. And someone would say, I plead asylum, and go, oh, do you, mate? I'll be the judge of that. And then the decision could be made there and then. Whereas now, if someone says, I plead asylum, much because of the interpretation of the ECHR, they're able to say they just go straight into another system. Because UK Border Force aren't asylum or immigration officers anymore. These aren't people with qualifications or speak several languages. These are people that are largely on not much more than the minimum wage, and they just get passed throughout the process. So all of this is totally gone now. But you can revert back to a time where you can manage the immigration service much like they did throughout the 60s, 70s, 80s and 90s, where people were actually qualified to make decisions, and it was taken back into their hands instead of human rights lawyers. And we wouldn't see the scenarios that you're talking about and Bruce was talking about. June, is there anything else you'd like to talk about?
No, I'm all right. You fire some stuff at me and we'll box it
Yeah,
out.
I'm absolutely happy to. So look, we had Councillor Jex Parkin on earlier. Now, he is the Reform councillor in Birmingham, and I was talking to Bruce about this, and he was unable to form a council in essentially as leader in Birmingham. They did it behind his back. The Greens, the Gaza Independents, the Lib Dems, they all formed a council behind his back, and now he sits on the side struggling, to get a word in edgeways while they carry on running Birmingham as they wish. The question I asked to Bruce earlier on was, that could be Great Britain in 3 or 4 years' time if on the right we don't coalesce. And by which I mean we don't choose a leader, we don't choose a party, and we just keep splitting ourselves into these factions and saying we want it 100% our way, or we're not going to do it at all. And you end up with that. Now, that would be an absolute disaster for Great Britain, like unmitigated disaster. Jean, what do you think we need to do in order to get the right to come together? You and I are passionate about this. Bruce is passionate about this. Most of our listeners and viewers are incredibly passionate about this, but there never seems to quite be the solution. And I fear the rest of the UK ends up looking like Birmingham City. What say you, Jean?
I fear it too. But I think the one thing the right, and I'm on the right, the one thing the right has to get used to is that we are not the answer. You can unite us. You can get every single one of them. Everybody's been to a Tommy Robinson march, and I know there's hundreds of people that go to Tommy Robinson marches that are not registered to vote because they've told me. You can have as many people as you want on the right. We never get to more than 5 million. We are not any more than 5 million as an entity. Even if we all agreed and we all kiss Rupert's bare backside on a frosty morning, we are still not enough to win an election. So what the people on the right have to do is to recognise why Nigel Farage doesn't go too far right, because he recognises that there are millions of people across the country that don't follow politics. So we get in this enclave on social media because we're following. If you're watching me or Bruce or you, people are interested in politics. They're following it. So we see it from this blinkered position. We think we are the answer. We must unite the right. No. There's no need to unite the right. What we need to do is attract the centre ground. It's not really the centre ground. It's the detached, ordinary man who's running 2 jobs, who's not watching this. They're not taking any notice of politics. We're all getting poorer every day because of the government. And they all want immigration sorting out. So what we have to do is let them see there is an option. Because the only option is to win an election. It doesn't matter how many seats we still get. If they get 20 or 30, we know it's not going to happen because they've set off too late. This isn't favouritism. It's logistics. They've set off too late. You want to get a package to John O'Groats and you want to get it there by 2 o'clock this afternoon and you're in Cornwall and you haven't set off till lunchtime. It's not going to happen. That's where you sit in Restore. And as soon as you face that fact, you can support them, you can help them grow, but you have to recognise that that party won't be anything of any consequence until we get another government in to break up the 2-party system. And you won't get that until you get somebody that's got some momentum behind them and Reform have it. This isn't favouritism, this is a plan, this is strategy. You work that strategy out so that you win the game. Once Reform do win a general election, you've done it. You're through, you've broken through the gates. Then change can begin. And then it's up to these other parties to take it forward onto the next 10 years. What we need to do, we need to talk to our friends and neighbours who aren't interested in politics, explain where the country's heading and how we are under the grip of communism right now. Dress it up any way you want, stakeholder capitalism, luxury communism, call it what you want. They won with Starmer. They've just put the second leader in. They're in number 10. Hello, they won. We're trying to get the country back, make no mistake about it. And to do that, you need all these people in the centre, 26 million of them. So I'm not too worried about whether the right unites. There's a lot of people on the right who are further right than me who would put people off from those that don't follow politics. They'd put them off. They'd scare them to death. So we have to do our own thing and just face the fact that your first job is to break up this 2-party system and then let Farage do as much as he can, as best he can, and still keep working to move whichever party you support forward for the next election. This isn't a fight you're going to win in an election. You're not going to win when you've won an election. Whoever gets the keys to number 10 is entering hostile territory and is going to be up against it with the civil service. They're going to want them to fail, and they're going to want them to fail quickly. So we need to be behind that person. And that person, one with the nearest chance, is Nigel Farage.
That is incredibly astute, very intelligent observation. That is going to become a clip, June. That was absolutely fantastic. I'm going to bring Bruce back in now, who would like to ask you a question.
Yeah, I just agree with everything that June's just said there. And I think both of us covered this over the last couple of weeks, where voter apathy is one of the biggest problems we have, isn't it, June? We're not aiming for the 2 or 3 million people that sit furthest over the right. It's the 20. Well, for a start, it's the 15 to 20 million people that in general elections just don't bother voting at all. It's the stuck to the ribbon conservative voters that simply will not move away from that political party despite 14 years of failure, despite the last 30 years of Labour and Tory governments plunging this country into the state it is. There is no other argument for this. People can blame Farage or Brexit or whatever they want. This is a 30-year downward spiral. Every single statistic proves it, on immigration, on the economy, on our national debt rising, on the way the education system's gone, on how universities, kids coming out of school can't get jobs, the cost of living, prices for building companies, the amount of institutions that have shut down over the last few years. And one of the biggest problems we have, and I don't think people realise this, is we are talking about how do you win these seats. Diane Abbott has held her seat in, don't quote me on exact, June might know exactly where she is, but it's North London somewhere, since 1987. How is someone on the right taking that seat? How is someone taking that seat? Because we've seen Diane go on the campaign trail with 2 left shoes on, and she still managed to get that seat. So how on earth is someone taking that seat away from Labour? She won last time round with 15,000 vote majority. And this is what I think a lot of, and I don't mean to say it disrespectfully, because I think there are a lot of Reform voters who think the same, is that we're just going to vote for the party, Nigel Farage becomes Prime Minister. We just vote for Rupert Lowe, he's going to become Prime Minister. That is not how our voting system works. What do you say to that, June? How do we take Diane Abbott's seat off of her? The woman's 72 years old. She's been there for 40 years.
Well, you're not going to. You've got to accept your losses. We've lost that. That's dead in the water. So there's no point trying to get it. You have to concentrate on the other seats. And what we've got to do, we've got to explain to all these smaller parties with leaders like Heritage Party with David Curtin. Nothing wrong with the people. They're all good people. But they are not going to become a government. And if we can't become a government, then you're not any use. You're just blowing your own trumpet. And I'm sorry to say, no matter how nice you are and how articulate you are and what great plans you are, most of the plans on the right mirror each other. We're all talking about the same stuff, but tweaked a little. Everybody wants the same thing. We want more jobs. We want our own kids to have a fairer chance in the education system. We want apprenticeships back. We want to see infrastructure repaired. We want to see less on foreign aid. It's like a tick box, and we're all together. And yet these people insist 10 years down the line that, well, no, people want to see me. People want me to. Well, if they want you to win, the most sensible thing you can do, if you believe in your politics, dump your badge. Forget it. It's over. You've took too long. You haven't won anything. And I'm saying this till people will hate me. I don't care. I've had enough. I've done this every day for 12 years for naff all in payment. So I'm having me bloody say. You were sat there basically causing division because of your ego. You actually believe you're that important that you should stand by this party that's got nowhere and stand in a seat. The best thing you can do, dump your party, put a big turquoise rosette on, stick your hand up, say, I'll stand for you in this constituency, wherever the leader of our party lives, I'll stand in this constituency. Don't stand anyone against me. I'll put the Reform badge on and get a seat. Get in. Get some power base. And then you can unleash your form of politics, which is exactly what you've been preaching for 10 years. You don't have to change anything. You can just use, they're a vehicle, they're an omnibus. Use Reform as the omnibus to get you to your destination. And then move forward from there. That's what I would say.
June, this is why we love having you on the show. It's why the audience love you. It's why we all love you here. Slating It is going to come back week in, week out, and it's only going to get better, much like the channel, much like the show. Thanks so much, June. Please tell everybody where they can find you.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, on the screen there is June Slater. June, until next week, thank you very much. Bruce, wow.
She's brilliant, isn't she? She's absolutely brilliant.
Just the comments are going off the scale. They love you two together. Not enough for me. Can I just say?
Paul's
it's Littlewood and Cox. Littlewood's not even here. he has had a masturbating injury and had to go to Spain to have surgery. I'm still here. That's not true, by the way.
I know.
And then June and Bruce come on. It's all June and Bruce. Look, I'm here. Thank you. That was absolutely wonderful, though. I mean, June is an inspiration, isn't she?
Yes, yes. And I think the funny thing is me and her talk in the background as well. I receive a lot of voice notes off June as well, and it's usually, you know as well as I do, when you receive one of these voice notes, I generally tend to sit on my couch,
You're going to take
sit
your time.
down, get ready to see what's coming, because it's going to be a vat of information. I do love June, but. She's exactly right in what she's saying. I think there's things I want to say, but I won't say them because I think people understand what I mean. We have to get one vehicle in first. Now, I don't want to put out why, because I think you have to play the game as a political party. Of
course.
The game has to be played.
It's not, and by the way, the game isn't our rules. The rules have been set
by the establishment.
So the reason, as June said, they're in. They have won. They are in.
Yes.
They are in, and they are setting the rules of the game. It doesn't matter how much hubris you've got, or how invested you are in your version of identitarianism, which is what it's becoming on the right now. This is what we like, is this, and it's that, and the other, and it can't be anything else. No, they're in, they are setting the rules, and as such, we have to learn to play by those rules.
Yeah, and I think it's the pettiness of it as well, Paul, because I think going back to what I said earlier, because we've not had the options on the right, and we've got so many options now, it's given people, it's like, the funny thing is I've always said you shouldn't treat a political party like a football team. But I do actually want to go back on that a little bit, because I think you kind of should treat them like a football team, in the sense that you shouldn't abandon them just because they sign one player you don't like. You wouldn't do that. I wouldn't abandon my football team because they hired a manager I didn't like. You can stand in the stands and criticise it. And I think for me, that's what becoming a member of a political party is. That's what standing up for a political party is that you try and shape the narrative, that you have a unified membership that all has the same agreement. And if the party does something you don't agree with, you come together and say, look, we don't really agree with this. You've gone too far that way or too far that way. But what I've seen is a lot of people have just jumped ship instantly to the newest thing that's cropped up because they didn't like one appointment, or they're taking on too many Tories, while flagrantly ignoring the same thing that's going on in the thing they've jumped to. And we haven't got time for this, because going back to what you said, they make the rules. Let's take the donations, for example. Reform UK received donations from Christopher Harborne. What do Labour then do? They put in a new... They basically instruct the Electoral Commission that no one can donate to a political party now over £100,000 that's from abroad.
Mad.
And that's been drawn up to prevent Christopher Harborne donating to Reform UK. It's a direct attack on that party and yet I don't see anyone putting any policy in place to stop Lord David Sainsbury donating 53 million quid to all three political parties in the last 15 years.
Very interesting, Bruce. And people aren't really noticing this. And by the way, behind the scenes in the Lords, which is full of people who dislike reform, they are preparing for a reform government in a way that most people don't understand. So should reform get in and they try and enact anything, there's already laws being written now.
Yeah.
To stop reform enacting any of the policies they're trying to win an election on. It's a disgrace.
It is.
It is a disgrace, and no one party has a right to lead. You have to go out to the people. It's the people that pay their taxes. It's the people that fund your government. It's the people that make the decision.
Yeah.
And if there are a growing bunch of people out there that want step change and they want reform, then they should get it.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that people don't realise as well is you've got. Look at the noise the left created over the Supreme Court making the ruling of biological sex. Man is a man, woman is a woman. They've absolutely lost their minds. what do people in this country think is going to happen when Reform UK, if they become a government, we're going to see an uprising from the left I don't think anyone can comprehend.
Yeah.
It is going to be 5 years of turmoil. And I think what we're going to do is, if the odd thing is, as I say this, if we go back to 1923, the Liberal Party, the Liberals, who eventually became the Liberal Democrats after a period out, but Labour basically got the Liberal Democrats out from their the Liberals out from their 200-year rule, became the opposition party to the Conservatives. They lasted 9 months. We're now seeing that 100 years later. The two-party system of Labour and Tory is coming to an end. Which one of them is going to break? Which one can sustain themselves? And who on the right, out of Reform? Well, it's going to be Reform or the Greens. Are Reform and the Greens now going to be the next political opposing sides for the next 100 years? And at what point do they both come together? Because we need a change, but I just don't think the general public look at politics in a way where they understand how we can get it.
Exactly. And we need a change is an excellent way to end this very, very brilliant edition of the Mark Littlewood and Cox Show. Huge thank you to my presenter buddy Bruce, who did an absolutely fantastic job.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure, mate.
You know where to find him. Make sure you're supporting him. Big thanks to June. The Slating It segment this week was off the scale good. Big thanks to Jex Perkin and to AY Audits as well. That was one hell of a show. And we saw Mark Littlewood from his lair in Calador in Mallorca. But that's it for today's show. Please tune in again tomorrow at 7 a.m. for the Mike Graham Show. But until then, we'll be back at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Keep it real.